Chapter 6:26. Clang, clang, clang. Tumi Sangza pushed his strength to the limit, his scimitar impenetrable as he put all his strength into each attack. But in the face of Wang Chang's furious barrage of attacks, he could only parry, unable to counterattack. Wang Chang's speed had completely surpassed the limits of his cultivation, and not even Tumi Sangza could keep up. When Wang Chong reached profound martial Tier 7 and Tier 8, his phantom steps had undergone a qualitative transformation, reaching a new level. The more Tumi Sangza fought, the more alarmed he became. In the end, he couldn't help but shout, "Uzun soldiers, hear my order! The one Prime Minister wants to kill Wang Chong is here. Everyone, come and kill him!" Tumi Sangza's panicked roar exploded over the summit, his voice echoing over the entire battlefield. Not only did it attract the attention of the generals of the Uzun Ngari royal lineage, it also attracted the attention of Daluan Ruozan at the base of the mountain. Wang Chong! At the base of the mountain, Daluan Ruozan's eyes chilled as he turned like a bolt of lightning toward the source of the voice. Wang Chong's name was like a curse that instantly stimulated Daluan Ruozan. If there was one thing that Daluan Ruozan was more concerned about than the outcome of this battle, it was Wang Chong's life or death. Pass on my order. Ignore the Annam Protectorate. First kill Wang Chong. No matter what, he can't be allowed to leave alive. Longkinba and Serene Xiangxiong, have them go as well. Daluan Ruozan stared at the summit where the bloody light had come from, making no attempt to conceal the naked killing intent in his eyes. Buzz! Daluan Ruozan's order quickly spread to the entire battlefield, and with this order, the Uzun army on the mountain immediately began to transform. The Prime Minister has ordered us to kill Wang Chong. Everyone, listen up. Southeast direction, kill your way to the top. From the top of the mountain, there was a roar that sounded like a landslide or a tsunami. Looking down from the sky, one could only hear the neighing of war horses. Countless Uzun cavalrymen were charging towards the mountain top in the southeast. Kill Wang Chong there. He will be conferred the title of the strongest warrior of the plateau. One by one, the war horses leaped up the mountain peak. The Uzun general on the back of the horse had a gaze as sharp as a knife, and a powerful aura burst out from his body like a hurricane. Compared to ordinary soldiers, these Tibetan commanders were much more valiant and ferocious. Rumble, the steel trembled, and one after another, great thorny halo descended. Each great thorny halo represented an Uzun profound martial realm general. Nay, amidst the shocking neighing of the war horses, more than 10 Uzun generals had ferocious looks in their eyes. They became one with their horses, and they swung their scimitars towards Wang Chong from all directions. Bang! 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 One by one, the war horses fell to the ground, and huge bloody holes appeared on their bodies. Before they could even get close, all the Uzun generals were attacked like lightning. Nay! One of the Uzun generals was riding on the back of his horse, and his body was still in the position of leaping forward. In the next moment, a bloody light flashed, and this Uzun general was instantly cut in half along with his horse. Bang! 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 A second, a third, a fourth, before the Uzun generals could get very far, they were cut down by Wang Chong on the summit. After they died, their inner energies condensed into a bloody mist that filled the air and surged into Wang Chong's body. Cackalack! In just a few short moments, Wang Chong's strength once more rose. From profound martial level 7, profound martial level 8, all the way to profound martial level 9, and then to the peak of profound martial level 9. Not good! Tumi Sangza paled. No matter how slow he was, he now realized that he had made a massive mistake. His original intention had been to summon more top-class experts to help him out of his predicament and attack Wang Chong with him, killing this mortal malady of the Uzun Empire on the summit. But Tumi Sangza had forgotten that with Wang Chong's current cultivation, many of the Uzun generals were no longer a match for him. If these low-level Uzun generals charged onto the summit, they would only become nourishment for Wang Chong. With their cultivation stripped away, Wang Chong would become even more terrifying. When Wang Chong was only at profound martial level 7 or 8, he had already been able to threaten him, even make him feel like he was hovering on the edge of death. Now that he had obtained the inner energies of these Uzun generals, wouldn't that mean, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Tumi Sang's body went stiff. A faint bloody mark as thin as a hair suddenly appeared on his forehead, spreading from his forehead to his nose, mouth, chest. In the end, it spread to the metal giant's body, cleaving the metal giant in two. I didn't think that I would die to his hand. Tumi Sang's eyes went round, his entire body freezing. Wang Chong was too fast, too fast. He didn't even have time to unsheath his saber before he was slain by Wang Chong. Bang! As countless people watched, Tumi Sangza, standing on the shoulder of the metal giant, exploded. At the same time that he died, the Iron Men and Iron Men summoned under the effect of the halo of black iron also fell heavily and turned into countless iron filings and fragments. Kill! Kill! An unending stream of Uzun soldiers charged up the mountain, drowning Wang Chong in a massive wave. In this sort of situation, any general, no matter how powerful, would be doomed to death from exhaustion. But Wang Chong was different. He was like an inexhaustible killing machine, constantly unleashing attacks from the summit. More and more corpses piled up, the corpses of the Mengshi Yusang soldiers piling up into a sea. In this slaughter, Wang Chong grew stronger and stronger. In the end, under countless fearful gazes, he charged toward the imperial martial realm that countless martial artists looked up to. I won't lose. I definitely won't lose. I'll never lose. The shouts in Wang Chong's mind were getting louder and louder. He could no longer feel any pain. Countless sabers and swords slashed at his body, but they were either blocked by his tough armor or bounced off by his boundless bloody stellar energy. 1/4, 2/4, 3/4. Time had lost all meaning to Wang Chong. He had already forgotten the outside world, forgotten himself, forgotten everything. The only thought left in his mind was to fight. The corpses piled higher and higher on the mountain. After some time, a majestic and scorching energy like the lava of a volcano erupted from Wang Chong's body. Rumble! Wang Chong only heard a heaven-shaking boom in his mind. In a flash, the entire world seemed to fall silent. For the first time, the Mengshi Yusang soldiers, who seemed to never fear death, showed fear and panic on their faces. The Imperial Martial Realm. He's reached the Imperial Martial Realm. How? We're just true Martial Realm warriors. We can't possibly deal with an Imperial Martial Realm expert. Retreat. Hurry and retreat. Prime Minister has given the order. Anyone who retreats will die. If we can't reach the summit, only death awaits us. Countless gazes stared at Wang Chong in fear and shock, some of them even trembling in fear. From the very start, Wang Chong had killed tens of thousands of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun soldiers. Everyone believed that he would die of exhaustion, but in reality, not only had Wang Chong not fallen, he had only grown more and more frightening, even breaking into the Imperial Martial Realm in one fell swoop. Wang Chong stood atop the thousands of corpses, his hair blowing against his face, but it could not conceal his vicious, cruel, crazed, and bloodthirsty eyes. Wang Chong looked down from his vantage point. With a simple glance, cries of alarm rang out around him, the boundless and terrifying killing intent causing all the warhorses and soldiers to retreat in fear. Stand aside. I'll kill him. An icy and callous voice came from the sky, and then a massive figure descended from the sky, landing in front of Wang Chong. Clang! A massive 10-armed Bodhi appeared on the summit, its 10 arms pointed at the sky like sharp swords. At first glance, it looked like a dark golden sun. The 10-armed Bodhi was slightly bowed as it looked down at Wang Chong, its entire body exuding waves of thunderous energy. Long Kinba. At this moment, the leader of the 5 Tiger Generals had finally arrived. Bang! Before anyone could react, a dark golden saber chi, 10 some zhang tall, suddenly descended from the sky. At this moment, Longkinba's body hadn't even moved. In terms of speed and strength, Longkinba could show disdain for all his peers. He was only above Wang Chong, not below him. Bzzz. Longkinba was fast, but Wang Chong was no slower. Wang Chong swiftly raised his arms to block Longkinba's saber. Rumble! The mountain range trembled. In front of the dark golden 10-armed Bodhi tree, a 10-meter-long ravine appeared on the ground. Billowing smoke and dust soared into the sky and filled the mountain top. But the area in front of Wang Chong was completely calm, the ground flat. There was no sign of saber chi. Longkinba's powerful attack had been completely blocked by Wang Chong. How could this be? He was actually able to block an attack from my Bodhi? Within the 10-armed Bodhi, Longkinba's pupils constricted, a look of shock on his face. Other than Wang Yan, Xianyu Zhongtong, Huashu Wuzong, Duan Gechuan, and Jelifeng, the Meng, Yusang, and Yusang commanders, only Sun Luiyue could contend against him. But not even Sun Luiyue could use this sort of method to block his saber. He simply didn't dare to believe that a youth famed for his intelligence like Wang Chong could actually contend against him in martial art. Just what sort of martial art does he cultivate? No one can contend against the martial arts of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. This is impossible. Longkinba felt like he had been dealt a massive blow. Wang Chong had actually managed to advance by leaps and bounds in such a short amount of time. This completely defied the principles and common sense of martial art. Not even the vast collection of martial arts manuals or the Great Snow Mountain Temple could do this. Brat, just what are you? Longkinba suddenly realized that just like Prime Minister, he had completely underestimated this youth of the Tang dynasty. Nothing about him could be understood through common sense. Boom. Chapter 627. Buzz. In a flash of light, Wang Chong vanished from the 10-armed Bodhisattva's sight. Before the surrounding Mengshi Yusang soldiers could see him, Wang Chong had already appeared at the Bodhisattva's side. As the saber and sword clashed, sparks flew. Wang Chong's terrifying attack had been completely blocked by a single arm of the 10-armed Bodhisattva. The 10-armed Bodhisattva of the Great Snow Mountain Temple was famed for its storm-like attacks. In terms of attack speed, very few people could match it, and its 10 arms had no blind spots. No matter which direction Wang Chong attacked from, the Bodhisattva was completely capable of blocking it. I'd like to see just how much skill you have. Wang Chong's attack had thoroughly infuriated Longkinba. As the leader of the 5 Tiger Generals, Longkinba did not believe that he could lose to a youth of the Tang dynasty. Clang clang clang. The 4 sword-like arms of the Bodhisattva began to spin like gears, emitting a shrill metallic clatter. Rumble! A moment later, Longkinba and Wang Chong vanished from everyone's sight, both of them moving at their maximum speed. The entire summit was filled with their afterimages. Boom! 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 Shockwaves of energy exploded over the summit, filling the air with dust. Horse corpses, human corpses, and gravel were sent flying in every direction. This was the first time Longkinba had brought the Bodhisattva of the Great Snow Mountain Temple to such a level. The 10 sword-like arms of the Bodhisattva, combined with Longkinba's own strength, were like 5 or 6 imperial martial experts attacking Wang Chong at the same time. On the Uzun Plateau, Longkinba's offensive prowess was unparalleled. Not even Tsiren Xiangxiong or the experts of the other tribes could compare. But his opponent was Wang Chong. Longkinba's 10-armed Bodhisattva was fast, but Wang Chong wasn't slow. Pushing the 6-armed art to its limits, it was like a person with 6 arms. The little Inyang swords and Wuzi steel swords were also being used to their limits by Wang Chong. Although Wang Chong's 6 arms art was far inferior to Longkinba's 10-armed Bodhi tree, it was enough to contend with Longkinba. Boom! 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 The 10 arms of the 10-armed Bodhisattva were like 10 of the sharpest swords, and every single one of them was equivalent to a peerless expert. The 10 arms kept stabbing down, and the saber auras were like the horns of antelopes, leaving no traces behind as they slashed towards Wang Chong. The battle was nearing its end, and Mengshi Zhao and Uzun were on the verge of victory. Thus, even though pushing the 10-armed bodhisattva to its peak consumed a great deal of energy, and even though it would experience a period of weakness after the battle, Long Qinba no longer cared. Wang Chong was at the top of Prime Minister's must-kill list. In truth, even Long Qinba viewed him as a thorn in his side, a mortal malady to the Uzun Plateau. Although few outsiders knew of the plague outbreak on the Uzun Plateau, Long Qinba did. No matter what, for the sake of the Uzun Empire, this sort of opponent, this sort of scheming, this sort of intelligence, this sort of skill, could not be allowed to return. Boom, boom, boom. The more Long Qinba fought, the more shocked he became. This bewitching Tang dynasty youth was clearly in a state of madness and chaos, but the fighting strength he displayed was the complete opposite. Although he was in a state of madness, the fighting instincts Wang Chong displayed left even an expert like Long Qinba feeling a chill. His speed was fast to the extreme, but every move was extremely refined, simple, quick, and effective. There was no superfluous technique in each move. Everything was for the sake of killing and wounding the enemy as quickly and efficiently as possible. Kill. Help General Long kill that brat. Go. Kill that brat and you'll be richly rewarded. Lord General has already held him down. Let's go together and lend General a hand. Seeing Long Qinba stop Wang Chong, the countless Uzun soldiers who had just arrived from the rear immediately sensed their chance and charged forward to assist. Buzz. A moment later, as if sensing a threat coming from another direction, Long Qinba's eyes lost sight of Wang Chong in a flash of light. Before Long Qinba could react, "Aya!" Screams filled the air as hundreds of Mengshi Yusang soldiers were thrown into the air. Before they could even land, they were sliced into pieces, their severed limbs flying through the air. Not good. Even Long Qinba, the leader of the 5 tiger generals of Uzun, paled at this sight. But it was all too late. The roars of fighting and the Mengshi Yusang soldiers, charging in from all directions, were constantly provoking Wang Chong. Wang Chong seemed to have completely given up on Long Qinba, turning his attention to the Mengshi Yusang soldiers. A martial artist skilled in the little Yinyang art and wielding a woozy steel sword that could cut hair on the slightest touch made him virtually invincible on this chaotic battlefield. Even worse was that Wang Chong's little Yinyang art could constantly absorb energy from other people, and his growth seemed to be limitless. Screams rose and fell as the entire southeast front became Wang Chong's slaughterhouse. Rumble. By the time Long Qinba's 10-armed bodhisattva caught up to Wang Chong with his saber, the entire mountain was covered in Mengshi Yusang soldiers, profound martial realm, true martial realm, all of them. It was like an Asura's bloodbath. Damn thing, I'm going to kill you! Long Qinba's eyes went red as he saw the hundreds of soldiers Wang Chong had slain in the southeast gap, a towering rage erupting from his chest. Wang Chong dared to kill people in front of him, treating him like he was nothing. When had the mighty Uzun, the leader of the 5 tiger generals of the Ngari royal lineage, ever suffered such humiliation? Rumble! His dantian rumbled with a metallic clatter, and a moment later, Long Qinba unleashed all the stellar energy in his body. The 10-armed bodhisattva raised its 10 arms and began to attack Wang Chong with a speed several times faster than before. But before Long Qinba could get close to Wang Chong, buzz! Without any warning, an invisible energy suddenly descended from the heavens and wrapped around Long Qinba's body like an invisible chain. Before Long Qinba could react, his strength suddenly dropped by a level. This sudden change in cultivation caused Long Qinba's bodhisattva to lose control and almost fall to the ground. Congratulations to user for killing 10, far superior, foreign generals and activating the Bane of Generals Halo. Long Qinba had no idea that at this moment, An icy voice was ringing out in Wang Chang's mind. But he could clearly see that a new halo had appeared under Wang Chang's feet. This was a massive halo of thorns, formed from dark and gold. Within this halo, light and shadow intersected, forming the vague images of sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, shields, all sorts of weapons. Rumble! In a flash, this mysterious halo had spread from Wang Chang's feet to the entire mountain. Looking down from the sky, one could see countless halos flickering in and out of existence. But this time, it was not the halos of the ordinary soldiers, but the halos of all the generals that had dropped by a level. In a flash, all the generals on the mountain had dropped a level, including Long Qinba. Just what sort of halo is this? Long Qinba paled. In his long life, he had never seen a halo like this. In this world, every halo was used to strengthen oneself, but Wang Chang's halo was different. It seemed to be designed to weaken the enemy. Weakening the soldiers was one thing, but this time, even Long Qinba was affected. The moment the Bane of Generals halo appeared on Wang Chang's body, the entire situation on the battlefield instantly changed. Boom! A sword glow shot toward Long Qinba like a lightning bolt. In the past, Long Qinba would have been completely capable of blocking it, but this time, Long Qinba was half a beat too slow. Squelch! The sound of a sharp blade stabbing into flesh. Long Qinba had just thought of stopping it when a sharp blade pierced through the stellar energy around his body, pierced through his armor, and plunged into his heart. Thump! Long Qinba's knees buckled as he clutched his sword with both hands and kneeled to the ground in disbelief. The energy in his body was being absorbed by that evil sword. It shouldn't be like this. Even in death, Long Qinba didn't dare to believe that he had come to kill Wang Chong, but in the end, he would be killed by Wang Chong. A Bane of all Generals' aura had completely disrupted his rhythm and led to his death. In a battle between experts, every second mattered. At Wang Chong's level and Long Qinba's level, the slightest difference in speed could result in death, much less a halo like the Bane of Generals that could weaken a general. The general is dead. When Long Qinba's knees buckled and his hands fell to the ground, he was like a boulder falling into water. The entire summit was thrown into an uproar, and the vast army was thrown into an uproar. Everyone was dumbstruck by this sight. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Long Qinba's kneeling corpse and that bewitching, crimson figure in front of him, their eyes suffused with deep fear. It was like they were not looking at a person but some inhuman creature like a demon god. No one had expected Long Qinba to die. And to die in such a manner. Swish! The moment Long Qinba's head flew high into the air, a powerful wave of panic swept through the army. The Mengshi Yusang army that had been charging forward without fear of death finally felt a deep fear. Wang Chong was like an unkillable monster. No matter how he fought, no matter how many people came, he would never lose, never tire. Fight! 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 Kill! 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 Wang Chong continued to fight on the summit, fighting wherever there were people. Wherever that bloody light passed, it left behind a trail of terrified corpses. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The wretched howls only stimulated the killing intent in Wang Chong's heart. He was like a god of death wreaking havoc on the mountain. For a long, long time, it felt like countless eons had passed. All was quiet, the entire world seemingly plunged into a deathly stillness. Finally, the blood in Wang Chong's eyes began to fade, and he gradually regained some of his consciousness. At this moment, he could no longer sense anyone around him. At this moment, that frenzied energy in Wang Chong's body that had been burning like a flame finally began to fade. Wang Chong finally began to feel a deep exhaustion. Little brother, faintly, an anxious voice called out in his ear. The voice was very soft, and it was very far away. Chapter 6:28. Who was it? Who was calling out? In his daze, something seemed to be moving in front of him. Wang Chong instinctively slashed out with his sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reached his ears, shaking Wang Chang's chaotic mind like thunder. It also shook off the bloody world in Wang Chang's eyes. In his ears, the sound of metal clashing, the sound of war horses, and the battle cries came again. When Wang Chong opened his eyes, he immediately saw an anxious and handsome young face. Big brother? Wang Chong stared at the anxious young man in front of him in disbelief. The anxious, concerned, and worried young man in front of Wang Chong was Wang Chong's big brother, Wang Fu. His face was pale and he looked very weak. It was also at this moment that Wang Chong noticed that the sword in his hand was fiercely clashing with the Wut's steel sword in his big brother's hand. The two of them were still locked in a state of battle. His big brother was covered in blood and seemed to be injured. Some of the sword marks seemed to be made from woozy steel. What is going on? Wang Chong's mind was in a state of shock. He only remembered charging towards the southeast defense line. He could not remember anything else. What was going on? Little brother, how are you? Wang Fu's voice pulled Wang Chong back to reality. Although he looked calm on the surface, deep anxiety and worry could be seen in the depths of Wang Fu's eyes. I'm fine. Wang Chong panted heavily. Do you remember what just happened? Wang Fu cautiously asked. Wang Chong shook his head. He only remembered charging at Duangechuan and breaking the gap. He could not remember anything else. He could not remember why he seemed to be fighting with his big brother. Phew! Wang Fu heaved a sigh of relief. He looked much more relaxed. Young master, it's okay, it's okay. Behind them, the eagle also heaved a long sigh of relief. Wang Chong looked at the two's cautious demeanor and vaguely thought of something. But soon, Wang Chong thought of something else. Southeast defensive line. He clearly remembered that before he handed over command to the eagle, the entire southeast defense line had collapsed. Little brother, wait a moment. Don't look back yet. Wang Fu sensed something and his expression changed slightly. He wanted to stop Wang Chong, but it was already too late. Whoosh, the wind howled. Wang Chong turned around and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Beneath his feet was a vast expanse of corpses, thousands upon thousands, layer upon layer, covering the entire mountaintop. Horse corpses, human corpses, sabers, swords, war banners. There was no end to them. Scarlet blood flowed like a river, flowing past the deathly pale corpses like a waterfall. In a radius of 700 to 800 zhang, not a single Mengshi Yusang soldier was standing. All the soldiers of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun were pale. They stared at Wang Chong from a distance like he was some demon god from hell, their eyes brimming with fear. Wang Chong only needed to turn around to glance at these valiant and fierce Mengshi Yusang soldiers and make them retreat in fright. As his gaze swept over the southeastern defense line, Wang Chong saw Tumi Sang's corpse, Long Kinba's corpse, and the corpses of many other Mengshi Yusang commanders. Was I really the one who did all this? Wang Chong muttered to himself, his mind reeling in shock at this sight. This was a scene from the underworld of Azura. Even though he didn't dare to believe it, when he saw the Mengshi Yusang soldiers looking at him like he was some demon god, smelled the thick stench of blood, and sensed the extremely vigorous blood energy in his body despite his exhaustion, Wang Chong vaguely understood something. Little brother, don't think too much. This is a war. Wang Fu, dressed in martial attire, walked up from behind him. And this war is far from over. Wang Fu was correct. Although Wang Chong had single-handedly reversed the tide and saved the southeastern defense line, driving back the tide of Mengshi Yusang soldiers, this war was far from over. Of the 8 defense lines of the Myriad Stars formation, Wang Chong had only saved the southeastern defense line, changing part of it. And although he had killed tens of thousands of Mengshi Yusang soldiers in his frenzied state, compared to the remaining 200,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers, the 10,000 Wang Chong had killed was nothing. The southwestern defense line, the northwestern defense line, the northeastern defense line, the northern defense line, the western defense line, the southern defense line. These areas were still engaged in fierce fighting. On the massive mountain, Wang Yan's mighty miracle god and Huishu Wuzong's Vairocana Buddha were still locked in battle, and so were Xinyu Zhongtong's Vajra god and Duan Gechuan's two-headed, four-armed demon god of darkness. Wang Chong had driven back the Mengshi Yusang soldiers from the southeast, but he had also driven them back to the defense line. Good news! Huang Fu's Weibo has been opened. If there's anything you want to know, you can find me there. You're welcome to follow me. Carrot, little brother, everyone still needs you. The Tang dynasty still needs you. Wang Fu looked at Wang Chong, his eyes shining with deep anticipation. He had just woken up from his coma. To tell the truth, the fact that Wang Chong had been able to lead the army to this point and hold out for so long had left him very, very shocked. Although they were blood brothers of the same father and mother, Wang Fu had never known that this mischievous third brother of his was hiding such a powerful talent for war. In terms of skill in the art of war, there was no question that his little brother, Wang Chong, was far superior to him. At a time like this, only his little brother could lead them out of this predicament. Little brother, whether we fight or retreat, I will support you. Losing a battle is not the fault of a soldier. It's already quite impressive that we've been able to last this long. After all, Mengshi Zhao and Uzun have far too many people, Wang Fu said. The battle was not over, nor had it reached the worst stage. Thus, whether the Annam Protectorate wanted to preserve its strength and retreat or choose to continue fighting, there was still time. Wang Fu decided to leave the decision to his little brother, Wang Chong. I won't retreat. I will not retreat from this battle. Wang Chong interrupted Wang Fu before he could finish speaking. The southeastern defense line had not been broken. If it was temporarily preserved, there was still a chance. Kung! Wang Chong unsheathed his long sword. Without another word, he quickly walked towards the top of the mountain. The eagle, follow me! In his mind, the stone of destiny's warnings rang out continuously. The Annam Protectorate's numbers were at an extremely dangerous level. If they continued to drop, Wang Chong could be obliterated at any moment. But Wang Chong would never allow himself to retreat. The Annam Protectorate had no path of retreat. The Tang dynasty also had no path of retreat. As long as the Annam Protectorate retreated one step, it would fall like dominoes, leaving behind a crumbling central plains. One step back, one step back. When the time came, it would no longer be a matter of the Annam Protectorate's legacy, nor would it be a matter of the Southwest. Not even his big brother Wang Fu knew that no one on this mountain, including his big brother Wang Fu, had a path of retreat. And in Wang Chong's view, this war was far from a lost cause. There was still a chance to turn things around. Whoosh! The black banner fluttered in the wind. On the summit, that tall banner had long ago been cut in half, the cut left behind by Uzun's scimitar. But this flag that represented the Great Tang, the Annam Protectorate, had been forcibly replanted on the summit of the mountain after only half of it had been cut. The sky was overcast, and as Wang Chong looked down from the summit, he could see corpses piled up on the mountain. The Mengshi Yusang soldiers were fighting in various places. The eastern front that had collapsed had been patched up at some point. Big brother! He had no idea what had just happened, much less when the eastern front had been patched up. But when he saw those familiar formations, Wang Chong understood everything. There was no question that his big brother had appeared at the crucial moment, leading the army to patch up the eastern gap. Axemen, retreat. Shield soldiers, advance. Pass on my order to the western front. General Zhang, lead the spearmen and charge to the southwest. Pass on my order to the northern front. The second and third formations, 30 paces to the left, are to cut off the Uzun cavalry and the Mengshi Zhao cavalry. Pass on my order to all cavalry to immediately retreat to the summit and await further orders. Pass on my order. The archers are to collect arrows and think of a way to create a final volley of arrows. Pass on my order to the smiths of the army to gather at the summit and think of a way to forge a volley of ballistae. No inscriptions are required. Pass on my order to Sun Luiyue Luoji, Zhao Wujiang, and Lin Wushou, Generals Sun Luiyue Luoji and Zhao Wujiang and Lin Wushou, to hand over command to their deputies. Finish the battle with the enemy and think of a way to deal with the giant elephant corps on the southern front. The 5th and 6th formations move to the southeast. The 14th and 17th formations move to the northwest. The 23rd and 26th formations move to the northeast. The Myriad Stars formation pull back. Wang Chong stood under the flagpole and issued a series of orders one after another. After the gap in the southeast defense line and the eastern defense line were blocked, the danger faced by the Annam Protectorate and the Myriad Stars formation was greatly reduced. Although Duan Guchuan's fatal blow had caused the inexperienced Myriad Stars formation to collapse and a large number of Annam Protectorate soldiers to die, it had also caused a large amount of empty space on the summit, giving Wang Chong another chance to activate the Myriad Stars formation. Buzz! A series of orders were passed down one after another. When Wang Chong's orders were passed down, the entire Annam Protectorate seemed to have found its backbone and calmed down once again. When Wang Chong chose to retreat, shrink the defense line, and gather at the summit, the originally stagnant Myriad Stars formation, after shrinking several times in size, actually began to move slowly again. And the more it moved, the faster it moved. Damn it! How is this possible? At the bottom of the mountain, Daluan Ruozen's expression changed when he saw this. Duan Guchuan was the Irai general, and his position was no lower than that of Huashu Wizong. Huashu Wizong had no jurisdiction over him at all. Naturally, he could not restrict or predict his actions. To be honest, even Daluan Ruozen was quite surprised when the Irai general suddenly launched a thunderous attack after holding back for so long. But he had to admit that his actions were quite effective. Now that Wang Chong's Myriad Stars formation had finally collapsed, there was no way Daluan Ruozen would allow Wang Chong to activate the Myriad Stars formation again. Having seen the damage of the Myriad Stars formation, Daluan Ruozen knew very well what it meant for Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. Chapter 629. Pass on my order. No matter the cost, we must press forward. Send in the executioners and supervisors as well. No matter the cost, we can't let that fellow activate the formation again. At the end, Daluan Ruozen was almost roaring with anxiety. Daluan Ruozen had always been known for his elegance, and composure. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had been forced into such a state. But at this crucial moment, when facing an opponent like Wang Chong, he couldn't help but worry. Against an opponent of Wang Chong's level, the slightest mistake could result in a complete reversal of the situation. And Daluan Ruozen had no desire to be such a loser. Gallop, gallop! Under Daluan Ruozen's order, the entire Mengshi Yusang army surged toward the summit like a tide. More than 70% of the steel walls on the summit had already been torn down by the Mengshi Yusang army. The Annam Protectorate was no longer as much of a threat to the Mengshi Yusang army as it had been before. Archers, fire! No matter how unwilling Daluan Ruozen and Jelifeng's forces were, no matter how unwilling they were, the archers on the summit, picking up the arrows and adding on the volley of arrows forged by the craftsmen led by Zhang Shouji, these archers that Wang Chong had stubbornly guarded at the heart of the mountain had played their final and most crucial role. Thwish, thwish, thwish. As the dense rain of arrows fell from the sky, landing on the crucial points of the Mengshi Zhao and Yusang armies to the southeast, they began to fall like dominoes. This little bit of chaos became widespread chaos, ultimately becoming a localized chaos. In the end, the rhythm of the Mengshi Yusang assault was completely disrupted, and the Annam Protectorate now had its most crucial opportunity. Boom! The entire mountaintop shook. The Annam Protectorate's Myriad Stars formation, which had shrunk a lot, was activated again. Although the scale had shrunk a lot, it matched the unique narrow space of the mountain peak, causing this famous killing formation to once again unleash its terrifying power. Countless Mengshi Yusang soldiers fell, and Mengshi Zhao and Uzun suffered several times the casualties of the Tang dynasty. In Wang Chong's mind, the constant warnings from the Stone of Destiny gradually weakened, and the frequency of its appearance was no longer as high. However, the Annam Protectorate's situation was still far from being resolved. "Young master, are we really not retreating?" On top of the mountain, the eagle was anxious. The Annam Protectorate had once more displayed its formidable fighting power. For every Annam Protectorate soldier killed, 7 to 8 Mengshi Yusang soldiers were buried with him. If this situation continued, the best-case scenario was that both sides would suffer heavy losses. The Mengshi Yusang army would suffer heavy losses, but the Annam Protectorate would also fight to the last man. The eagle himself was not afraid of death. Even if he died here with the tens of thousands of Annam Protectorate soldiers, the eagle would have no regrets. But Wang Chong could not die here. Wang Chong possessed a talent for command that far surpassed all other generals, and this War of the Southwest was the best opportunity for him to make a name for himself. Wang Chong had already amply displayed his abilities to the famed generals of the Southwest like Daluan Ruozhen and Huashu Wizong. To use 100,000 soldiers to fight against 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army, with several 100,000 of them composed of the strongest cavalry of all soldiers. Not even Daluan Ruozhen could do this. Purely in terms of the art of war, not even Daluan Ruozhen could compare to him. In the future, given his talent, Wang Chong would assuredly become the hope of the entire Tang dynasty and a general that would shock the world. No matter what, he should not die here. The eagle's head was slightly lowered, his eyes flashing. One of his hands was hidden in his sleeve, brimming with energy. Wang Chong's mind was not on him at all. The eagle was thinking that if the situation went awry and Wang Chong was unwilling to leave, he could knock Wang Chong unconscious and drag him away. "We still haven't lost, we still haven't lost. Uzun and Mengshi Zhao haven't won. We still have a chance." A voice suddenly rang out in his ear. The eagle lowered his head and saw Wang Chong seated cross-legged at the base of the banner, his face filled with astonishment. "Young master, what did you say?" At this point in the battle, not even the eagle knew how the Annam Protectorate could win. All its cards had been used, all its trump cards used. Everything was laid out in the open, and the eagle truly could not see where the Annam Protectorate could win. But Wang Chong never panicked, especially at a crucial moment like this. "We still have hope, we definitely still have hope." As Wang Chong spoke, he slowly raised his head and looked to the south, to the other end of the world, his eyes bright. The Tang dynasty had not lost, nor had the Annam Protectorate. Only Wang Chong knew that the Southwest still had one last chance, one last hope. "Everything has been arranged. Now it's all up to you." Wang Chong faced the south and said something only he could hear. Wang Chong had written down all his plans on the silk pouch, but Wang Chong had no confidence in whether that person would be able to arrive on the battlefield in time. "Everyone's lives are in your hands. Now we can only hope that you have already arrived." Wang Chong suddenly stood up and issued the most important order since he had awakened. "The eagle, send the signal." "Ah!" The eagle's face was full of astonishment, unable to react. "Have you forgotten the signal I told you 3 days ago?" Wang Chong said. He turned to look at the eagle, his expression incomparably grave. In a flash, a series of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the eagle suddenly remembered something. 3 days ago, Wang Chong had given him an important signal, but he hadn't said anything else. The eagle had never thought that the signal would be used at such a crucial time. Even now, the eagle did not understand what the signal represented. Screech. In the next moment, the entire battlefield suddenly heard the high-pitched cry of an eagle. Just below the dense dark clouds overhead, A huge eagle flew down from the clouds and let out a series of rhythmic cries that no one knew what it meant. The high-pitched cry of the eagle traveled hundreds of miles and resounded throughout the sky. What is he doing? Wang Chong's sudden action attracted the attention of many people. At the foot of the mountain, Jelifeng and Daluan Ruozhen raised their heads to look at the giant eagle in the sky. In the midst of the intense battlefield, the sudden cry of the giant eagle was particularly abrupt. Although they did not know what this meant, based on their understanding of Wang Chong, the two commanders of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun instinctively maintained a high level of vigilance. But after the eagle's cry, nothing happened. In the distance, all was quiet and tranquil. On the battlefield, the tragic war was still going on, and nothing had changed. What is that fellow doing? Daluan Ruozhen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the giant eagle overhead. He could not understand the sudden appearance of this giant eagle and the fact that nothing had changed. On the other side, Jelifeng's confusion was no less than his own. Although he rarely participated in decision-making, he was no less wary of the youngest son of the Wang clan than Daluan Ruozhen. No matter what plan you have, it's all useless at this time. We don't believe that you can still play any tricks at this time. Jelifeng looked up, his eyes bursting with a sharp light. The war in the southwest had already been decided. He, Jelifeng, had already proved to everyone that the Tang dynasty was not unbeatable. Although they had suffered grievous losses, as long as Mengshi Zhao and Uzun's alliance remained, Mengshi Zhao could deal with the Tang dynasty's subsequent attacks. More importantly, as long as the Tang dynasty's southwest was obtained, Mengshi Zhao would truly be able to escape the predicament of the Uri. And now, in order to deal with a common enemy, Jelifeng would think of a way to obtain assistance from the other empires. In the end, Mengshi Zhao's losses would be recouped and they would obtain even greater benefit. This was Jelifeng's position in the War of the Southwest. Jelifeng's thoughts did not last for long. A moment later, all his ambitions for the Southwest were shattered. "Your Majesty, look over there." No one knew who spoke. Jelifeng subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a thick plume of black smoke rising from the horizon. The first plume was followed by the second, the third in the end. The entire horizon was engulfed in flames and thick smoke. In the distance, one could even hear shouts and the sounds of fighting. In a flash, Jelifeng seemed to suffer a heavy blow, his face draining of blood and turning as white as a sheet of paper. For the first time, this emperor of the Southwest, who rarely revealed his emotions, revealed panic and unease in his eyes. The granary! Jelifeng's entire body trembled, only one thought remaining in his mind. That direction was where Mengshi Zhao stored his grain. In order to prevent the Tang dynasty from raiding the granaries at night and burning them down, Jelifeng had built the granaries in the rear of the army and had soldiers stationed to guard them. Uzun and Mengshi Zhao's daily consumption was enormous, especially in the later stages. Jelifeng was also responsible for all of Uzun's provisions, so Jelifeng had dispatched many peasants and laborers to build massive granaries. Jelifeng had never imagined that the granaries of more than 200,000 soldiers would be attacked at a time like this. Judging from the roaring flames and thick smoke, this conflagration was definitely not small. All the granaries were likely to be in danger. How could this be? Where did the soldiers guarding the granaries go? Jelifeng's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his teeth and looked in disbelief into the distance. He clearly remembered that there were still 5,000 soldiers there, so why hadn't he received any news? But this was no longer important. All the soldiers had been thrown into the battlefield on the mountain, and the battle was at its most intense, but Jelifeng had no soldiers to send back to reinforce them. Wang Chong. Chapter 630. The army in Mengshi Zhao's rear is on fire. On the summit, the eagle stared in disbelief at the blazing flames in the distance. To him, this was a miracle. The eagle had never imagined that the signal Wang Chong had discussed with him 3 days ago was for this. Ha ha ha, Li Sai, I knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. Wang Chong heartily laughed as he looked into the distance, his eyes bright and the dark clouds on his brow swept away. The most crucial moment of the war had finally arrived. After completing his mission of spreading the sheep plague on the plateau, Li Sai had followed the final order in Wang Chong's silk pouch and hurried to the southwest. Before departing from the capital, Wang Chong had already made his plans. The Tang dynasty would find it very difficult to win this war, and this was their last and only chance to defeat the Mengshi Yusang army. The Uzan Plateau was already rife with the plague, the corpses of cattle and sheep covering the ground. And now, the granaries of Mengshi Zhao's army had been successfully burned down. With the provisions of the Mengshi Yusang alliance burned, there was no longer any path of retreat. Even if Daluan Ruozan and Huashu Wuzong were willing to let the Uzan army use Mengshi Zhao's provisions, it would be useless. Because there was nothing left. Grain. Could. Use. Have. Jelifeng, it's up to you to choose. Wang Chong looked down the mountain at the figure exuding the aura of an emperor, his eyes shining brightly. Bastard! Jelifeng's face contorted. This hegemon of the Arai of the southwest was even more furious than Wang Chong had imagined. Those granaries in the rear not only contained the provisions for hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but also the long-cherished wish and dream of Jelifeng's. Without provisions, whether they won or lost, Jelifeng would have to retreat after this battle. On the other hand, Uzan's men might have retreated even faster than Mengshi Zhao's men. Without Uzan's support, Mengshi Zhao would definitely not be able to resist the next wave of attacks from the Tang dynasty. In the southwest of the Tang dynasty, all the common people were affected by the war. They either hid deep in the mountains or fled with their families, or buried their food. Even if Jelifeng wanted to gather food, it would take a long time. More importantly, if they dispersed their forces, Mengshi Zhao would not be able to withstand a single blow from the Tang dynasty in the future. The dream that Jelifeng had prepared for decades was almost destroyed in a day. If you destroy my dream, I will first destroy the Annam Protectorate, then kill you. All of you will die today. Jelifeng's whole body trembled, and she was completely enraged. Mengshi Zhao had never been angry when so many of his soldiers were killed or injured. But when thick smoke rose from afar and the granary was burned, Jelifeng was completely enraged. Kacha! A force passed from Jelifeng's body to his legs and the carriage under his feet. With a crisp sound, the magnificent gold-plated bronze carriage was instantly torn apart. Jelifeng's body fell from the carriage to the ground. At that moment the earth trembled. Buzz! Jelifeng's face was twisted, and his expression was ferocious. A thick murderous aura condensed and exploded from his body. The air around Jelifeng's body was all twisted. Stepping forward, Jelifeng strode up the mountain. The earth trembled under his feet. With every step Jelifeng took, the earth trembled violently, as if it could not bear his weight. The king of Arai no longer had the aura of an emperor. All that was left was the murderous intent in her heart. All of you die. Jelifeng stomped his feet, and with a bang, he suddenly soared into the sky. When he landed, he was already dozens of feet away. Buzz! When Jelifeng walked up the mountain, a golden flame rose from his body. This golden flame grew with the wind, and it expanded continuously. By the time Jeluofeng reached the midpoint of the mountain, the golden flames had already transformed into a giant Buddha that was over 100 feet tall. Half of the Buddha's body was bright and pure gold like fire and flame, while the other half was as black as ink like iron and steel. 6 golden and black arms spread out like fans as he strode up the mountain. Rumble! Wherever the gigantic Buddha passed, the earth rumbled, and rocks split apart with a loud rumble. Those who block me will die. Wang Chong, you destroyed my granary. I will make you pay with your life. Jelifeng's thunderous roar reverberated over the battlefield. There were 3 great generals on the battlefield of the southwest. Huashu Wuzong and Duan Gechuan each counted as one, while Jelifeng was the hidden third. From the very start, Jelifeng, as the sovereign of Arai, had never taken action. This was the first time he had done so. The appearance of great generals Huashu Huaitsong and Duan Gechuan had already placed an enormous pressure on the Annan Protectorate army, and now that 3 top-class great generals had appeared in the Mengshi Yusang army, it was like a storm had arrived, and everyone felt a suffocating pressure. "Young master, it's not good. Run." As he watched Jelifeng's Mengshi Zhao's Biji Buddha walk down the mountain, the eagle paled. Even from this distance, he could sense the vast and destructive energy within Jelifeng's body, as well as a frenzied killing intent. Wang Chong had completely destroyed Mengshi Zhao's granary, but he had also provoked the frenzied killing intent of the sovereign of Arai. Wang Chong was just a 17-year-old youth, but he had actually attracted the attention and killing intent of the sovereign of Arai, Jelifeng, to the point of personally coming to kill him. This was something that would be very difficult to believe. But this was definitely not good news. "The eagle, get out of the way!" Wang Chong pushed aside the eagle, his eyes glimmering with a special light. "I can leave at any other time, but not now." Wang Chong's eyes glimmered with an indescribable meaning, but even the eagle, who had followed him for so long, did not understand what it meant. "Jelifeng, Daluan Ruozhen, ha. You've already lost. It's already come to this, do you still not understand? You've completely lost this war. Mengshi Zhao and Uzun will both pay the price." Wang Chong laughed loudly. This was a desperate measure. Uzun and Mengshi Zhao had no way out now. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Although Wang Chong did not think so, at the base of the mountain, Daluan Ruozhen instantly paled at Wang Chong's words. Having been forced into this state by Wang Chong, he had nothing to say. But on the other end, the rage in Jelifeng's heart seemed to have been ignited, growing fiercer and fiercer. "Foul brat, I'll take your life." Jeluofeng leapt into the air, speeding up the mountain. At the edge of the summit, he could already see Wang Chong's figure. Wang Chong was standing on 2 feet, motionless and fearless. "Come, Jelifeng. I'll let you kill me." The winds howled as Wang Chong gazed down the mountain at Jelifeng, his robes flapping in the wind and his eyes bright. This attitude only served to further agitate Jelifeng. With the War of the Southwest having developed to this point, if there was one person that Jelifeng had to kill, it was Wang Chong. Jelifeng's desire to kill Wang Chong was now even greater than Daluan Ruozhen's. "If you want to die, we will fulfill your wish." Jelifeng gazed at the summit. The only person left in his eyes was Wang Chong, the main culprit of all this. He was completely unaware that while his attention was focused on Wang Chong, 2 eyes had already fallen upon him. Bang! Jeluofeng stomped on the ground. The enormous Biji Buddha spread its 6 arms and soared into the air, charging up the mountain. "Not good. Your Majesty, watch out!" Suddenly 2 anxious shouts came from his left and right. Even Jeluofeng was taken aback by this sudden development. More importantly, Jelifeng could clearly tell that these were the voices of Huashu Wizong and Duan Gechuan. What's going on here? In that moment, Jeluofeng's mind was in chaos. "Your Majesty, get out of the way!" Jelifeng had never heard Duan Gechuan so panicked and heart-wrenching. And wasn't Jelifeng fighting with Xianyu Zhongtong? Wasn't Huashu Wizong also fighting with Wang Yan? Just what was going on here? Boom! Boom! Before Jeluofeng could react, 2 explosions rang out in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. At the same time, 2 terrifying chis rapidly approached her. Not good. No matter how slow Jelifeng was, she could tell that something had happened. Alas, it was too late. Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong had been waiting for this moment for far too long. "Jelifeng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hand over your life. You're finally here." The earth rumbled and the mountains swayed. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, a scene that no one had expected happened on the battlefield. Jelifeng was so furious that she did not notice that when Wang Chong appeared at the top of the mountain, he had already been lured to the area between Xianyu Zhongtong and Wang Yan. This was the final battle. Throughout the entire process, Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong had been fighting against Huoshu Wuzong and Duan Gechuan. The two of them did not reveal any flaws. Even Huoshu Wuzong and Duan Gechuan did not notice any signs. However, when Jelifeng walked between the two of them, Xianyu Zhongtong and Wang Yan, who had been fighting fiercely, suddenly gave up on their opponents at the same time. As if they had planned this for a long time, they pounced on Jelifeng. Giant Spirit Strike. Sky God's Fury. 1. The battlefield was in an uproar. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the enormous Sky Spirit God and Sky Vajra God used all the strength in their bodies to launch a pincer attack from the left and right, simultaneously striking the defenseless Jelifeng. One-on-one, Jelifeng did not fear them at all. However, when Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong joined forces, even Jelifeng was no match for them. Jelifeng let out an earth-shattering scream. Under the horrified gazes of Duan Gechuan, Huoshu Wuzong, and all the other Mengshi Zhao soldiers, the Mengshi Zhao incarnation of Jelifeng violently exploded. The flames dissipated, and Jelifeng's body appeared in midair. It was tumbling down the mountain from the massive shockwave. Pooh! Before Jelifeng's body even landed, her eyes were already tightly shut. Her face was pale, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty! Not good! Something has happened to His Majesty! Hurry and save His Majesty! Up and down the mountain, all the Mengshi Zhao soldiers who saw this scene were filled with panic. Jelifeng was the ruler of the entire Mengshi Zhao, and he was also the ruler of the entire Irai 6 Zhao. In the entire Mengshi Zhao Empire, he had a supreme status and enormous rallying power. As long as he said the word, countless people would be willing to die for him. No one had expected that something would happen to Jelifeng at this time. Imperial Father. Chapter 631. Fengjie had always felt a deep reverence for his father, treating him as his life's goal and model. No matter what, nothing could happen to his father. Your Majesty! At this moment, Duan Gechuan was even more panicked and terrified than Fengjie. As Mengshi Zhao's only great general, Duan Gechuan had a composed and shrewd personality, rarely revealing his true abilities. But Jelifeng's heavy injury had caused the Irai great general of Mengshi Zhao to reveal a completely different side: panic, anxiety, and fear. At this moment, Duan Gechuan had none of his previous composure. Your Majesty, we still haven't begun our grand hegemony. Nothing can happen to you. Duan Gechuan was about to go crazy. Jelifeng and Duan Gechuan were lord and minister, but only Duan Gechuan knew that they were also friends, brothers, companions who had walked the same path, supported each other, and shared the same dream: to bring Mengshi Zhao's tiny kingdom out of Mengshi Zhao and dominate the world. This had always been a dream that Jelifeng and Duan Gechuan had persisted in for decades. Your Majesty, no matter what, nothing can happen to you. Duan Gechuan's heart was burning with anxiety and a deep rage. Wang Yan, Xianyu Zhongtong, I want your lives. Boom. Xianyu Zhongtong and Duan Gechuan's palms clashed and were sent flying. On the other side, Wang Yan had also been injured by Huoshu Wuzong. But it was all too late. With the war in the southwest having developed to this point, Wang Chong's difficult plans had already been realized. On the summit, the Mengshi Zhao soldiers were in chaos, and under the charge of more than 100,000 Mengshi Zhao soldiers, all the Uzun soldiers were routed. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the king. Jelifeng's fall was a devastating blow to the Mengshi Yusang army. Kill! Kill! Almost at the same time that Jelifeng fell, suddenly, an earth-shattering battle cry came from the foot of the mountain. A troop of nearly 1,000 cavalrymen lined up in a long line, swinging their long swords that gleamed with a cold light as they charged over from the distant sky, stirring up clouds of yellow sand and dust. Although there weren't many of them, this group of nearly 1,000 cavalrymen had a thunderous momentum. Although there weren't even 1,000 of them, they exuded a horrifying aura like that of an army of thousands of men and horses. In front of everyone was a Fergana horse that was taller than a person. It had a large and robust physique, and it was carrying a muscular man who was more than 2 meters tall and exuded a wild aura like a giant. On the back of the muscular man was a huge sword that was even taller than a person. It was extremely eye-catching, and even from far away, one could feel a strong impact. Li Sai. Young master, it's Li Sai. On the summit, Eagle stood on his tiptoes, overjoyed at the sight of the nearly 1,000 cavalrymen rolling over. He had been with Li Sai for so long that he was extremely familiar with Li Sai and the large sword on his back. He really did make it. Wang Chong walked to the edge of the summit and looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. He had learned that Li Sai had arrived on the battlefield even before Eagle had. Although he was still far from reaching the heights of the future, in this battle, this future invincible great general of the Tang dynasty had truly not disappointed him. Rumble. The cavalry led by Li Sai arrived with incredible speed. By the time he and his cavalry appeared before everyone's eyes, they had already reached their maximum speed. And beneath Li Sai's feet was a unique storm halo that pushed the speed of the entire army to the limit. Rumble. The earth rumbled and the war horses galloped. To Li Sai's cavalry, who had reached their maximum speed, this long distance was covered in only a few moments. When the cavalry charged at full speed and charged to the limit, that kind of speed was unimaginable to anyone. This was also the reason why cavalry were known as the kings of all soldiers. Rumble. Several li was covered in the blink of an eye. In a few short moments, Li Sai's cavalry had collided with the Mengshi Yusang vanguard. Screams shook the heavens, like a massive beast charging into a flock of sheep. No one could stop this charge of nearly 1,000 cavalry. Any Mengshi Yusang soldier that got close would be tossed into the air, as if they were nothing. But before they could land on the ground, extremely fast saber energies flashed past, cleaving them into pieces and dropping them to the ground. In the War of the Southwest, an organized army equipped with Wuzi steel weapons was displaying its might for the first time. Countless screams could be heard as the nearly 1,000 cavalry led by Li Sai tore through the enemy like there was no one there. Those who block me will die. Kill. Li Sai's eyes glowed with a bloody light as he gripped the massive Wuzi steel sword that Wang Chong had personally forged in his hands. Man and horse became one as they charged through the vast Mengshi Yusang army. He had waited for this battle for a long time. He had also wanted to end the mission and return to the battlefield to help Wang Chong, who was in dire straits. But in the end, Li Sai had managed to restrain himself. Wang Chong had an entire plan for the Southwest, and Wang Chong needed his help. His plan on the plateau was far more important than his slaughter on the battlefield. But now Li Sai could finally completely release the rage and killing intent in his heart. Those who offend the Tang dynasty must be executed, no matter how far away they are. Li Sai's eyes were bloodshot as he let out an earth-shattering roar. He galloped up the mountain, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Wherever he went, hundreds of Mengshi Yusang soldiers would scream as they were thrown into the air and then chopped into pieces by the chaotic saber energy. From the base of the mountain to the summit, this army of nearly 1,000 soldiers would quickly cleave the Mengshi Yusang army in two. While Li Sai was leading the Wuzi steel army up the mountain, Wang Chong's side was also moving. "Pass on my order. Cavalry, get ready." Wang Chong raised an arm, his bright eyes looking down the mountain. The collapse of Jelifeng had triggered a domino effect, throwing the Mengshi Yusang army into chaos. Not even Duan Gechuan was in the mood to continue fighting, much less the others. But to Wang Chong this was still far from enough. Get ready. Move out. Following Wang Chong's order, the Mengshi Yusang army had already cleared half of the river of caltrops that Wang Chong had left behind. With a massive boom, several dozen craftsmen and synchronized soldiers suddenly appeared on the summit. At this moment, no one poured caltrops here to replenish the river of caltrops. Instead, huge steel plates slid down the river of caltrop. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates. One by one, the craftsmen and soldiers stepped on the steel plates, quickly connecting the steel plates one by one with an extremely skilled speed. The entire process was quiet, light, and quick, with no unnecessary movement. In just a few moments, a path of steel plates had appeared over the river of caltrops. Nay! The warhorse neighed as Wang Chong mounted the white-hoofed shadow and rode down the mountain on the river of caltrops. All cavalry, follow me! Charge with all your might! Wang Chong raised his sword, his thunderous voice echoing through the sky. Rumble! In a flash, all the cavalry surged down. Clang, clang, clang! Bolstered by the halo of dusk stallion and borrowing the steep terrain of the mountain, the entire army rapidly rose to an astonishing speed, even surpassing Li Sai. Kai-il! Kai-il! Like a silver bottle exploding, the several thousand Tang dynasty cavalry led by Wang Chong stabbed into the chaotic Mengshi Yusang army like a sword, splitting the battlefield in two. Kai-il! Kai-il! On the summit, the Eagle had already received the order to launch the general assault. Boom! A roar like that of a tsunami came from the summit. In an instant, thousands of Annam Protectorate soldiers roared as they charged down the mountain like a flood. The myriad stars formation that had left the Mengshi Yusang army trembling in fear had finally collapsed, but not in the way that everyone had imagined. As the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Annan Protectorate army maintained their formation and charged down the mountain with a callous and decisive momentum, the Mengshi Yusang army immediately began to crumble and fall apart, one army after another. Ah! My hand! Run! The Tang people are coming! His Majesty's fate is unknown. We've already failed. Defeated, the army has been defeated. Everyone, run for your lives! The Mengshi Yusang army was thrown into disarray. Howls, tramples, shouts, the neighing of horses, the clanging of weapons, it was a miserable scene. Many soldiers were even trampled, squeezed, and killed in the process of escaping. The more than 200,000 casualties of the Mengshi Yusang army reached an astonishing rate. There was not a single unit on the summit that could resist. Even if someone tried to resist, they would be drowned in the flood or even trampled to death. The general trend of the army's defeat was set in stone, and no one could change it. At the base of the mountain, Daluan Ruozan stared at the crumbling flood, his hands and feet cold and his mind in disarray. It can't be, it can't be. Daluan Ruozan clenched his fists, his body trembling, and even his eyes turning red. He found it impossible to believe that the 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army would lose to the 180,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate and its meager reinforcements. Just a moment ago, the Annam Protectorate army had been on the verge of complete defeat. Mengshi Zhao and Uzan had been on the verge of victory, but a moment later, the entire Mengshi Yusang army collapsed like a landslide. When the Annam Protectorate abandoned defense and turned from defense to offense, charging down the mountain like a flood, it was a one-sided slaughter. More than 200,000 cavalry, 30 years of accumulation, and more than a month of bitter fighting in the end, it was all about to turn into bubbles. To Daluan Ruozan, this was not just a battle. It represented the entire grand strategy of the Uzan Empire, the ambition to use the southwest to pry open the Tang dynasty and the entire Central Plains. But in the end, this battle was about to be lost. Chapter 632. In his decades in the southwest, he had not lost to Zhangzhou Jianxiong, nor had he lost to Mengshi Zhao or Jelifeng. But in the end, he had lost to a teenager from the Tang dynasty. His decades of scholarly fame had finally become a wedding gown for him. To Dalian Ruozhen, this was completely unacceptable. No, there's still a chance, there's definitely a chance. Dalian Ruozhen clenched his fists. Mengshi Zhao and Uzhen had not lost yet. Although Jelifeng had fallen, Mengshi Zhao and Uzhen still had their soldiers. The allied army still far outnumbered the Tang dynasty. As long as they could gather the Mengshi Yusang army, no, the Mengshi Zhao army could no longer be gathered. Having lost Jelifeng, Mengshi Zhao had no heart to continue fighting. But Uzhen still had a chance. As long as they could gather the Uzhen cavalry and stabilize order, at the same time drawing the Annam Protectorate down from the summit, the Mengshi Yusang army still had a chance to defeat the Annam Protectorate. Cavalry did not exceed 10,000, but more than 10,000 was impossible. Right now, the Uzhen cavalry definitely still had more than 10,000. If they gathered together, as long as they were not on the mountain, they could still fight. All Uzhen soldiers, hear my order and gather. Blow the horn. Dalian Ruozhen urged his horse forward, attempting to restrain the disorderly army. As a people of the plateau, the Uzhen were vicious and warlike. Compared to the Mengshi Zhao, they were much more orderly. In a few short moments, a large number of fleeing Uzhen cavalry had gathered at Dalian Ruozhen's side. Just when Dalian Ruozhen was about to organize his army and launch a counterattack. But in the next moment, this dream was shattered. Kill! A sound like a landslide or a tsunami suddenly came from behind him, and the ground trembled. Dalian Ruozhen turned around and saw a scene that made his blood run cold. It was an unforgettable scene. In the distance, a dense, endless army was swarming towards this place. In the army, the dragon flags that represented the Tang dynasty were especially eye-catching. The reinforcements of the Tang dynasty. A thought flashed through Dalian Ruozhen's mind, and his blood froze. After such a long time, the reinforcements of the Tang dynasty finally arrived at this time. It's over. Dalian Ruozhen was completely disheartened. On the summit, the Mengshi Yusang army was in complete disarray, the Annam Protectorate in hot pursuit. At the base of the mountain, reinforcements were arriving. Besieged both internally and externally, although Dalian Ruozhen was extremely unwilling, at this time, he also understood that the situation was hopeless. Even if he wanted to regroup and fight again, it was too late. Retreat! Retreat! Dalian Ruozhen gave a long, unwilling sigh as he finally gave the order to retreat. He had truly lost this battle. Uzhen had also lost. For the first time, he had suffered a crushing defeat in the southwest of the Tang dynasty, tasting the greatest defeat of his life. Rumble! Dalian Ruozhen's order had drawn away the last sliver of hope of Uzhen and Mengshi Zhao. Now, the Mengshi Yusang side no longer had any hope of reversing the tides of the War of the Southwest. Drip, drip, drip. All the Uzhen cavalry followed Dalian Ruozhen, mingling with the routed army as they fled into the distance. Behind them, the nearly 1,000 Wuzi steel soldiers of the Annam Protectorate and Li Sai were in hot pursuit. They didn't even dare to turn their heads, nor did they dare to attempt to defeat the Tang dynasty reinforcements on the distant plains. After continuously trying Mengshi Zhao's rice, these warriors of the plateau had already become extremely weak, their physical strength greatly diminished. They were no longer as fierce as they had been. Listen to Prime Minister's order. Retreat. Like a collapsing mountain, countless Tibetan reinforcements fled in panic. Behind him, wails and screams could be heard. With the momentum lost, no one could regain their initial bravery. Congratulations to user for killing 89622 Mengshi Yusang soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 98415 Mengshi Yusang soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 109477 Mengshi Yusang soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 121449 Mengshi Yusang soldiers. A string of voices rang out in Wang Chong's mind. At this point in the battle, there was no longer any need for Wang Chong to give orders. On the entire battlefield, Uzun included, no one had the slightest desire to fight. All the Tang people needed to do was pursue and kill. Countless Mengshi Yusang soldiers were felled. Wang Chong's tactic of splitting up the cavalry had played an enormous role. Although they were fleeing, at least half of the soldiers had been unable to effectively escape due to the chaos on the front lines. In the end, they could only be harvested like straw. The entire battlefield was littered with corpses, and blood was like a river that floated on the ground. Corpses of the sky-quaking giants, the Arai elephants, the war horses, the Mengshi Yusang army, and all sorts of shattered war machines, they were scattered everywhere. But at this moment, Wang Chong was halfway up the mountain, his attention completely drawn to the distant reinforcements. Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, Elder Hu, Su Hanshan, Huang Qian and Wang Chong looked into the distance in shock. Although the vast army in the distance seemed very impressive, Wang Chong could tell at a glance that this was no regular army. Besides the dragon banner representing the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong also saw banners representing the various great clans, and even the banner of Wang Chong's Kunwu training camp, deflecting Blade Manor. Su Hanshan, Huang Qianer, Sun Jiming, Chen Burang, Su Gan, Fang Xianying, Zhao Hongyan, Bai Siling, Youngster Wei, many familiar faces appeared at the front of the army. Wang Chong even saw another familiar face. Little sister? Wang Chong's eyes went wide as he stared in disbelief at that petite figure at the front of the army, wielding two massive golden hammers. Those massive hammers were even larger than her petite body. What's going on here? How could she be here? Wang Chong didn't dare to believe that his little sister would come here at a time like this. Moreover, wasn't she on the Spirit Vein Mountain, under the control of his master, the evil emperor? How could she have come to such a dangerous battlefield? This is nonsense. Wang Chong couldn't help but curse, his eyes widening. Although his little sister had been born with peerless strength, she was still young, and a dangerous place like the battlefield was no joke. Li Sai, take a few groups and follow me. Wang Chong urged his white-hoofed shadow into the distance. The outcome of the War of the Southwest had already been decided, and no one could change the course of the war. Even Daluan Ruozhen would be powerless to reverse the situation. As for striking while the iron was hot and pursuing the Mengshi Yusang army, it was no longer important whether he alone could fight. Hear my order! Protect young master! A furious roar came from the mountain. Li Sai had long ago joined up with Wang Chong, and upon hearing the roar, he turned his horse around and led a group of soldiers equipped with Wuzi steel weapons to follow Wang Chong. Putting aside Wang Chong, on the other side of the capital, the soldiers of the great clans, led by Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, and the others, were charging toward the battlefield. I really can't believe that young Master Chong managed to defeat Daluan Ruozhen and Jelifeng. The Southwest was won. They really won. Charge! Don't let this chance slip by. Work with young master to pursue Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. No matter what, we can't give them another chance to invade the Tang dynasty. Kill! Hurry and help young Master Chong. The sight of the crumbling Mengshi Yusang army at the base of the mountain roused everyone's spirits. The Mengshi Yusang army was no weakling, especially Uzun's men. A single charge of hundreds of thousands of cavalry could wipe them out at any moment. Thus, before coming, they had discussed and considered how they should proceed in this battle, how they should choose the right moment, and how they should help Wang Chong and the Annam Protectorate. But no one had expected this to be the scene they saw when they arrived at the southwest battlefield. Wang Chong and the Annam Protectorate, with only several tens of thousands of soldiers, had actually managed to defeat Mengshi Zhao and Uzun, who outnumbered them by several times, and forced them to flee in disarray. By the time they arrived, the Southwest War had already concluded. Faced with the powerful suppression of the Mengshi Yusang army and the leadership of renowned generals like Daluan Ruozhen, Huashu Wuzong, Duan Guchuan, and Jelifeng, the Tang dynasty had won the final victory. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have never dared to believe it. Young Master Chong truly is a descendant of Duke Jiao. Everyone, hurry and help young Master Chong. Elder Yi was so excited that his beard was trembling. It was no secret that Wang Chong and the Annam Protectorate had been besieged by the Mengshi Yusang army. But Elder Yi had never imagined that when he arrived on the battlefield, he would see the Mengshi Yusang army crumbling. All their previous discussions had been meaningless. All they needed to do now was help in the pursuit. Rumble! The Mengshi Yusang army, which had already been routed, was now in even greater disarray. Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, why have you come? At the edge of the battlefield, Wang Chong's eyes gleamed as he led Li Sai and several hundred Wuzi steel cavalry to meet up with Elder Yi and Elder Zhao. Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, and the others were his grandfather's old subordinates. Wang Chong had never expected to see them here at this time. Haha, it's all Duke Jiao's orders. The War of the Southwest concerns the nearly 1 million civilians of the Southwest. How could Duke Jiao not care? Young Master Chong has grown up. If Duke Jiao knew what happened here, he would definitely be extremely gratified. In the army, Elder Yi and Elder Zhao met up with Wang Chong. The more they looked at Wang Chong, the more they liked him, Other than Duke Jiao, it had been a very long time since such a talent had appeared in the Wang clan. Duke Jiao's eldest son, Wang Zhen, had not reached this level, and his second son, Wang Yan, and even his eldest grandson, Wang Li, Wang Fu, and Wang Bei, were still quite a distance away. But now, in this completely unexpected situation, everyone suddenly realized that the stubborn and most impossible Wang Chong had become the ideal person to fulfill everyone's expectations. To be more precise, his performance had already far surpassed everyone's expectations. Not even Duke Jiao of the past had such an astonishing performance at such an age. Right, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, where's little sister? Wang Chong suddenly asked. His little sister was still too young, and this sort of bitter battlefield was not suitable for her. He had to bring her out. Moreover, if something happened, Wang Chong didn't know how to explain it to his mother in the capital. Isn't young Lady Yaoer here? Elder Yi was about to say that Wang Xiaoyao was here, but when he turned his head, he froze. Where was the slightest trace of him? In a flash, Wang Chong's face was as gloomy as water. From the looks on the faces of the two elders, Wang Chong knew that his little sister had definitely seen him in the army and was intentionally avoiding him. The plains were different from the mountains, and one's field of vision was not as wide. Even Wang Chong would find it difficult to find a single person in the vast army. Especially when his little sister was hiding from him. What nonsense! Wang Chong was furious. Chapter 633. The Uzun had been defeated, utterly defeated. Mengshi Zhao had also been defeated. There was no longer any suspense in the Southwestern War. As the Tang dynasty pursued the Mengshi Yusang army from 180,000 to 90,000, the Mengshi Zhao army finally understood and began to scatter, fleeing in every direction. The battle was not completely over, but there was no longer any suspense. Daluan Ruozhen and Huashu Wuzong had already led the Uzun army in fleeing to the plateau. Duan Guchuan was also carrying the heavily injured and unconscious Jelifeng in the direction of Irai. This Irai, great general of the Mengshi Zhao Empire, had completely forgotten about the battlefield behind him. In his eyes was only the safety of Jelifeng. Duan Guchuan did not dare to linger, lest he give the Tang dynasty any chance and create an irreversible result. And without these Mengshi Yusang great generals, all that was left were weeds, the defeated soldiers scattered everywhere. They had already been scared out of their wits, all of them fleeing aimlessly in every direction. An hour later, the battle was over. Wang Chong, Li Sai, Elder Yi, Elder Hu, the Eagle, Wang Yan, Xianyu Zhongtong, and the other commanders and generals of the Tang dynasty's southwest once more gathered on the mountain. Sob, sob, sob. Before Wang Chong had even reached the mountain, he could already hear sobbing in the distance, the voice young and familiar. A little girl. Who told you to come? How old are you? Imitating others to fight on the battlefield? What a disgrace. Who gave you those metal hammers? You're not allowed to use them in the future. From a distance, Wang Chong could hear his father Wang Yan's stern reprimand. Raising his head, he saw a little girl of 12 or 13, dressed in armor, her hair in pigtails. She was currently wiping away her tears as she quietly wept in front of her father and big brother Wang Fu. Little sister, listen to big brother. This is not a place you should come to. At the side, Wang Fu was also persuading him with a sincere expression. Only the youngest sister of the Wang clan, Wang Xiaoyao, who was born with unparalleled strength, could make Wang Yan and Wang Fu scold her at the same time with such a serious expression. Daddy, big brother, I also want to help, and I'm also very strong, even Master praised me. Wang Xiaoyao pouted, feeling extremely wronged. You still dare to talk back to me? Wang Yan's face was ashen and he was furious. Seeing that her father was truly enraged, Wang Xiaoyao finally shut her mouth, not daring to say anything else. You're still running? I'll let you suffer a little. Wang Chong rode the white-hoofed shadow slowly up the mountain. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly at his sister's deflated appearance. This damned girl ran away as soon as she saw him. Even if her father and big brother weren't here, Wang Chong would still teach her a lesson. Now it was even better. She was so willful, so she had to suffer a little. Young miss. Although Wang Chong had managed to restrain himself, the eagle couldn't help but subconsciously call out when he saw Wang Xiaoyao being scolded. It was this sound that made Wang Xiaoyao tremble all over and immediately turn around. Third brother, Daddy and big brother are both scolding me. Quickly come and help me. Wang Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with tears. When she saw Wang Chong, it was as if she had found her pillar of support. She rushed over and hugged his white-hoofed shadow, crying nonstop. It's useless even if you find your third brother. No one is allowed to speak up for her today. Wang Yan was unable to restrain his anger. He had been greatly angered by Wang Xiaoyao. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals. Wang Xiaoyao was only 12 or 13 years old, yet she was charging into the battlefield like a boy. If word of this got out, it would be unseemly. Wang Yan had always valued the clan's traditions, so how could he tolerate such a thing? It was Master who told me to come. He said I could help you. Wang Xiaoyao raised her head and looked innocently and aggrievedly at her third brother. You're still quibbling. Wang Yan was furious. However, at the side, Wang Chong's heart stirred and he revealed a thoughtful expression. The master that his sister Wang Xiaoyao spoke of was unknown to others, but Wang Chong knew that it was his master, the evil emperor. You said that master told you to come? Wang Chong raised his eyebrows and looked at his little sister. Yes, otherwise, do you think he would have let me out? Wang Xiaoyao raised her head and said, her eyes filled with grievance. Wang Chong glanced at it, a pensive look in his mind. His little sister didn't look like she was lying. Moreover, with Master's abilities, if he didn't want her to leave, she wouldn't be able to leave even if she overturned the heavens. Father, let's forget about this matter. Little sister is still young. I'll look after her in the future. Wang Chong turned his head and said to his father, Wang Yan. Speaking of which, it was strange. At the start, Wang Yan's face was ashen and he couldn't restrain his anger. However, the moment Wang Chong spoke, Wang Yan's expression changed and he actually listened. The anger that filled him actually dissipated by 70 to 80% in that instant. I'll let you off for now on account of your third brother. If there's a next time, I'll break your legs. Wang Yan's expression was as cold as frost. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoyao suddenly raised her head and looked at her third brother, Wang Chong, then at her father, Wang Yan. Her eyes were filled with shock. She didn't remember when her father had been so easy to talk to. Moreover, why did third brother's words become so effective? Little sister, don't do it again. Go quickly. Wang Fu also waved his hand and said, his expression looking much better. Wang Xiaoyao was even more shocked. However, there was no time to think too much at this time. She had been reprimanded here for a long time. Now that she heard that she could leave, she immediately felt as if she had been pardoned. She let out a low cry and ran away. Father, how are your injuries? Once his little sister was gone, Wang Chong dismounted from his horse and quickly walked up to his father, Wang Yan. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the ringleader. Although the ambush on Jelifeng had succeeded according to Wang Chong's plan, Wang Yan and Xinyu Zhongtong had not come without paying a price. Huashu Wizong and Duan Gechuan had each landed a palm strike on them. Fortunately, we won the War of the Southwest. That's the most important thing, Wang Yan said. His face was a little pale, but his overall complexion was fine. The mighty miracle god array gathered everyone's strength, so when one was injured, a significant portion of the damage was transferred to the others. Thus, Wang Yan's injuries were not as serious as imagined. But a period of recuperation was unavoidable. Upon receiving this affirmation, Wang Chong breathed a long sigh of relief. The eagle. On the other side, Wang Yan's gaze shifted from Wang Chong to the eagle behind him. These words were so sudden that Wang Chong and the eagle were both flabbergasted. The eagle had been at Wang Chong's side for so long, but this was the first time Wang Yan had spoken to him of his own accord. Yes, master. After his initial shock, the eagle quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan. You're skilled in raising eagles and sparrows to send messages, correct? Wang Yan solemnly asked. Yes, master. What orders does master have? The eagle deferentially said. The War of the Southwest is over. Mengshi Zhao and Uzun have already lost. Without enough provisions, it will be very difficult for them to mount any sort of counterattack. The entire imperial court is still waiting for news from us. Send an eagle to send this news to the capital. Those officials should be getting impatient. Wang Yan sternly said. The surrounding crowd immediately understood. That was right. The War of the Southwest was the beginning of everything. This war had attracted the attention of countless people. At this special moment, a message that could calm the hearts of the people was far too important. This was especially true now that the borders of the Tang dynasty were filled with foreign countries that were beginning to grow restless, all of them coveting the Tang dynasty. At this time, victory in the southwest would have an enormous effect and would intimidate the ambitions of these foreign countries. Correct. We should spread this news as quickly as possible. Moreover, the King of Song has already led his army out of the capital. If he learns of this, he will definitely be extremely excited. In order to reinforce the southwest, the King of Song stood his ground against all opposition and took an enormous risk. This news is the best reward for him. Elder Yi and Elder, who also came to their senses and echoed, "The King of Song?" The words of the two elders attracted everyone's attention. Even Wang Chong had a look of shock on his face. He had never heard Elder Yi or Elder who mentioned this before. Young Master Chong, the War of the Southwest has been going on for so long. You don't think that we are the reinforcements of the imperial court, do you? Elder Yi looked at Wang Chong and bitterly smiled. We received news from the capital that the southwest of the empire is in a perilous situation. We are only the vanguard. Because we are not a regular army, we won't be subject to many restrictions. Before coming, we had already discussed things with the King of Song. We will be the first to go to the southwest, and the King of Song will lead reinforcements to arrive later. Elder Yi and Elder Hu explained. The War of the Southwest involved 3 empires and nearly 1 million civilians. Countless eyes were focused on this place, both inside and outside the imperial court. How could there be no movement? I just didn't expect young Master Chong to be so formidable. Before we even arrived, he had already routed the Mengshi Yusang army. Elder Yi and Elder Hu bitterly smiled. Even now, the two of them still felt that this was inconceivable, like they were in a dream. The disparity in strength was so vast, and while facing opponents like Daluan Ruozan and Huoshu Wuzong, Wang Chong had still been able to so thoroughly rouse them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have never dared to believe it. Elder Yi and Elder Hu, you praise me too much. Wang Chong turned his head to look at the eagle. Did the eagle hear me? Yes, young master. The eagle nodded and quickly left. Walala. A few moments later, the flapping of wings came from the summit as carrier pigeons, eagles, and sparrows flew toward the capital, vanishing into the sky. This day was bound to shake the entire world. The war was over, but the affairs of the Southwest were far from over. Many soldiers had been dispatched to sweep up the Mengshi Yusang army, and there were many more matters in the Southwest that Wang Chong and the others needed to discuss. The King of Song has not yet arrived. Before that, we still have to stand guard in the Southwest to prevent Uzun and Mengshi Zhao from attacking us in their desperation. The Annam Protectorate has far fewer soldiers than it did before. Impossible. The Uzun Plateau is currently plagued by plague, and Mengshi Zhao's granaries have already been burned down by young master. Without enough provisions, how can they counterattack? Uzun still has a fighting chance, and don't forget that Daluan Ruozan still has more than 10,000 cavalry. Cavalry can't exceed 10,000, and more than 10,000 is impossible. If we encounter them on flat ground, what will we use to fight them? Don't forget that Daluan Ruozan is an individual on par with the Tiger of the Empire, Zhangzhou Jianxiong. Have you forgotten that there is still young master? Not even 500,000 soldiers of Daluan Ruozan could defeat young master, much less now. Chapter 634. Although the war in the Southwest had ended, maintaining the peace after the war was the most important thing. But when these last words were spoken, the summit fell silent. Everyone turned to Wang Chong. The chaos of the Southwest still existed, as did the threat of Duan Gechuan and Daluan Ruozan. If there was one person who could stabilize the Southwest, pacify the hearts of the people, and at the same time intimidate the ambitions of Uzun and Mengshi Zhao, this person was not Wang Yan, nor was it Xianyu Zhongtong, but the 17-year-old Wang Chong. Not even Wang Chong or Xianyu Zhongtong could deny this. Generals, you are too kind. Wang Chong's eyes widened. He had been listening to their discussion from the outside, and he had not expected that the flames of war would burn him. But all of you be at ease. Before His Highness the King of Song arrives, I will not leave this place. Seeing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Wang Chong suddenly realized that he had unwittingly gained such an important position in their hearts. Everyone was treating him as the pillar that stabilized the Southwest. Wonderful, with young master here. The crowd rejoiced at Wang Chong's words, and one of the generals couldn't help but shout in excitement. Buzz. Wang Chong opened his mouth, and was just about to say something when Wang Chong's eyes widened and an unprecedented sense of extreme danger surged in his heart. This sense of danger was so intense that Wang Chong felt his scalp go numb and goosebumps rise all over his body. It felt like he had fallen from a scorching summer day into an icehouse. What is this? Wang Chong was stunned. At that moment, he could smell the thick stench of death. Not even in the entire war of the Southwest had he felt such a terrifying pressure. Buzz. This thought had just run through Wang Chong's mind, and the Southwestern generals before him still had the same expression on their faces, not having noticed anything. But a moment later, Wang Chong felt a dark shadow envelop him, the aura of death multiplying. Not good. Wang Chong's expression changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, he leaped to the side. In the next instant, a strange, pitch-black arrow that Wang Chong had never seen before brushed past Wang Chong's ear by a hair's breadth. At that moment, Wang Chong had never felt so close to death. Boom! A huge shock wave traveled into his ears, and in that instant, time seemed to have stopped. Wang Chong turned his head and saw an unforgettable sight. A black arrow that Wang Chong had never seen before had plunged into Luoji's chest several dozen zhang away. Luoji's mouth was wide open, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Around him, the generals of the southwest stared in shock at the arrow, their faces pale. Sudden. Too sudden. No one had expected something like this to happen even after the Southwest War was over. Who is it? Who is it? The first to rush to the side was Lin Wushou, his arms wrapped around Luoji, his expression savage. Buzz. Wang Chong's pupils constricted as he turned in the direction the arrow had come from. But the area for several dozen li around him was empty, with no one to be seen. Impossible! With a thought, Wang Chong raised his head to the horizon. At that moment, Wang Chong could faintly make out a faint black silhouette on the horizon. But it only took a moment for it to vanish without a trace. Luoji! A cry of pain came from behind him. Wang Chong's heart chilled as he turned his head and saw a bizarre sight. Luoji's body had quickly turned pitch black, his body also becoming incredibly stiff. Pop! Pa! In the space of a single breath, Luoji, who had been fighting valiantly on the battlefield just a moment ago, suddenly exploded like a black glass statue, shattering into pieces on the ground. Even those fragments were being corroded by some invisible energy, quickly carbonizing and ultimately turning into dust. All the generals of the Southwest were dumbstruck by this sight. And Wang Chong's heart was as cold as ice. Because this arrow had been aimed at him. If he hadn't reacted quickly and sensed the danger ahead of time, he would have been the one lying on the ground and turning into ashes. Bastard! Just who is it? Furious roars rose from the mountain as countless generals leaped down from the mountain and charged in the direction the arrow had come from. On the other end, even the nearby recuperating Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong were alarmed. In just a few seconds they had vanished into the distance. Luoji, Luoji! The most agitated and hateful of all was Lin Wushou. The two of them had been good friends in the Annam Protectorate, and they had even experienced the bitter war of the Southwest together. No one had expected Luoji to die here. Who? Just who is it? Too despicable. Is it Mengshi Zhao or Ozan? They can't win on the battlefield, so they resorted to this sort of method. The generals of the Southwest returned. Unable to find their target at the base of the mountain, they returned to the mountain. When they saw Luoji's wretched state, they were both shocked and furious. As a fellow general of the Southwest, they could empathize with Luoji's fate. Too shameless. Mengshi Zhao and Ozan must pay the price. Although they hadn't seen who the assassin was, there was no doubt that if it wasn't Mengshi Zhao, it had to be one of Ozan's men. At a time like this, only they had the chance to do this. It wasn't them. At some point, Wang Chong suddenly spoke. His eyes narrowed, exuding a cold light. They've already lost the war of the Southwest. Killing Luoji or one or two random people won't change this fact. Given Daluan Ruozen's personality, he would never stoop so low as to do such a thing. As for Mengshi Zhao, Jelifeng's fate is unknown, and Duan Gechuan isn't in the mood to do such a thing, so there's no one else who could do it. In addition, all of you should look around. The entire mountain range is surrounded by our soldiers. How could the Mengshi Yusang army hide here and kill someone? Wang Chong's voice was very cold. Very, very cold. There was no doubt that Luoji had died in his place. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would encounter such a thing at the final moments of the war. But young master, if it wasn't Mengshi Zhao and Ozan's men, who else would do such a thing? And what's with that arrow? That was what everyone had seen. Could it have been pulled out of thin air? Several of the generals said with bloodshot eyes. Even though they were all excited, they still maintained a considerable amount of respect for Wang Chong. If it hadn't been Wang Chong and someone else, the result would have been completely different. It's precisely because of this arrow that I say that it wasn't Mengshi Zhao and Uzin's men. As Wang Chong spoke, he suddenly took 2 steps forward and bent down. From Luoji's ashes, he picked up that pitch-black arrow that had pierced through Luoji and stabbed into the ground. The arrowhead of the arrow was gone, leaving behind only the black tail of the arrow. It was an extremely bizarre sight. When they thought of Luoji's miserable state, all of them shivered. Uzin doesn't have such formidable archery skills, and Mengshi Zhao's archery skills all came from the Central Plains. Just the 2 of them alone wouldn't have been able to forge an arrow of this level. If they really had this ability, the situation today would have been completely different, Wang Chong said. He stared at the arrow in his hand and carefully examined it. In Wang Chong's entire life, he had never seen an arrow of this level. Even though only the tail of the arrow was left, the terrifying and pure destructive power contained within made even Wang Chong feel apprehensive when he held it in his hand. Not only that, the body and tail of the arrow, as well as the extremely concise and clear curves that secretly conformed to the laws of heaven and earth. Even the most formidable blacksmith clan in the capital wouldn't be able to forge such an arrow. The craftsmanship behind the extreme curves surpassed any arrow that Wang Chong had ever seen. It had reached the level of uncanny craftsmanship. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could forge. Moreover, when his gaze swept past a mark on the body of the arrow, Wang Chong's heart trembled and he didn't continue speaking. On the other side, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, in terms of craftsmanship, the Central Plains Tang dynasty was truly unrivaled. Given Mengshi Zhao and Uzin's abilities, if they could really forge such a terrifying black arrow, then on the battlefield today, they would probably have to face a fearsome archer army. But Gongzi, if it wasn't Mengshi Zhao and Uzin, who could it be? A general couldn't help but ask. Even though Wang Chong's words made sense, it was a clear fact that Luoji had been killed. If it wasn't Mengshi Zhao and Uzin, then who was it that was trying to assassinate him? What was the point of assassinating him? Isn't this too absurd and preposterous? Wang Chong didn't say anything, but in his mind, he vaguely saw that black silhouette on the horizon at the very last moment. He was sure that this mysterious black arrow had not been fired from anywhere within 10 li of him, because it was simply impossible for someone to fire this arrow from 10 li away from the Tang dynasty's army without being noticed. But if it really was as he imagined, that distance, then the opponent's strength was far too terrifying. Wang Chong took in a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. If the black arrow hadn't been fired by Daluan Ruozhen or Duan Gichuan, then it could only have been fired by a third party. Why would they do this, and why would they choose this moment? More importantly, why was it him? For a moment, Wang Chong felt like the entire war of the Southwest was shrouded in fog. Besides Uzin and Mengshi Zhao, there seemed to be something else he didn't know about. Leave this matter to me. No matter what, I will definitely find a way to find out who shot this arrow. Wang Chong gripped the arrow in his right hand and suddenly tightened his grip. In the final moments of the War of the Southwest, Luoji had died to a mysterious black arrow. No one had expected this, but only a scant few people knew of this matter. Not even the vast majority of the Annam Protectorate soldiers knew of it, much less anyone else. Chapter 635. Flap flap. Countless carrier pigeons flapped their wings as they flew off in every direction, bringing the news of the victory in the southwest to various places. 7 or 8 li from the capital, an army of brightly armored soldiers was neatly organized and somber as they made their way along the official road toward the southwest. At the very front of this army was a middle-aged man exuding a noble aura. He was seated on a white steed, his eyes looking to the south with a hint of worry. The southwest battlefield had been persisting for more than a month, almost 2 months. But the imperial court had not been able to muster a single soldier. 2 months was an extremely long time for the Southwest, but for the massive empire, which involved the mobilization of resources from all sides, it was simply not enough. Although the Bureau of Military Personnel, Bureau of Personnel, and Bureau of Agriculture were doing their utmost, it was still not enough. The King of Song had also done his utmost, overriding the objections of the masses and transferring 30,000 soldiers from the imperial army. Only then did he manage to gather 70,000 well-trained soldiers capable of battle and send them to the southwest. But truthfully speaking, not even the King of Song was confident that these 70,000 soldiers would be of any use. After all, the Mengshi Yusang side had more than 500,000 soldiers. But the southwest was a major affair, and the King of Song had no choice but to go. Moreover, it involved Wang Chong. Wang Chong, this king is already doing his utmost. I hope that you can hold on. I hope that I can still make it in time, the King of Song quietly said to himself as he gazed at the overcast sky. News had long ago come from the capital that Wang Chong and the Annam Protectorate had been surrounded by the Mengshi Yusang army on a mountain and were in dire straits. There was even a rumor that by the time the imperial court received the news, Wang Chong and the 180,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate would already be dead. Although the King of Song had always refused to believe it, deep within his heart, he knew that it was already quite impressive that Wang Chong and the others had been able to last so long against opponents like Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Wizong, Jelifeng, and Duan Gichuan. The final outcome was likely to be disastrous. Thud, thud, thud. All of a sudden, the sound of wings breaking through the air came from the sky. The King of Song was stunned and raised his head subconsciously. He saw a huge eagle flapping its wings and descending toward him. Protect the King of Song! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the side, followed by the sound of an arrow being drawn. Stop! The King of Song frowned and rebuked the archers. At the same time, he extended his arm and allowed the giant eagle to land on it. He vaguely remembered that this giant eagle seemed to be the pet of the man called the Eagle by Wang Chong's side. He was originally a member of the Bureau of Military Personnel, and he had contributed greatly to the capture of the Gogrian assassins and King Sojuram. The King of Song had even met him once. More importantly, this giant eagle's leg was tied to a leggings. It's news from Wang Chong. In that instant, the King of Song felt a bad premonition. The eagle was someone by Wang Chong's side. Could it be that? The King of Song reached out and removed the leggings from the eagle's leg. Ha ha, this is great. This is great. The next moment, the frown on the King of Song's face eased, and he burst into laughter. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. This was especially so for those from the King of Song residence. They had been by the King of Song's side for a very long time, and during this period of time, the King of Song had been unable to eat or sleep well. This was the first time they had seen the King of Song laugh so happily and carefreely. It was as if the gloom that had plagued him for the past few days had been swept away. Wang Chong, you've given this king too much of a pleasant surprise. The King of Song held the unwrapped news from the leggings, his face red with laughter, his eyes brimming with joy. Hurry and pass on this king's order. Tell the imperial court that we've won a major victory in the southwest. Rumble. The last 5 words sent the army of 70,000 into an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. On this trip to the southwest, everyone had been prepared to die. But what had they heard? A major victory in the southwest? It can't be wrong. It's stamped with the seals of Wang Yan and the Annam Protectorate. The major victory in the southwest is already beyond doubt. The civil and military officials of the imperial court must have all been ranked. Hurry and pass on this news. This is the best news the Tang dynasty has heard in recent times. The King of Song roared with laughter. Wang Chong. It was Wang Chong again. The King of Song had never imagined that he would give him such a pleasant surprise. An army of 100,000 against an army of 500,000, and they had even defeated generals like Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Wuzong, Duan Gechuan, and Jelifeng. This was nothing short of a miracle. Not even he knew how Wang Chong had done it. But the news would not lie, and neither would the seal. More importantly, it had Wang Yan's personal signature. Anyone could lie, but Wang Yan was upright, and the seal of the Annam Protectorate's army would not lie. Pass on my order. All soldiers are to head southwest. Travel day and night and set out immediately. The King of Song's voice resounded through the heavens. In the next moment the army set off with a rumble, their speed several times faster than before. As the army set out, countless carrier pigeons flew toward the capital of the Tang dynasty. In the northeast corner of the imperial palace, there were many halls with flying eaves and arches. Several guards dressed in golden embroidered robes stood there motionlessly like statues. These were the profound secrets guard of the palace. They only had one mission: to receive news from inside and outside the palace. Other than that, they were not allowed to act rashly. Walala! Suddenly, the sound of fluttering wings came from the sky. The guards were startled and raised their heads, only to see a white messenger pigeon drawing a curve in the sky, accurately landing on a corner of the eaves that wasn't very high. This is? A hint of confusion flashed through the golden-robed guard's eyes. He subconsciously walked up and took the leggings off the pigeon's leg. It's a letter from King Qi. The guard came back to his senses. He took 2 steps forward and undid the leggings. With just a glance, the guard staggered and almost fell to the ground. Great! Milord, to the west. We've won a great victory in the southwest. The guard waved the letter in his hand, his entire body in excitement as he subconsciously began to run forward. Boom! When the news on the letter spread, the entire imperial palace was thrown into an uproar. The War of the Southwest had lasted for nearly 2 months. By now, even the maids and eunuchs of the palace knew that the War of the Southwest was the greatest event in the empire. No one had expected that the Southwest War would be won. The entire imperial palace was abuzz with joy. As the King of Song's carrier pigeon flew into the imperial palace, another carrier pigeon flew into the estate of the Wang clan of the western part of the city. What? A great victory in the southwest. Chong'er actually won. Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, gripped the armrests of his chair and stood up, his beard trembling in excitement. Master, it's absolutely true. It's a letter from the King of Song, and there's even the King of Song's seal on it. There's no doubt about it. A guard of the Wang clan below the hall confirmed once more. Wonderful! Wonderful! Wang Zhen's eyes were moist, his expression one of excitement. Wang Yan, Wang Fu, and Wang Chong were 3 descendants of the Wang clan who were on the southwest battlefield. Inside and outside the capital, in all levels of the imperial court, no one was paying more attention to the southwest than Wang. General Wang Zhen had woken up in the middle of the night many times, unable to sleep, precisely because he thought about the southwest battlefield, because he thought about how Wang Yan, Wang Fu, and Wang Chong might have died in the southwest. Alas, there was nothing he could do. The current imperial court had no more soldiers to use. Even if he was an important official in the imperial court, he was still powerless. The 70,000 soldiers led by the King of Song was the last force the imperial court could send. But Wang Zhen had never expected that the King of Song would send news of a great victory in the southwest not long after he set off, not even having reached the southwest. The 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty had actually defeated the 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army led by Daluan Ruozan and Jelifeng. This news was far too shocking. If he had not heard it with his own ears, Wang Zhen would have never believed it. But Wang Zhen knew that the King of Song would never lie about something like this. Chong'er, I just knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. Wang Zhen was so excited that he lost his composure. Someone, prepare my official robes. I want to go to court immediately. Ha ha ha, today is the day that our Tang dynasty can hold its head high, and it is also the day that our Wang clan can hold its head high. Hurry! Wang Zhen's laughter resounded over the residence. Not even the old servants who had worked in the residence for decades had ever seen him laugh so heartily. A few moments later, a carriage drove out of the residence toward the imperial palace. This is impossible. In another part of the capital, a middle-aged man dressed in imperial robes with a hawkish gaze slammed his palm down, shattering a sturdy sandalwood table next to him. Your Highness, our people in the Profound Guard have already received news that the news of the victory in the southwest has already spread throughout the imperial palace. There is no doubt about this. Not far away, a burly man who looked like a general said in a low voice, "How could this be? What does Daluan Ruozhen do? And what about Jelifeng? What about Duan Gechuan? Aren't these people supposed to be famed generals of the southwest? They still have an army of more than 500,000. How could they be defeated by a brat who still smells of his mother's milk?" King Qi's eyes were wide open in fury, his expression savage and frightening. He didn't care about the battlefield in the southwest at all. The massive imperial court and the massive Tang dynasty were not things that Jelifeng and Daluan Ruozhen could move. But what he cared about was how the Wang clan father and son had led the Annam Protectorate to defeat the Mengshi Yusang army. The Wang clan had always been a clan of ministers and generals, and they had always cooperated with the King of Song in opposing him. Now that they had made such a great contribution, they were like a tiger that had grown wings. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to deal with them in the future? If he wanted to deal with the King of Song in the future, it would be even more impossible. Your Highness, we still don't know the specifics, but they all say that the brat of the Wang clan has a terrifying grasp of the art of war. Not even Daluan Ruozhen was a match for him. That brat is probably a great calamity for us. A thin man in the hall who seemed to be a strategist said. Slap! Prince Qi raised his leg and kicked, shattering a small chair made of reddish-purple sandalwood, interrupting the strategist's words. What calamity! What mastery of the art of war! Can a 17-year-old brat overturn the heavens? King Qi's furious voice resounded through the residence. In a flash, the entire King Qi residence was deathly still. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter, and even the general and strategist did not dare to speak. Pass on my order. Immediately send people to the southwest to investigate. I want to know what's going on. King Qi was almost roaring with rage at the last word. Chapter 636. Wang Bo actually had this sort of grandson. In the Four Quarters courtyard, old Master Yao Chong of the Yao clan slammed his cane against the ground and stood up. The mood in the room instantly changed. At this moment, even with his eyes closed, Yao Guangyi could sense his father's shock and agitation. As a former prime minister of the Great Tang, his father had weathered countless storms and waves, and he had also avoided countless assassinations in the court. Even during the War of the Princes, when all the dragons were vying for the throne, his father had remained calm and composed. But when the news of the victory in the southwest arrived, his father was so shocked that he lost his composure. Father, everything is still just rumors. There's still no concrete evidence. Perhaps everything is just a rumor. Perhaps the southwest is different from what we imagine. Yao Guangyi consoled. Guangyi, you've been an important official of the court and a general on the border for so many years. Can't you even tell if the news is real or fake? The Yao old master slammed his cane against the ground and glanced at Yao Guangyi, his eyes filled with disappointment. Then father means, Yao Guangyi uneasily said. The southwest is the gateway to the Tang dynasty. It concerns the Tang dynasty, Mengshi Zhao, and Uzun. It also concerns the future fate and future of the Tang dynasty. If the southwest fails, do you know what the consequences will be for the Tang dynasty? The Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, the Goguryeo Empire, the Khitans, the Shi, the kingdoms of the western regions, the Abbasid Caliphate, and Karak Spazinu. How do you think they will react? Yao Guangyi stared in a daze at his father, unable to react. Why did it seem like his father was standing with the Wang clan? Guangyi, although we stand on different sides from the Wang clan, this matter has nothing to do with the Wang clan. It has to do with the Tang dynasty. Do you know why our Yao clan has always enjoyed the boundless grace of the emperor and never waned? It's not because we're fighting with the Wang clan, not because we're fighting with the king of Song, and certainly not because we're standing with King Qi. It's because our Yao clan puts the interests of the Tang dynasty above all else. Guangyi, although you're experienced, you're still a little lacking. Yao Chong looked at his son with disappointment in his eyes. He had fought with Wang Jiuling for most of his life and had never lost to him. However, in terms of descendants, he had truly lost. Not only was the Wang clan prosperous, but they also had someone like Wang Chong. Yao Chong searched the entire Yao clan, but he couldn't find a single person who could be mentioned in the same breath as Wang Chong. Even Yao Guangyi couldn't compare, let alone the others. I didn't expect the Wang clan to produce such a character. I've suppressed the Wang clan for half my life. Perhaps 100 years later, the descendants of the Yao clan will have to look up to the Wang clan. Old Master Yao heaved a long sigh in his heart and remained silent for a long time. Old Master, the imperial court has sent a report. They want Old Master Yao to enter the court and immediately participate in the court meeting. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Yao Guangyi shuddered and turned around. Ha ha ha, victory! Young Master Wang actually won. Our Tang dynasty has won. At this moment, the Cheng, Huang, Lu, and Zhang great sword-smithing clans were rejoicing. The residences of the great clans were decorated with festive red lanterns, and even the sword-smiths and sword shops of the capital were decorated with lanterns and streamers in celebration. News from the imperial court rarely made its way to the marketplace, but this time was different. The moment the news from the southwest reached the capital, the imperial court seemed to have the intention of immediately spreading the news. In the last 2 months, the entire capital had been in a state of anxiety and trepidation. All sorts of unsettling news had flown in like snowflakes. At a time like this, they truly needed news of a major victory. The weapons that young Master used in his campaign in the southwest, the bows, arrows, and ballistae, were all forged by us. With this major victory in the southwest, the imperial court will definitely reward us handsomely. The 4 great sword-smithing clans and the various sword-smiths and sword shops of the capital were all ecstatic. When they had been forging all sorts of weapons for Wang Chong, none of them had imagined that Wang Chong would be able to use these weapons to defeat Uzun and Mengshi Zhao in the southwest. Now that Wang Chong had won a major victory, all of them were sharing in the glory. What? The southwest was won? The southwest was actually won? In the estate of a great clan in the capital, a dignified clan head stood up in shock, his face brimming with disbelief. Young Master Chong of the Wang clan actually defeated Daluan Ruozan and Jelifeng? Impossible, simply too impossible. The news from the southwest was shocking to all the clans, especially those who had a relationship with the Wang clan and had loaned their experts to Wang Chong. This is a gargantuan achievement. I didn't think that this young master would be so formidable. At this moment, all the clan heads had an extremely deep, awe-inspiring impression of that young master of the Wang clan who had used Wuzi steel weapons to exchange for guards. Using 100,000 soldiers to fight against 500,000 soldiers, including a considerable number of cavalry, was a magnificent feat that would strike fear into the hearts of most people. It seems like we have to reconsider our relationship with the Wang clan. Relying on that young master is far more important than exchanging for a few Wuzi steel weapons. On this day, all the clan heads of the great clans of the capital were destined to witness it. Ha ha ha, he won. Senior brother Wang actually won. Our deflecting blade manner has finally made a name for itself. Senior Brother Wang is simply a god. With him in our Kunwu training camp, we'll definitely be able to suppress the other two training camp. Ha ha ha, let's all go join Deflecting Blade Manor. It was established by young Master Wang, so I'm willing to watch the gate for him. When the news of Wang Chang's victory in the southwest reached the Kunwu training camp, it immediately caused a massive upheaval. Zhao Qianxiu, who was playing chess in Deflecting Blade Manor, almost shattered the chessboard under his feet. Is this true? Zhao Qianxiu stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Although he had sensed Wang Chang's talent on the first day, he entered the Kunwu training camp, and had determined that he was no ordinary person. Zhao Qianxiu had never imagined that Wang Chong would be able to accomplish such a feat. Daluan Ruozhen and Duan Gechuan were figures that Zhao Qianxiu didn't even dare to think about. But Wang Chong had actually defeated them in a head-on battle, and in a situation where the other side had the advantage in numbers. Unbelievable! This is too unbelievable! Zhao Qianxiu's chest heaved, unable to calm down for a long time. The entire capital, from north to south, south, north, and south, from the nobility to the common people, was abuzz with joy. Cheers could be heard from all over the city, and many people even lit firecrackers in celebration. But at this moment, the most enthusiastic was not the common people, but the imperial court. Deep within the imperial palace, in Taiji Palace, all the civil and military officials of the court had gathered together with the Prince of Xiang and Marquis of Xiang. Ha ha ha, this is the best news the court has heard so far. Wang Zhen, Duke Jiu has given birth to a fine grandson. Your Wang clan has produced yet another pillar of the empire. In the imperial court, Imperial Censor Lu Ji's hair was grizzled, and he was 70 or 80 years old, but his face was ruddy. As soon as he entered the court, he clasped Wang Zhen's hands and began to shower him with praise. The old imperial censor was very old and had not attended court for many years. His status in the court was even higher than that of the other old imperial censor, Duan Chao. But this time, for the sake of Wang Chong and the victory in the southwest, he had dressed up to attend the court session. Wang Chong was only 17, but the old imperial censor had described him as a pillar of the empire. This was not something that a normal person could accept, but none of the civil and military officials dared to refute him. The victory in the southwest was simply too great. Based on the initial reports from the southwest, the Tang dynasty had lost around 160,000 soldiers. Even if Li Jingyi's reinforcements that had been ambushed were added up to 180,000 to 190,000. But Uzun and Mengshi Zhao had lost more than 400,000 soldiers, more than double the Tang dynasties. Moreover, a significant portion of these casualties had been Uzun's famed and ferocious cavalry. This victory would stun the entire world. One could easily imagine the joy in the old imperial censor's heart. Old imperial censor, you praise me too much. Wang Zhen hurriedly said. Liao Zhan, how is it praised? Wang Zhen, your Wang clan is now a great contributor to the Tang dynasty. Uzun and Mengshi Zhao have lost so many soldiers in battle that they won't be able to invade the southwest for at least the next few decades. Wang Zhen had barely finished speaking when the Minister of Personnel and a group of officials immediately surrounded him. That's right. Today, the Wang clan is the greatest contributor to our Tang dynasty. There is no need for Lord Wang to be so modest. Precisely. Once young Master Wang returns from the southwest, His Majesty will surely reward you handsomely. For the Wang clan to have such a Qilan son is the blessing of our Tang dynasty. Young Master Chong already has the grace of your esteemed father. The officials of the Bureau of Revenue, Bureau of Personnel, Bureau of Military Personnel, Bureau of Agriculture, and the nobles of the court all gathered around to congratulate Wang General. This was especially true for those nobles. Normally, it would be quite impressive if even half of them could gather here, But today, upon hearing the news of the victory in the southwest, all the nobles of the empire had gathered here. Lord Wang, when you have the time, please come to my residence for a gathering. Especially young Master Wang. When Lord Wang comes, please bring young Master Wang with you. That's right, that's right. When young Master Wang comes, our Duke Zhao residence will be ready to welcome you. I hear that young Master Wang is already 17, past the age of penning the crown. It's about time for you to discuss marriage. I have an only daughter, and her character and appearance are both excellent. Would Lord Wang be willing to play the matchmaker? Our Wang clan and Zhang clan can also form a marriage alliance. Duke Zhang, this isn't appropriate. I also have a daughter under my name, and she's an excellent talent. In the imperial court, Wang Zhen was surrounded by the officials. Wang Zhen's face was glowing, and he was grinning from ear to ear. In his decades in the imperial court, this could be said to be his happiest day. In the entire imperial court, Wang Zhen and the Wang clan he represented were the undisputed stars. Even the prime minister of the Tang dynasty had been suppressed by him. Chapter 637. Bastard! This king is going to die from anger. In the hall, next to the coiling dragon pillar, King Qi clenched his teeth and clenched his fists, his face ashen and unsightly. He wanted to ignore the smug looks on the faces of the Wang clan and Wang Zhen, but on this occasion, the victory in the southwest, the entire country was celebrating. As an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, a member of the royal family, he had to attend. On the other side, Tongluo Great General Abusi also had a nasty complexion. He had not forgotten Wang Chang's accusations against him in the regional commander's incident. Moreover, his only son, Abu Tong, had been hung on a flagpole in the Kunwu training camp by Wang Chong, humiliated and humiliated. But if even an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty like King Qi could not say anything, much less him. Damn it! I'll let you be smug for a while. I'd like to see how long you can stay smug for. In the hall, the officials who had always been King Qi's subordinates and were at odds with the Wang clan and the King of Song all had nasty expressions on their faces. But no matter how unconvinced they were, they had no choice but to shut their mouths and not utter a single word. Clang! The crisp sound of a bell in Taiji Hall attracted everyone's attention. All subjects, hear the decree. The Holy Emperor's lofty and dignified voice came from behind the high bead curtains. Have Wang Chong return to the capital as soon as the King of Song arrives in the southwest. There can be no delay. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! In an instant, all the officials, nobles, generals, and ministers kneeled on the ground. The hall fell silent. Boom! With the Holy Emperor's order, the news quickly spread throughout the world. Even the slowest person knew that Wang Chong had made a great contribution to the victory in the southwest. If the Holy Emperor summoned him back to the capital, he would surely be heavily rewarded. From this moment onwards, the Wang clan would become indescribably noble. After the Wang clan Old Master, the Wang clan had finally produced another pillar of the empire whose name could shake the world. Elder brother, we bet on the right one. After the court meeting, no one knew that in the depths of the imperial palace, in the Yuzhen Palace, Consort Taizhen was sitting on a bed. She slowly put down a piece of silk with the Song of Purity and Peace written on it and let out a long sigh. Her expression was extremely relaxed. She already knew about the Holy Emperor's arrangements for Wang Chong as soon as the court meeting ended. That's right, ha! Who would have thought that I, Yang Zhao, would have such an amazing sworn brother? Even famous generals like Daluan Ruozhen and Jelifeng were defeated by him. Sister, with such a sworn brother, our position in the palace will be as stable as Mount Tai. Yang Zhao looked at Consort Taizhen in front of him with his hands behind his back and a smug expression on his face. But the effects of the victory in the southwest were not limited to the capital. While the entire capital was in an uproar, countless carrier pigeons flew like rain to the borders of the Tang dynasty. At the western border of the Tang dynasty, at the border of Longxi. What? The southwest border was won? Daluan Ruozhen and Jelifeng were defeated? In the westernmost part of Longxi, in Big Dipper City, the tall and handsome Big Dipper great general of the Tang dynasty stood like a spear on the city walls. Across from him was an endless army of Uzun cavalry. The usually calm and composed Geshu Han, who would remain unperturbed even if Mount Tai were to collapse, also revealed a shocked expression upon hearing the news from the southwest. If he remembered correctly, Daluan Ruozhen and Jelifeng were ambitious and ruthless characters of the southwest who stood on equal footing with the Annan Protector General and current Minister of War, Zhangzhou Jianqiong. Geshu Han had never fought with Jelifeng or Daluan Ruozhen, and he had never even seen them in person. But Daluan Ruozhen had seen Zhangzhou Jianqiong before. Even if the Tiger of the Empire of the Southwest truly did have some outstanding qualities, Daluan Ruozhen was still a formidable opponent. One could easily imagine the abilities of Daluan Ruozhen and Jeluofeng to keep someone like Zhangzhou Jianqiong in the southwest, forcing him to find a way to enter the imperial court and become Minister of War. But the southwest had been won. Without Zhangzhou Jianqiong or any other imperial great general, relying only on Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong, they had managed to defeat the 500,000 soldiers of the Mengshi-Yusang alliance. Not even Geshu Han dared to imagine such a thing. Is this brat really that capable? Is the news confirmed? Are there no other reinforcements? Geshu Han's eyes widened as he held the letter. He had been holding this letter for some time now, but even now Geshu Han found it hard to believe. That brat who had jumped up and down during the regional commander's incident and recklessly criticized him and the other protector generals actually had this sort of ability? This was far too astonishing. Great General, this matter is absolutely true, and it's not just us. Right now, similar news is being sent to the other protector generals and great generals on the border. On a mountain in the southwest, the youngest son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, used an army of 100,000 to fight against the 500,000 soldiers of Daluan Ruozhen, Huashu Wizong, Jelifeng, and Duan Gechuan. In the end, he completely routed them, killing more than 400,000 soldiers. This is already a fact that is set in stone. Daluan Ruozhen has already retreated to the territory of the Ngari royal lineage on the Uzun Plateau, and Jelifeng seems to have been heavily injured. She's currently by the Arai, her fate unknown. Nearby, a spy general of the Big Dipper army was bowing, his head hanging low. Buzz! Geshu Han said nothing, but his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Even he couldn't help but be moved by this accomplishment. Whether it was Daluan Ruozhen, Huashu Wizong, or Duan Gechuan, they were all famed generals of the present age. Without Witadra Konglo and Dusong Mangpoj holding them back, even if he led the Big Dipper army south, he would have no problem stopping them. But to completely rouse them, not even Geshu Han had the confidence to do so. Those who could reach the level of great general were not too far apart in strength, and the majority of them had their own unique skills. They were not so easy to defeat. Every generation has its own geniuses. I didn't think that our Tang dynasty would also have such a peerless general. Geshu Han, this is a blessing for the Tang dynasty. There were light footsteps as a familiar figure exuding a dignified and tyrannical aura slowly walked out. "Milord!" Geshu Han hurriedly lowered his head at the sight of the Crown Prince's junior guardian, the war god of the Tang dynasty, Wang Zhongxi. Although he was already the commander of the Big Dipper army in Longxi, the Big Dipper great general of the Tang dynasty, Geshu Han would always treat Wang Zhongxi as a subordinate. "Milord!" Behind him, the others also hurriedly bowed. Wang Zhongxi waved his hand. The consecutive days of intense battles caused a trace of exhaustion to faintly appear on his face. However, his eyes were still sharp and peerlessly fierce. Anyone who stood in front of these eyes would faintly feel a sense of reverence and submission. In truth, there were very few people in the world who dared to stand in front of Wang Zhongxi and fight with him. If Uzun had not sent Huitadra Konglo, the king of generals who had fought with Wang Zhongxi before, he probably would not have been able to hold on. Geshu, perhaps you still don't know. That child is in the Ghost Tree district in the western part of the city, and he defeated the old war god So Yung-sun in a game of chess. Wang Zhongxi said. What? Hearing the name, So Yung-sun, Geshu Han's entire body trembled in shock, and he raised his head. The legendary war god So Yung-sun of Emperor Taizong's era? The one whose status in the Tang dynasty far surpassed that of his own superior, Wang Zhongxi? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? That boy from the Wang clan had actually defeated him in a game of chess? How was this possible? Geshu Han's shock was no trifling matter. In the entire Tang dynasty, it was publicly acknowledged that the strongest was not the crown prince's junior guardian, Wang Zhongxi, but the legendary war god So Yung-sun. Everything about him was shrouded in mystery and legends. Even Geshu Han, the Big Dipper great general, would feel awe and veneration at the mention of that old war god. Of all the generals of the Tang dynasty, not a single one of them had the right to stand before that old senior. Not even his own superior, Wang Zhongxi. From this, one could see his status. But Wang Zhongxi actually said that Wang Chong had defeated him in a game of chess? It wasn't that Geshu Han didn't believe it, but this matter was far too absurd. The art of war was the art of chess. Any general with even the slightest bit of skill in the art of war would know this. Didn't this mean that the boy was even more formidable than So Yung-sun? How was this possible? Geshu Han didn't believe it. I'm not sure about the specifics either. This matter has only been circulating within a small circle, but old senior Su didn't die. Moreover, that person from the Wang clan defeated him in the Ghost Tree district. This is something that I'm certain of. I also obtained similar information in the palace. Wang Zhongxi said. Geshu Han fell silent. He could choose not to believe the words of others, but he had no choice but to believe Wang Zhongxi's words. Rumble! Suddenly, the heavens shook and a massive rumble attracted everyone's attention. They're retreating. Uzun's soldiers are retreating. Someone on top of the city gate tower yelled. Geshu Han and Wang Zhongxi turned their heads and saw that across from Big Dipper City, on the high Uzun plateau, a plume of dust was suddenly rising into the air. Amidst this cloud of dust were the dazzling banners of the White Lion. Countless Uzun cavalry carrying these banners suddenly began to retreat to the extreme west. Wah! Whoa! The Big Dipper soldiers on the walls couldn't help but cheer. After fighting for so long and facing so many fierce attacks every day, in the end, Huitadra Konglo and Dusong Mangpoj had finally retreated with their Uzun cavalry. Geshu Han and Wang Zhongxi looked at each other in dismay. Huitadra Konglo and Dusong Mangpoj had retreated. This time, even without the letter from the imperial court, Geshu Han and Wang Zhongxi could be sure that victory had truly been won in the southwest. Without the strategic goal that they had relied on, the war in Longxi had become meaningless. The Tang dynasty had won. Bastard! A furious roar shook the entire Qixi Protectorate headquarters. How could a 17-year-old brat be so formidable? Investigate again. Investigate again. Investigate again for me. Unlike the other generals, when the news of Wang Chang's victory over Daluan Ruozhen and Jelifeng arrived, Qixi Protector General Fomin Linta felt like his lungs were about to explode. Qixi's position was special. It had always been connected to Qinghai and Gansu, between the eastern and western Turks and the Uzun. It was a crucial route between the interior of the Tang dynasty and the towns of Annan. Thus, no matter what kind of war it was, Fomin Linta would not easily leave. Chapter 638. In the regional commander's incident, Wang Chang's petition to separate the Manchus from the Han showed that his intentions were reprehensible. He had ruined a great opportunity for the Hu of the Tang dynasty, and as a Hu protector general, Fomenlinta had always taken this matter to heart. Thus, in his rage, he had submitted a petition to have Wang Chong executed. But Fomenlinta had never imagined that he would receive this sort of news. That ignorant and incompetent brat in Fomenlinta's eyes had actually defeated the combined army of Daluan Ruozan and Jelifeng in the southwest, killing more than 400,000 soldiers and rendering a gargantuan service. If this continued, wouldn't that brat be impossible to deal with? The existence of such a person in the Tang dynasty imperial court was extremely disadvantageous to the Hu generals on the border. How could Fomenlinta be happy when he learned of this matter? Send scouts to the southwest. I have to know what's going on here. I don't believe that a brat still wet behind the ears could have this sort of ability. Fomenlinta's voice resounded over the entire protectorate headquarters. In the distant 4 garrisons of Anxi and the biting protectorate in the extreme north, Gao Xianji, and Sishan, this day was destined to be an unforgettable one for the commanders of the Tang dynasty on the border. While the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, the kingdoms of the western regions, Karak Spazinu, the Abbasid Caliphate, Goguryeo, the Khitans, and the Shi were increasing their forces around the Tang dynasty's borders, the greatest opportunity and change had actually come from the southwest of the Tang dynasty, which was viewed as the most dangerous, and most likely to fall. Chongqing, it seems like we underestimated that brat from the Wang clan who just came out of prison. In the residence of the Annan Protectorate headquarters, a handsome man with a dignified face and an aura as vast as the mountains and seas sat on a rosewood armchair. He held an exquisite teacup in his left hand as he slowly put down the letter in his hand. 180,000 against 560,000. He can kill 400,000. To be able to defeat Jelifeng and Daluan Ruozan like this, I really can't imagine how a 17-year-old boy could be so powerful. In front of Gao Xianji, a short, ugly man with a dark face and a hunchback was sitting on the ground without any grace. He was holding his chin with one hand and thinking silently. Even though his face was extremely ugly and disgusting, the hunchbacked dark-faced man's eyes were exceptionally bright, clear, and full of wisdom. In all of Anxi, only Feng Chongqing could be so unrestrained in front of Gao Xianji, an imperial great general who controlled the 4 garrisons of Anxi and had resisted the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu. In the regional commander's incident, a memorial to promote the Hu had infuriated Gao Xianji, but not even Gao Xianji, the famed commander of the western border, could have expected that such an urgent matter involving the southwest would ultimately be resolved by that ignorant and incompetent Han brat who tried to please the crowd with claptrap. Moreover, he had defeated Daluan Ruozan and Jelifeng and killed more than 400,000 soldiers. Not even the commanding general of Anxi, Gao Xianji, could ignore such an illustrious achievement. And when he thought about the regional commander's incident, Gao Xianji's view was completely different. No matter how he did it, there's no doubt about this matter. It seems like the Tang dynasty is about to gain another imperial great general. Gao Xianji said. These last words caused Feng Chongqing's entire body to tremble, his mouth agape as he stared in shock at his commander. He only knew that the victory in the southwest was no small matter, and that the imperial court was certain to reward Wang Chong, but he had never imagined that Gao Xianji would raise him to the level of imperial great general. Just how old was that child? From the founding of the Tang dynasty to the reigning holy emperor, there had never been a 17-year-old who had been made a great general. Even Gao Xianji had been made a great general in his 30s. To think that Gao Xianji would have such a high evaluation of him. It had to be known that the two of them had a grudge over the regional commander's incident. Feng Chongqing sat on the ground in a daze, momentarily speechless. In the biting protectorate, the nominal vice protector general was actually protector general and Sishan. Upon receiving the news, he swiftly dispatched countless scouts to the southwest. Of all the border regions, the victory in the southwest had the greatest impact on Baiting. This was because the Baiting Protectorate had been simultaneously attacked by the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate. The combined forces of the two Turkic Khaganates numbered at least 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers, so one could easily imagine the pressure the Baiting Protectorate was under. Every day, all the soldiers of the Baiting Protectorate were prepared to throw themselves into battle at any moment. But when the news of the victory in the southwest arrived, the cavalry of the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates suddenly retreated like a receding tide. Even after chasing for nearly 1,000 li, they were nowhere to be seen. Impossible! How could someone simultaneously defeat Daluan Ruozhen and Jelifeng? This is something that not even Zhangqiu Jianxiong managed to accomplish in 10-some years. The doors of the massive hall were tightly shut, and Sishun held the news in his hands in silence for a long time. For a very long time, he did not dare to believe that this was true. This news was too unexpected and sudden. That brat actually defeated Jelifeng and Daluan Ruozhen. In the northeast of the Tang dynasty, in the territory of Yuzhou, in the territory of the Anong Protectorate, Zhang Shogui's eyes went wide when he saw the news, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. As a great general of the empire, a veteran general, and also the protector general of the Anong Protectorate, Zhang Shogui had made many contributions in his life. In the entire Tang dynasty, the only person who could suppress him was the war god of the Tang dynasty, the current junior guardian of the crown prince, Wang Zongxi. But even in front of Wang Zongxi, Zhang Shogui treated him as an equal, so there was no need to be so polite. The contributions he had made in his life were only a little bit less than Wang Zongxi's. Yuzhou bordered so many powers, the Shi, the Khitans, and the Eastern Turkic Khaganates, as well as the Goguryeo Empire, which had been concealing its strength and was actively preparing for war. Other than him, no one else in the Tang dynasty was capable of suppressing this place. Whether it was Geshu Han, Gao Xianji, or Sishun, they had no problem suppressing their own territory, but Anong was truly not something they could suppress. Zhang Shogui was absolutely certain of this. This was also why he considered himself the number 2 individual of the Tang dynasty. But the victory in the southwest had truly caught him off guard. The one who had saved the war of the southwest had not been Wang Yan or Xianyu Zhongtong, nor had it been Geshu Han and the Big Dipper army, which bordered the southwest and was most likely to send reinforcements, nor had it been the reinforcements of the imperial court. It had been an unremarkable 17-year-old grandson of the Wang clan. To tell the truth, Zhang Shogui still found this to be inconceivable and unreal. How could such a thing have happened in the territory of the Tang dynasty while he was still alive? Was Uzun and Meng Shizhao's army of more than 500,000 made of paper? And there was also Jelifeng and Daluan Ruozhen. Just how had these two lost to a child? Not even someone of Zhang Shogui's intelligence and experience could have guessed how Jelifeng and Daluan Ruozhen, the commanders of more than 500,000 soldiers, had lost to a child. Was it because the two of them were too useless, or was that child too astonishing? Just what was it that he didn't know? Someone, find out all the information on the Southwest War for me. At this thought, Zhang Shogui suddenly stood up. A moment later, hundreds of elite Yuzhou cavalry rode out of the Anong Protectorate, howling toward the south. Uzun, the Goguryeo Empire, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, the Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu. When the news of the victory in the southwest spread, the entire region surrounding the Tang dynasty quaked. All the foreign powers retreated like a tide to the border of the Tang dynasty. To the entire world, this was fated to be a day that would shake the heavens and shake the world. Regardless of whether it was the imperial court or the region surrounding the Tang dynasty, the southwest border was abnormally calm after the war. In the camp, people were discussing every day whether they should take advantage of the situation to counterattack and attack Meng Shizhao or Uzun. As for Wang Chong, he had tossed all these questions to the side. The Southwest War was over, and his mission had been accomplished for the time being. To Wang Chong, after this battle, his authority as commander had come to an end. The true commanders of the Southwest were Xianyu Zhongtong and Wang Yin. To put it more accurately, there was only Xianyu Zhongtong. As a general, it was fine for him to accept orders in the face of danger, but not handing them over after the war was tantamount to overstepping one's authority. That was not a wise decision. After all, he still had no scholarly honors to his name. And in the end, the Southwest would still fall into the hands of Protector General Xianyu Zhongtong. Congratulations to User for completing the Empire's dirge, the trial of destiny, killing 420,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army and changing the fate of the Empire's Southwest. At this moment, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged on the summit of the mountain, the stone of destiny's voice ringing out in his mind. Buzz! In a flash of light, countless illusions appeared in front of Wang Chong's eyes. Gallop! 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 The entire Southwest War, from the moment Wang Chong led his army out of the capital to the moment the Mengshi Yusang army was routed and the Southwest War came to an end, flashed before Wang Chong's eyes like a fleeting flash of light. Congratulations to User for obtaining the new title Controller of Destiny. User's ability to survive has been greatly strengthened, as well as User's ability to resist the shackles of the world and rule over destiny. Bzzz. The stone of destiny's voice stirred a fierce gale on the summit. Countless shadows that only Wang Chong could see surged past his eyes. Boom! At the same time, energy surged out of the depths of spacetime under the control of some invisible energy and rumbled into Wang Chong's limbs and bones. This energy was both cold and scorching, and it also contained a destructive energy. Chapter 639. Wang Chong's root bone had already reached the dragon bone level, but it was only the most basic flood dragon bone. But now, Wang Chong's root bone had broken through from the most basic flood dragon bone level to the highest level. More importantly, Wang Chong sensed that besides the changes in his body and root bone, he had also undergone some other transformation. The ability to resist the shackles of the world and control fate. Just what is this? Wang Chong was flabbergasted. Although he had long ago known about the contents of this reward, even now, Wang Chong had no idea how this ability had been increased. Congratulations to User for reaching the Controller of Fate achievement. A new reward has been unlocked. Before Wang Chong could come back to his senses, a new change occurred in his mind. In a flash of golden light, two new rewards appeared in front of Wang Chong. One represented technique, while the other represented power. Success. The technique and technique even have a reward for luck. Wang Chong was overjoyed as he looked at the list of new rewards that had appeared in front of him. The War of the Southwest has concluded. User has killed 420,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army and has been rewarded with 2,100 points of destiny energy. The Annam Protectorate has lost 60,000 soldiers and has been deducted 290 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to User for obtaining 1810 points of destiny energy. In addition, User has completed the Trial of Fate mission and has been rewarded with 600 points of destiny energy. In total, User has obtained 2,410 points of destiny energy. Bzzzt. The voice in his mind caused Wang Chong's entire body to tremble, his entire being dumbfounded. 2410. Wang Chong's mouth was wide open, a look of disbelief on his face. In the War of the Southwest, he had been completely focused on defeating Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. He had never even thought about the problem of the Stone of Destiny's reward. Wang Chong had also not expected that he would receive such an enormous reward at the end of the war. How could this be? Wang Chong was in a daze, unable to come to his senses for a long time. But now that he thought about it, for every 10,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers he killed in the War of the Southwest, he would receive 50 points of destiny energy. In this entire battle, he had killed a total of 420,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers. Perhaps not even the Stone of Destiny had thought of this, which was why it had created such a shocking reward. From his rebirth until now, this could be said to be the most shocking reward he had received. But when he thought about the significance of the Southwestern War to the Tang dynasty, its influence on the Central Plains, and the risks he had taken, Wang Chong felt relieved. Unbelievable! Wang Chong muttered to himself. At that moment, he suddenly understood the meaning of the trial mission. There were huge risks, but at the same time there were huge rewards. 2,410 points of destiny energy were probably enough for him to do many things. Clack, clack. Just as Wang Chong was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. With a jolt, Wang Chong opened his eyes and saw a messenger pigeon perched on the eagle's shoulder. In its hand was a wrapped letter as it hurried over. "Young master, your letter, is it from that person?" As he spoke, Old Eagle's voice became very soft. Wang Chong's expression flickered as he took the letter from the eagle's hand. After glancing at it, he immediately put it away in his bosom. "Other than us, do not let anyone else know of this matter, not even the Protector General or my father," Wang Chong solemnly said. "Your subordinate understands." The eagle nodded and quickly left. Once the eagle had left and there was no one around, Wang Chong finally unfolded the letter. The letter had been sent by Solitary Wolf, who had disappeared for a very long time. The entire letter only consisted of a few sentences. Solitary Wolf pays his respects. Your subordinate is doing well and hopes that young master will not worry. The mission has been completed and I await young master's summons at any time. At the bottom was a small line of words and the unique symbol of Solitary Wolf. After reading the letter, Wang Chong's fingers clenched, and with a slight shake, the letter in his palm was pulverized into powder. Standing up, Wang Chong walked down the mountain with widened strides. "Li Sai, come with me," Wang Chong called into the distance. "Yes, young master." The warhorse rumbled as Li Sai rode a Fergana horse and arrived at lightning speed. In the War of the Southwest, the 1,000 cavalry under Li Sai's command had made great contributions. Moreover, as the future invincible great general, Li Sai was loyal and devoted to the Tang dynasty. Now Wang Chong regarded him as one of his trusted subordinates. "The eagle, tell father and uncle that I'm going out on patrol to calm the hearts of the people and also to take care of a few personal matters. If anything happens, inform me with a messenger pigeon and I will return at any time," Wang Chong said. "Your subordinate understands," the eagle replied from a distance, a sharp light flashing through his eyes. Without another word, Wang Chong led Li Sai and a few elite cavalry away. The Southwest was currently under heavy guard, with every citizen a soldier. Every day, many messenger pigeons and eagles would be sent out to investigate the border between Mengshi Zhao and Uzan, and many civilians would participate. If there was even the slightest disturbance on the Mengshi-Yusang border, the Annam Protectorate would immediately know and respond. Everything had already been arranged, and the Annam Protectorate had its own system. There was no need for Wang Chong to worry about it. Setting out from the mountains and traveling southeast, Wang Chong saw many abandoned cities and villages. These places that used to be bustling with life were now empty. Although the War of the Southwest had only lasted for 2 months, it had dealt an unprecedented blow to the nearly 1 million people living in this region. Panic spread everywhere, and many people took their wives and children with them and moved their families. Fortunately, the war was over and placards had been posted everywhere. Many people were slowly returning from the mountains. It won't be long before this place will be completely restored. Wang Chong rode the white-hoofed shadow to a stop on the street of the city and looked around. Hiya! 2 days later, Wang Chong stopped outside a small and remote city. "All of you stop here. Li Sai, follow me." Leaving behind a few guards, Wang Chong led Li Sai into this abandoned city. black smoke curled up from the city, and the city walls showed signs of having been scorched by the flames of war. In many places, the walls had collapsed and were scorched black. In the War of the Southwest, although the armies of Uzun and Mengshi had been held back by Wang Chong and the Annam Protectorate and had not been able to cause too much damage, this did not mean that the war had no effect on the people of the Southwest. Whether it was the scattered Mengshi Yusang soldiers after the war or the sporadic battles in the early stages, they had all had a significant impact on the cities and villages of the Southwest. A small group of Uzun cavalry should have been here. Li Sai followed behind Wang Chong, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding ruins. Although Wang Chong had said that he had come out to patrol, Li Sai felt that this was not the case at all. His goal was extremely clear, but truthfully speaking, Li Sai still had no idea what Wang Chong was taking him to do. When the nest is overturned, no eggs remain intact. It's fortunate that we won this battle. Wang Chong sighed. Only he knew what the outcome of this battle would have been like if he had not intervened. At that time, he would not have seen just one or two burned cities. We're here. As he spoke, Wang Chong suddenly stopped and walked into a dilapidated room. The room was dilapidated, the walls pitch black. All the tables, chairs, and tea tables had been kicked to pieces, and the shards of pots and pans were scattered everywhere. Against the wall, the only stove in the room had been completely smashed. Wait outside. I'll call you when I need you, Wang Chong said. Yes, young master. Li Sai nodded. After the War of the Southwest, Li Sai's attitude toward Wang Chong had changed from one of unwillingness to accept to one of heartfelt admiration. Right now, no matter what Wang Chong said, he would have no objections. Nodding, Wang Chong walked into the room. It was completely empty, with nothing at all. Wang Chong scanned the room and suddenly stamped 3 times on the ground. Is it young master? An almost inaudible voice came from underground. It's me. Solitary Wolf, open the door. Wang Chong said in a low voice. Cack-lack. A series of mechanical sounds came from underground. A few moments later, a piece of floorboard in front of Wang Chong moved aside, revealing a pitch-black cave. A flight of stairs seemed to extend into the cave. Wang Chong raised his robe and, without the slightest hesitation, began to descend the stairs. Clang! There was the sound of sparks in the darkness. Slowly, the light of a fire began to spread before Wang Chong's eyes, gradually growing brighter. Young master. Solitary Wolf's hoarse voice, disheveled hair, and haggard appearance gave Wang Chong a fright. Even at this distance, Wang Chong could smell the thick stench of blood. Solitary Wolf, what's wrong? Alarmed, Wang Chong hurried forward to support Solitary Wolf. Cough cough, young master, be at ease. Those people want to kill me, but I'm quite lucky and won't die. Solitary Wolf raised his head and gave an ugly smile, his white teeth particularly conspicuous in the darkness. Don't force yourself. Wang Chong glanced at him and suddenly placed a finger on Solitary Wolf's Shanzhong acupuncture point. He then helped the weak Solitary Wolf sit on a chair and stuffed a white pill sealed in wax into his mouth. This is a healing pill. It'll help with your injuries. Solitary Wolf's body was riddled with sword and saber wounds, leaving Wang Chong horrified. Cough, thank you, young master. After swallowing the healing pill that Wang Chong had obtained from the palace, Solitary Wolf's complexion was clearly much better. His coughing wasn't as bad as before, and there was a faint trace of blood under his skin. How did you guys escape? Also, do you know the identities of those people who were chasing after you? Wang Chong asked. Lone Wolf smiled bitterly and recounted the process of his escape in detail. It turned out that Solitary Wolf had been hiding in Jianan City for a long time, and it wasn't easy for him to find an opportunity to escape. However, those mysterious black-clothed men had been searching for them. There were a few times when Solitary Wolf almost died under their swords. Fortunately, Zhang Wentuo woke up at that time, and the two of them managed to escape successfully. Those black-clothed men, did you not catch a single one alive? Wang Chong asked with a frown. No, those people were death warriors. Once they were defeated and captured, they would immediately bite the poison in their teeth and commit suicide. I've tried to pry out their poison-filled teeth, but those people either started biting their tongues, swinging their swords, or severed their meridians and died. I've been dealing with them for a long time, but I couldn't get anything out of them. Solitary Wolf smiled bitterly. Also, not long ago, young master won a great victory, and those black-clothed men retreated completely. Even if I wanted to catch them, I wouldn't have the chance. The Annam Protectorate's notice was plastered everywhere, and Solitary Wolf had clearly seen it. Chapter 640. Where is Governor Zhang? Bring him to me. I have something to ask him. Wang Chong said. Everything that had happened in the southwest could be traced back to the Battle of Dao Sword Pavilion, where Zhang Wentuo had raped and murdered Jelifeng's wife and daughter. Right now, the entire Tang dynasty was under the impression that Zhang Wentuo had died in the battle with Jelifeng in Sword Pavilion. Shielding and detaining an important official of the royal court was a heavy crime, and this was also the reason why Wang Chong was unwilling to let others know. Even his own father, Wang Chong, didn't want to let him know. Given his father's personality, there was a high chance that he would report this matter to the royal court. Given the crimes that Jelifeng had committed, if the royal court were to learn that he was still alive, he would surely be executed. Thus, no one could know that Zhang Wentuo was still alive. Gongzi, thank you for saving my life, but there is no longer a Zhang Wentuo, only a faceless man who has no face to see the world. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the cellar. In the light of the fire, a tall figure slowly approached. Even Wang Chong was given a fright upon seeing that person's face. Governor Zhang, what are you doing? Wang Chong stared at the figure before him. Where the face should have been, it had been replaced by a bizarre black mask. The black mask had no eyebrows or beard, as if it had been branded onto the flesh of the person's face. If not for the fact that Wang Chong had met Zhang Qiantuo in the capital and recognized his voice, it would have been hard for him to believe that the black-masked man before him was the earnest and upright Jiannan governor, Zhang Qiantuo. Gongzi Wang, this is my own choice, so please do not interfere. If I, Zhang Wentuo, don't find out who killed my wife and daughter, don't find out the background of those black-clothed men, don't find out the true identity of those bastards who accused me of being disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unjust, I will never remove this mask from my face. Zhang Wentuo has no face to face the world, no face to face his wife and daughter in death. Gongzi, please don't call me Zhang Wentuo anymore. Zhang Qiantuo has already died in battle in Jiannan, and the only thing Gongzi sees now is a faceless man who has given up all hope. I only have one goal in life, and that is to kill those bastards and uncover the truth behind Jiannan. Before that, I will never fall, never. The faceless man fiercely clenched his fists, which made a series of cracking sounds. His whole body trembled and his eyes were bloodshot. The kind of anger and hatred that seemed to never be extinguished was enough to frighten anyone. My lord! Suddenly, Wang Chong and Lone Wolf exclaimed at the same time. They saw two streams of tears flow down from faceless black iron mask. However, the tears were extremely red. They were actually blood. Tong madam, wait for me. I will definitely avenge you. Definitely. The faceless man almost roared out the last sentence. At that moment, Wang Chong and Lone Wolf were deeply moved when they saw the faceless man weeping blood. A man does not shed tears easily, but only when he is deeply hurt. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen a man sobbing. No one could have imagined that the upright and courageous Jiannan commander-in-chief of the capital would turn into this blood-weeping faceless man. Even after many years had passed, this sight still left a deep impression on Wang Chong. Mister, rest assured. This matter isn't just Mister's matter, it's also a matter of the entire Tang dynasty. As long as Wang Chong still has a single breath left in him, I will definitely help Mr. uncover the truth," Wang Chong said solemnly. Zhang Wentuo was a loyal and upright official of the Tang dynasty. If not for Lone Wolf saving him in time, he would have already committed suicide by now. As a loyal official of the Tang dynasty, he had guarded the borders for the Tang dynasty for decades. Such a person should not end up alone, with his entire family wiped out, carrying infamy, and feeling ashamed to face the world. Even if he had never met him before, Wang Chong would never allow such a thing to happen to any member of the Tang dynasty, let alone a loyal and courageous official of the Tang dynasty. "Young master, words cannot express my gratitude. If I can avenge my wife and wash away the infamy, I am willing to do anything for you, even if I have to work like an ox or a horse." The former prefect of Jiannan, Zhang Wentuo, or rather, Faceless Man, clenched his fists and said, "Wang Chong was the son of a noble, born in a family of ministers and generals, and also the son of a virtuous minister of the Tang dynasty, Duke Jiao. Now that he had made great contributions in the southwest, if there was anyone in the world who could help him wash away the infamy of the world, it would be Wang Chong. There's no need for that." Wang Chong shook his head. If it was just about serving as an emissary, he already had plenty of subordinates under him. Not to mention, he had the growing Kunwu training camp and the deflecting blade manor at his disposal. In this war of the Southwest, the people of the deflecting blade manor would be able to play their role and assist him. Their future growth would surely be even more limitless. The reason why Wang Chong came here to look for Mr. is also because of the matter regarding Jiannan. "Mr., as long as you continue to investigate those people and uncover the truth about Jiannan, you will be doing Wang Chong a great favor," Wang Chong said. Faceless Man's eyelids twitched, unable to understand what Wang Chong meant. "Hee, I won't hide it from Mr. I have something that I need to investigate as well. And I suspect that it has something to do with the people who are pursuing you." Wang Chong chuckled. Without beating around the bush, he took out the pitch-black and incomparably deep broken arrow from his bosom. "This is—" In an instant, Solitary Wolf and Faceless Man turned their gazes over. The broken arrow Wang Chong had taken out was forged with an extremely bizarre craftsmanship. It seemed to far surpass the current standard of arrow forging, and for some reason, the arrowhead was missing as well. However, the duo knew that Wang Chong had his reasons for doing so. Without hiding anything, Wang Chong told them about how he had been ambushed by a mysterious black arrow after the War of the Southwest, and how he had managed to dodge it with his keen intuition, only for the black arrow to accidentally kill Luoji. Gongzi! Solitary Wolf was shocked. The eagle had never mentioned this matter to him, so this was the first time he was hearing about it. Even Faceless, who was next to him, was shocked. Gongzi means that this matter wasn't done by Mengshi Zhao or Ozan, but by the same group of people? Faceless Man asked doubtfully. "I can't be certain. It's all just a guess," Wang Chong slowly said, his eyes bursting with a blazing light. "But there's one thing I can be sure of. In that state, whether it was Jelifeng, Duan Gechuan, Daluan Ruozan, or Huoshu Wuzong, none of them would have been in the mood to do something like an ambush. And such a thing wouldn't have happened. More importantly, this matter was definitely not done by them." As Wang Chong spoke, he suddenly twisted the other side of the broken arrow, revealing something that Solitary Wolf and Faceless Man had not noticed. "Chinese characters. No, it's the bird seal script of the Qin and Han." Seeing the symbols on the broken arrow, Solitary Wolf and Faceless Man were both alarmed. Near the feathers of the arrow, several characters were inscribed. These characters were definitely not Mengshi Zhao's or Ozan's. They were the characters of the Central Plains. Faceless Man could even tell at a glance that it was from the early Qin and Han dynasties, when only a small number of people used the cloud-patterned bird seal script. This type of script was very ancient. Legend had it that it originated in the spring and autumn and warring states period. By the time of the Qin and Han dynasties, because of the complexity and difficulty of writing, it was gradually abandoned and replaced by the more square early ancient seal script and small seal script. But no matter which seal script it was not the script used by the current Tang dynasty. It was at this moment that the two of them suddenly understood why Wang Chong said that the people who ambushed and assassinated him were not Meng Shijiao's or Ozen's people. For a moment there was dead silence in the cellar. Be it Lone Wolf or Faceless, neither of them spoke. The broken arrow was still the same broken arrow, dark and deep, but in the eyes of the two of them, they only felt that it was mysterious and had a fatal killing intent. It was completely different from before. But why? Faceless Man finally raised his head and looked at Wang Chong said. There were too many mysteries in this. Could the people who were pursuing him and those who were pursuing Wang Chong be the same people? If not, why were they targeting Wang Chong? He was just a 17-year-old boy. And why was it him? There had to be a reason for killing. Faceless Man was one thing. After all, he was once the Jiannan prefecture chief and had an illustrious status. But Wang Chong was originally just a hedonistic son of a wealthy family in the capital. Although he came from a family of ministers and generals, he did not have an official position or a noble title. In the capital, there were countless children of nobility like him. Moreover, if it was just targeting the Wang clan, why not Wang Fu or even Wang Yan? These two were also children of the Wang clan, and their status was even higher than Wang Chong's. Isn't this too sudden? I'm not sure about this either. Wang Chong shook his head, his eyes gradually turning deep under the light. But one thing is certain. This matter is very likely related to the war in the southwest. And I have a feeling that the people who pursued you and those who ambushed me are the same people. This is the only way to explain why the two of us were ambushed at the same time. I don't think the war in the southwest is that simple. There seems to be another power hidden in the shadows, controlling everything from the shadows. Wang Chong said. Jelifeng truly did have ambitions for the Tang dynasty, but this ambition was not so great that he would immediately act against the Tang dynasty. Jelifeng had not been prepared. Otherwise, he would not have gone to seek help from Ozen, and he would not have volunteered to fight the Annam Protectorate on the Arai Plains in order to obtain Ozen's alliance. It was precisely because his wife and daughter had died in the Tang dynasty, raped and murdered by Zhang Wentuo, that Jelifeng's wrath had been ignited, leading to the war in the southwest. And according to Lone Wolf, when he had entered Zhang Wentuo's residence, he had indeed discovered the corpses of Jelifeng's wife and daughter. From this, it could be seen that although Jelifeng was ambitious in the Jianghe incident, he had been open and aboveboard. He had not used any underhanded method. But if that's the case, just who could it be? What good would this do them? And who could have so much power? Chapter 641. He had investigated and found that the people pursuing him included the Tang people, Meng Shijiao, Ozen, and even the Arabs. This was clearly not something any ordinary person or faction could accomplish. The war in the southwest involved the Tang dynasty, Ozen and Meng Shijiao, great generals like Huoshu Wuzong, Daluan Ruozhen, Duan Gechuan, and Jelifeng. It involved 700,000 to 800,000 soldiers and millions of civilians. If all of this had been orchestrated by someone, if there really was a faction so powerful that it could toy with so many empires, so many famous generals, so many soldiers, and so many civilians in the palm of its hand, Solitary Wolf couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Deep in his heart, Solitary Wolf was more inclined to believe that all of this was a coincidence, that the people pursuing him and the people pursuing young master belonged to two different factions. I don't know. Wang Chong shook his head. As I said, all of this is just my conjecture. Perhaps it's true, perhaps it's not. But no matter what, there's one thing we can be sure of. Besides the Tang dynasty, Meng Shijiao, and Ozen, There are other factions hidden in the undercurrents that we can't see. These people even dared to frame and kill a governor of the imperial court, and they even dared to assassinate me. They've already reached a certain level of boldness. The laws of the imperial court and the rules of the secular world can no longer bind them, nor are they of any use against them. So many people were present in the War of the Southwest, including all the generals of the Annam Protectorate, my father Wang Yan and Protector General Xianyu Zhongtong. Even with so many people present, they still couldn't make them have any misgivings. From this, one can easily imagine just how bold they are. Wang Chong said with a solemn expression. Wang Chong was a person who had lived 2 lives, so he knew almost everything like the back of his hand. However, despite searching through his memories, Wang Chong was unable to find anything related to these people. At the very least, he didn't know anything about what happened to the Jianan prefect, Zhang Qiantua. Somehow, Wang Chong had a feeling that he had come into contact with something that he had never come into contact with in his previous life. Young master, if you have any misgivings, leave this matter to me. I am a person who has died once, and no one knows of my existence. No matter who they are or how powerful they are, I have nothing to fear. In this life, I only live for one thing, and that is to uncover their true colors, to avenge Bin Tong and Madam, and also to wash away my grievances. As long as I can achieve this goal, I don't care if I have to go through a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, or have my tongue pulled out or my nose cut off. I have nothing left to lose. The faceless man looked resentful, and when he said the last sentence, he laughed bitterly. So what if he was powerful? So what if his background was mysterious? So what if his methods were brilliant and vicious? He was already a lonely man with nothing to lose, so what was there to be afraid of? Wang Chong and Lone Wolf looked at each other in silence. Wang Chong could feel the deep pain, hatred, unwillingness, and resentment in the depths of the faceless man's heart. It had to be said that all of this was completely out of Wang Chong's expectations. The former Jianan prefect had become a faceless man who only lived for revenge and wore a black iron mask. No one would believe it if they were to say it out loud. But when he thought about what Zhang Qiantua had gone through, it wasn't that surprising. Perhaps, handing this matter over to him is the best arrangement. Wang Chong looked at the blood-red eyes of the faceless man and thought. Whether it was him or Lone Wolf, they were still living under the sun. On the surface, there were still taboos and inconveniences. Although Lone Wolf was a little better than him, as long as he did anything, once it was exposed, he and the Wang clan would be implicated. On the contrary, the faceless man's traces of his existence had been completely erased. And in this cellar, no one had greater determination and boldness than him to investigate this matter. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Wang Chong quickly made a decision. Mister, I'll leave this black arrow to you. If you want to track down clues, start with this black arrow. As Wang Chong spoke, he suddenly handed over the broken black arrow in his hand. I can't promise you too much, but I can promise you one thing. You won't be alone in tracking down the Sword Pavilion. From now on, as long as you need anything, I can provide it to you. Martial arts manuals, medicinal pills, manpower, the army, connections in the court and the army. I will do my best to provide you with everything you need. In this matter, the Wang clan and I will be your greatest backer and pillar of support. So no matter what you want to do it without worry. Tian. Wang Chong sternly said. Young master. Hearing this, the faceless man trembled all over, and his eyes revealed a look of excitement. The faceless man had personally experienced just how powerful and unbridled these people were. They didn't even care about the stately governor of the court. The fact that Wang Chong was willing to involve himself in this matter was already the greatest support he could receive. And in truth, given Wang Chong's background, the Wang clan's influence in the court, and Wang Chong's enormous contributions in the southwest, if he had Wang Chong and the Wang clan's support, This would be the greatest support he could receive in the Tang dynasty. This was definitely much better than him fighting alone, and his hopes would be much greater. Many thanks, young master. The faceless man's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly bent his knees and fell heavily to his knees in front of Wang Chong. Young master's promise is worth 1,000 caddies, and this faceless man has no way to repay it. As long as I can fulfill my heart's desire, from now on, if young master needs me, even if I have to go through water or fire, even if I have to sacrifice myself, this faceless man will not hesitate. A gentleman's promise was worth 1,000 caddies. This was the faceless man's vow, and it was also Wang Chong's vow. From now on, in the invisible shadows around Wang Chong, there was an additional faceless man whose origins no one knew besides Wang Chong and Lone Wolf, and who never spoke easily. Rumble! With a rumbling sound, the wooden plank on the ground opened, and Wang Chong walked out with Lone Wolf and the faceless man. Young master, who is this? Outside, Li Sai frowned slightly when he saw the faceless man covered in a black iron mask, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Faceless man. Wang Chong said indifferently, let's go. Don't worry about it so much. Let's go back. Hiya. With a shout, Wang Chong returned to the base with Li Sai, Lone Wolf, and a group of cavalry. Only the faceless man disappeared along the way. No one knew where he went, and no one cared about him. If even Wang Chong didn't ask, the others naturally wouldn't say much. The troops led by the King of Song arrived half a month later. More than 70,000 men and horses brought with them a large amount of provisions and ordnance. It was a majestic sight to behold. Ha ha, where's Wang Chong? Where's Wang Chong? Quick, let this king take a look. In the distance, amidst the billowing dust, before anyone could even appear, they could hear the King of Song's hearty laughter. Even though more than half a month had passed since the war, the King of Song was still in a state of extreme excitement and joy. Your Highness, the King of Song, there are so many people in the southwest, as well as me and Brother Gengji. Are we not worthy of your Highness's attention? On the mountain, Xianyu Zhongtong and Wang Yan rode up on 2 tall divine steeds to welcome them. Ha ha ha, you 2 boorish men add up to 80 or 90 years old. How can you compare to the great hero of the Southwest, the great general of the future? Where's Wang Chong? The King of Song roared with laughter. Even in front of Wang Yan and Xianyu Zhongtong, he did not give them any face. Wang Chong pays respect to the King of Song. The moment he finished speaking, Wang Chong rode up on the white-hoofed shadow to welcome him. This was not the first time they had met the King of Song. The Song and Wang clans had always been friends for generations. When acquaintances met, they would naturally feel cordial. However, the King of Song's enthusiasm was truly unexpected. Ha ha ha, you don't know how many people in the imperial court became red-eyed with jealousy when they found out that this king was coming first. Ha ha, let this king see the great hero of the Southwest. As the King of Song spoke, he spread open his arms and gave Wang Chong a big, passionate hug. From the day the King of Song received the news of the victory in the Southwest, he had been anxiously awaiting it. He had marched day and night with his 70,000 soldiers precisely so that he could be one step ahead and see Wang Chong, who had rendered enormous service in the Southwest. Gengji, you've given birth to a fine son. Letting go, the King of Song turned to Wang Yan, his face wreathed in smiles. Your Highness is too kind. My son is still young, so your Highness's praise might not be a good thing for him. Moreover, the War of the Southwest was won by tens of thousands of soldiers, not by him alone. Wang Yan sternly said. Ha ha ha, stubborn as a dead duck. If he had not built that lion city on the edge of the Arai, if he had not rushed to the southwest to command the army, Gengji, with just you and Xianyu Zhongtong's abilities, would you have been able to win this war? I know that you are doing this for his own good, fearing that he will be too arrogant and impatient. I hope that he can calm his heart and not be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. But now that the Holy Emperor has spoken, What else do you have to worry about? Just based on the enormous service your Wang clan has rendered in the southwest, no one in or out of the imperial court, including the Yao clan and King Qi, will be able to touch your Wang clan. The king of Song roared with laughter. Today, the king of Song was particularly happy. He was not one to so easily reveal his emotions, but Wang Chang's feats in the southwest had been too earth-shattering. It was precisely because of Wang Chang's great victory that the besieged Tang dynasty was suddenly able to intimidate all the foreign powers and resolve an enormous crisis. One could easily imagine the fondness the king of Song had for Wang Chong. Wang Yan stood to the side, an awkward expression on his face. The Wang clan had produced such a Qilin son, so how could he not cherish him? He was just afraid that he would be too arrogant. But these thoughts could not be concealed in front of the king of Song. Ha ha ha, brother Gengji, forget it. You're simply not a good liar. Moreover, your son's talent is clear for all to see. Even His Majesty is anxious to see him, so let's not cause any trouble. Chapter 642. A joyous occasion refreshed one's spirits, and the group welcomed King Song into the tent on the summit. Wang Chong, after you enter the capital, you must be careful. Inside the tent, the king of Song, Wang Yan, Xianyu Zhongtong, Wang Chong, Wang Fu, and Sun Luiyue sat cross-legged across from each other. The king of Song's smile faded, and his expression gradually turned solemn. You've rendered an enormous service this time. King Qi's side is about to explode from anger. Although he can't easily make a move against you, he definitely won't give up so easily. I've heard some news in the capital that he'll probably join forces with the Chamberlain of Dependencies to make a fuss about etiquette. You've rendered an enormous service this time, so the Holy Emperor will definitely reward you. However, if there's a problem with the etiquette when you're presenting your reward, the imperial censors will use it against you and use it against you. Those imperial censors, from the prime minister to the imperial concubines in the palace, will even dare to impeach you. Although there are many people in the court who like you, there are also many who want to see you make a fool of yourself and make a fuss about you. You're still young. If you leave others with the impression that you're too young and frivolous, it will greatly affect your future career. It's even possible that your reward will be revoked. You absolutely must not be careless. The king of Song spoke earnestly. The situation in the court was treacherous and treacherous. It was different from the flashes of swords and blades on the battlefield. If one was not careful, they could be consigned to eternal damnation. No matter how great a service one rendered, it would be useless. Back then, the king of Song, a member of the imperial family and an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, had been thrown into prison, let alone others. Wang Chong was still young. Moreover, he represented the greatest hope of the king of Song and the younger generation of the two clans. As an elder, the king of Song didn't want to see Wang Chong being plotted against over such a small matter. This was also the reason why he had come looking for him before Wang Chong returned to the capital. I've already had Grand Scholar Lu find an old servant from the Chamberlain of Dependencies. He's learned and knows a lot. After you return to the capital, you can look for him to study so as to avoid any problems. Thank you, the king of Song. Wang Chong bowed respectfully. Having lived 2 lives, Wang Chong actually knew much more than the king of Song. He also did not think that the Chamberlain of Dependencies could really plot against him. However, the king of Song's sincere concern for him still moved him greatly. Ha ha, there's nothing else. Oh, that's right, Wang Chong, this time, the emperor has instructed me to stabilize the situation in the southwest. On Uzun and Mengshi Zhao's side, Duan Gechuan is still there, and Huoshu Wuzong is unscathed. If these two join forces and try to do something, I'm afraid that the southwest will once again fall into chaos. As he spoke, the king of Song revealed a worried expression, and his expression became much heavier. Duan Gechuan and Huoshu Wuzong were both famed generals of the present age. In terms of martial prowess, The king of Song did not fear them, but the art of war and battle formations were not his forte. This was also why he had specifically asked Wang Chong for help. Haha, Your Highness, be at ease. They won't be able to join forces, and they won't be able to achieve anything. Even if they have the intention, I definitely won't give them this opportunity. Wang Chong looked at the King of Song and smiled. The King of Song's eyes brightened as he immediately turned to Wang Chong. In the tent, everyone else also turned to Wang Chong. There were many things waiting to be done on the southwest border, and Uzun and Mengshi Zhao would always be a threat. If Wang Chong could resolve this problem, he would be able to resolve everyone's worries. This would be yet another merit. Chonger, are you serious? Wang Yan also spoke with a serious expression. Haha, it naturally wouldn't have been possible in the past, but now that we have the King of Song's 70,000 soldiers, everything is completely different. Wang Chong smiled and nodded, a confident look on his face. The greatest threat to Uzun and Mengshi Zhao is not their soldiers, but their alliance. In the past, I really might not have been able to do anything. But now, Jelifeng is heavily injured and unconscious, Mengshi Zhao has no one to oversee the situation, and the court is in chaos. This is the best time for us to exert pressure on them. The King of Song's 70,000 soldiers and the Annam Protectorate's 40,000 are a total of 110,000 soldiers. The Mengshi Yusang army was still unable to do anything to us when it had 500,000 soldiers, and now that their strength has been greatly reduced, less than a quarter of their original strength, they are even less of a match for us. As long as we place these 110,000 soldiers on the shores of the Arai, where the Tang dynasty and Mengshi Zhao meet, what choice does Your Highness think that Mengshi Zhao will make in the face of internal and external troubles? Ceding land and paying reparations and submitting to the Tang dynasty will be their only choice. Wang Chong confidently said. Ceding land and paying reparations? In the tent, everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian in astonishment. Wang Chong's proposal was far beyond their expectations, and they had never even heard of ceding land and paying reparations. Wang Chong chuckled, not at all surprised by their reactions. Although the Tang dynasty was an era where martial prowess reigned supreme and had a certain degree of military strategy, in certain aspects, it was still at an extremely primitive level. A war would take a long time and result in many casualties, a great deal of provisions, equipment, and war horses being consumed. But in the end, the victor would only obtain a victory in reputation, while the loser would only be forced to retreat. After a period of time, the loser would accumulate enough strength to stage a comeback, and then another war would ensue, this sort of pattern repeated over and over again. To Wang Chong, this was extremely inconsistent with the nature of war, and it was not in the interests of the victor. War was for the sake of politics, but it was also for the sake of the empire. If a war consumed a great deal of resources but could not obtain a great deal of benefit from the enemy, then the war was a failure. Since Jelifeng dared to rope in Uzun and challenge the Tang dynasty, then as the loser, he had to be prepared to pay the price for his failure. Ceding land and paying reparations was the best outcome for him. On one hand, it would let Mengshi Zhao remember this lesson forever. On the other hand, the Tang dynasty would also be able to make up for the huge losses it had incurred, and even obtain benefits that far exceeded what it had paid. But what if Daluan Ruozhen leads the Uzun cavalry and appears at this time? We're no match for them on the plains. Not far away, Sun Luiyue, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. Uncle Sun, you're worrying too much. Even if Huashu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen lead more than 10,000 cavalry and charge down from the plateau, I'm confident that I can stop them. Moreover, the current Uzun cavalry is no longer the cavalry of the past. If Daluan Ruozhen attacks now, he'll be courting death. Wang Chong smiled slowly. The plague was spreading on the Uzun plateau, and there were no cows or sheep that could be eaten. Moreover, the people of Uzan had been eating Mengshi Zhao rice for a few days and were all unaccustomed to the climate. They were suffering from severe diarrhea. In a situation where their bodies were weak and their combat ability was greatly reduced, if Dalwan Ruozan still dared to attack the Tang dynasty, then he would truly be an idiot. In fact, Wang Chong could not wait for him to attack the Tang dynasty at this time. Ha ha ha! Hearing Wang Chong's words, everyone in the tent burst into laughter. In this decisive battle, Dalwan Ruozan and Huishu Wizong had been wiped out by Wang Chong's Li Sai, forcing them to use Mengshi Zhao's rations. As a result, the majority of the soldiers suffered from indigestion, vomiting, diarrhea, and diarrhea. This was a fact that everyone knew. In this campaign, in terms of strategy, Dalwan Ruozan had completely lost to Wang Chong. Haha, Dalwan Ruozan probably doesn't have the guts to appear before young Master Chong. Xianyu Zhongtong smiled as he stroked his beard. Everyone in the tent also smiled. As a famed general of the Southwest, Dalwan Ruozan had used all his methods, but he had still lost to Wang Chong. This had also thoroughly cemented Wang Chong's reputation. It was not at all excessive to say that Wang Chong was now the #1 general of the Southwest. In addition, the reason why the Uzan army dared to invade the east and enter the interior of the Tang dynasty was because they relied on Mengshi Zhao's army. Without Mengshi Zhao acting as a spy for them, they would never have dared to invade the east. Thus, as long as we can pressure Mengshi Zhao and force them to submit, we can break the alliance between Mengshi Zhao and Yusang. As long as the alliance is broken, no matter how bold Dalwan Ruozan is, he won't dare to recklessly invade the southwest. As he spoke, Wang Chong's eyes shone with a penetrating light. The eyes of everyone in the tent grew brighter and brighter. Even Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, couldn't help but nod his head. Ha ha ha, good. Wang Yan, you truly did have a good son. Let's do it this way. Speed is of the essence in war. Today, I will arrange for 70,000 soldiers to be stationed at the Arai. Let's see if Mengshi Zhao will submit or not. The king of Song roared with laughter, slapping the table in praise. When he had first arrived, he had been worried about how to pacify the southwest, but after hearing Wang Chong's words, the king of Song felt his entire body relax. This originally arduous mission had become incomparably easy under Wang Chong's explanation. Rumble! With a single order from the king of Song, the 70,000 soldiers and the 40,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers began to march toward the Arai in the south like a massive war machine. Mengshi Zhao's reaction was even faster than expected. Jelifeng was unconscious, and when the 110,000 Tang dynasty soldiers appeared on the shores of the Arai, Mengshi Zhao swiftly submitted. The War of the Southwest had consumed several decades of Mengshi Zhao's savings, and Mengshi Zhao no longer had the strength to fight. Not even Duan Gechuan could reverse this situation. As for ceding territory and paying reparations, that was another matter altogether. By this time, Wang Chong had already begun his journey back to the capital. Wang Chong, the capital is up ahead. On the official road, Bai Siling rode a white horse and stood next to Wang Chong with Zhao Yadong on his left and right. Next to them were Su Hanshan, Fang Xianying, and the other students of the Kunwu training camp. After more than half a month, they had finally arrived at the capital from the southwest. Ha ha, look! The entire capital knows that we're coming back. Lanterns and streamers are hanging everywhere. Not too far away, Sun Jiming, dressed in his military uniform, suddenly raised a finger and pointed at the distant city gates excitedly. Everyone followed Sun Jiming's finger and saw that the gates of the capital were decorated with red lanterns, a rare sight even during the day. Through the gate, red light could be seen seeping out of the city. One could easily imagine how many lanterns there were in the city for them to emit such intense red light. Haha, young master made such a great contribution in the south. Now that he's returning in triumph, half the capital has probably learned of his return. It's only right that he's been decorated with lanterns and streamers to celebrate. Chapter 643. Young Master Wang Chong has returned. As he spoke, a shrill and resounding voice came from the distance. A sharp-eyed figure on the city gate saw Wang Chong's group and immediately called out. Boom! The quiet capital was instantly thrown into an uproar by this shrill voice. Young Master Chong has returned. Hurry and set off the firecrackers. Everyone, hurry and go to the city gate. The young hero of the South has returned. Big Brother Chong is mine. Don't fight with me for him. The entire capital was in an uproar, accompanied by the crackling of firecrackers. Not only that, as if they had received a signal, countless people surged out of the city gate like carps crossing the river. Their faces were flushed and they were in high spirit. Wang Chong! Wang Chong! Wang Chong! Wang Chong's shouts echoed through the heavens, mixed in with the shrill cries of quite a few girls. Let alone by Xiling and Zhao Yadong, even Wang Chong was dumbstruck. I didn't think that you would have so many girls to like. Behind him, a cold and jealous voice could be heard. Huang Qianer carried a large sword on her back as she coldly stared at Wang Chong. Haha, I also didn't know that I was so popular. Wang Chong chuckled. These words were met with a cold snort from the three girls at his side. Although they had always maintained a relationship that was neither too close nor too distant with Wang Chong, and even they themselves didn't know what this was, sometimes like friends and sometimes more than friends, there was one thing that was clear. After the War of the Southwest, the three of them had all treated Wang Chong as their exclusive property. Of the three, any one of them could get close to Wang Chong, but the other girls could not. Wang Chong gave an awkward smile and quickly fell silent. Young Master, over here. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Wang Chong's attention. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and saw two figures galloping towards him on horseback. Brother Guo, Brother Chai, why are you here? Wang Chong's eyes lit up in surprise. He immediately spurred his horse forward to meet him. They were none other than Guo Feng and Chai Zi, whom he had met in the Kunwu training camp. Both the Guo and Chai families were the founding families of the Tang dynasty and held great power. Guo Feng and Chai Zi were the direct descendants of their families. It was impossible for ordinary people to meet them, let alone meet them. Wang Chong did not expect that they would be waiting for him at the city gate. Ha ha, I heard that young Master Chong was returning to the capital, so Brother Chai and I have been waiting here for a long time. Guo Feng clasped his hands together and smiled. Young Master Chong has made great contributions in the Southwest. There are countless people in the capital who wish to meet young Master Chong. We also wanted to be the first, so we specifically waited at the city gate. Chai Zi also faintly smiled. Dear brothers, you're too polite. Wang Chong clasped his hands in return, believing that the two were just being polite. But Wang Chong quickly realized that this was not the case. Young Master Wang! Look, young Master Wang is here! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the city gate. By the time Wang Chong turned his head, he saw a large crowd surging out. The Zhang clan, the Lu clan, the Huang clan, and the Qing clan had all come out. But before Wang Chong could react, another wave of shouts could be heard. Young Master Chong has returned! Young Master Chong has returned! Behind the Qing, Huang, Lu, and Zhang clans, countless members of the capital's great clans also came out. Most of these people were unfamiliar to Wang Chong, but when he saw the emblems of their clans on their clothes, Wang Chong immediately recognized them. These were the great clans that had provided guards to him in exchange for Wuzi steel weapons before the Southwest War. The victory in the Southwest had apparently involved these great clans, all of them rushing over to welcome him. Young Master Chong, our patriarch invites you. He hopes that young Master Chong can pay a visit to our residence. Young Master Chong, this is a small token of our clan's appreciation. We hope that young Master will accept it. We know that young Master must be tired and in need of rest. This is an invitation from our patriarch. When young Master is free, please come to our residence for a chat. Our patriarch will be sure to welcome you. Young Master Chong, we are from the capital's Wei clan. Does young master require any guards? We have brought 10 some people with us this time. If young master likes them, please accept them. Young master has made great contributions to the Tang dynasty, so this is a token of our patriarch's appreciation. And us. The patriarchs, young masters, and stewards of countless great clans began to gather around, some offering gold and silver, some offering powerful guards. Some great clans even brought their adult daughters, hoping to marry them to Wang Chong and form a good relationship with the Wang clan. Even though Wang Chong had experienced the war in the northwest and defeated opponents like Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wuzong, he had developed an incomparably powerful heart. But when he saw those beautiful and alluring young ladies of the great clans raise the curtains and disembark from their carriages, he couldn't help but blush. Behind Wang Chong, Bai Siling, Huang Qian'er, and Zhao Yadong all had frosty expressions, their eyes spitting fire as they viciously glared at the clan patriarchs who had brought their young ladies. Rumble. Just when the crowd was at its most boisterous, the earth suddenly rumbled and the sky shook. 2 groups of fully armored cavalrymen suddenly rushed out of the city gate. Behind the cavalrymen were many guards. Finally, they escorted a few majestic and luxurious bronze carriages out of the city. Although nothing could be seen, there was an enormous aura accompanied by a mountain-like pressure that was like a tidal wave bursting out from the carriage, boundless and boundless. Everyone who sensed this aura felt their hearts tremble. Like mice encountering a cat, they all subconsciously retreated. The Bureau of Military Personnel. Seeing the leading carriage, especially the emblem on the carriage and that fluttering banner, even the clan patriarchs paled at the mere mention of it and began to retreat to the sides. In the entire capital, there was only one person in the entire Tang dynasty who dared to wear such a carriage emblem and such a banner. That person's identity and status was not something that the patriarchs, elders, and direct descendants of the aristocratic families could afford to offend. Boom! With a massive boom, the 2 groups of powerful Tang dynasty cavalry spread apart, flanking Wang Chong and his companions. Who goes there? Next to Wang Chong, Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong paled at this sight and immediately urged their horses forward. Wait a moment! Wang Chong spread out his hands to stop them. The new emblem on this carriage had only appeared in the capital recently, so not many people knew about it. But Wang Chong had seen it in the southwest. Bang! As he was thinking, the carriage door opened and a pair of dazzling boots, suffused with the aura of authority, stepped out. Dressed in the crimson robe of a first-rank official and wearing a jade python belt, the moment Zhangzhou Jianxiong's majestic figure appeared, everyone present couldn't help but lower their heads. The fierce tiger of the empire. Even if one cast aside the important status of Minister of War, this person before them still possessed the status of an influential imperial great general. In the War of the Southwest, Zhangzhou Jianxiong's Annam Protectorate had lost more than 100,000 soldiers, and the Southwest was in grave danger. Everyone in the capital knew that the moment the Southwest was lost would be the moment this new Minister of War would step down from his high horse. This was because if he had not left the Southwest on his own accord for the sake of fame and given Mengshi Yusang an opportunity, the Southwest would never have ended up like this. Moreover, the new Protector General of the Southwest, Xianyu Zhongtong, had been recommended by him. But no one had expected that Wang Chong's intervention in the Southwest would not only prevent the Tang from losing a single inch of territory, but even turn defeat into victory, beheading more than 400,000 Mengshi Yusang soldiers and achieving a major victory in the Southwest. Xianyu Zhongtong and the 180,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate were not only free of blame, they had even rendered meritorious service. Zhangzhou Jianxiong had also been praised by the Holy Emperor for his ability to manage the army and his ability to judge people. His position as Minister of War was now as stable as a boulder. No one had expected this. From the sight of Zhangqiu Jianxiong walking down from the carriage, his face glowing, one could tell that he was in the height of his success. Young Master Chong. Zhangqiu Jianxiong walked down from the carriage and scanned the crowd. Before Wang Chong could walk over, he stepped forward and gave Wang Chong an extremely solemn and respectful bow. Zhangqiu has been waiting for a long time. Please accept my bow. Hua! Seeing Zhangqiu Jianxiong bow to Wang Chong, the crowd fell into an uproar. No one had expected that Zhangqiu Jianxiong, the Minister of War, would bow to Wang Chong in front of so many people. Even Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong paled. They hurriedly dismounted and retreated to the sides of the road. Zhangqiu Jianxiong was the Minister of War, a fierce tiger of the empire, one of the few great generals of the Tang dynasty, and a first-rank official of the imperial court. No matter how he was related to the rebellion of the Southwest, his status was unquestionable. In terms of rank, Zhangqiu Jianxiong was not one bit inferior to Mengshi Yusang great generals like Daluan Ruozhen, Huashu Wuzong, or Duan Gechuan. Moreover, he was now the Minister of War, a true titan of the Tang dynasty. He was not someone that any of the great clans present could provoke. Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong came from extremely ancient clans, but they still did not dare to act impudently in front of Zhangqiu Jianxiong. On this occasion, Zhangqiu Jianxiong had clearly come for Wang Chong. This bow of his was not something that anyone else could accept. Lord Minister is too polite. Wang Chong cannot accept this. Wang Chong was also startled. He had not expected Zhangqiu Jianxiong to bow to him in front of so many people. He hurriedly reached out to support Zhangqiu Jianxiong's arm. In the War of the Southwest, young master has rendered great service to the Tang dynasty, benefiting the people, and is the great benefactor of my Annam Protectorate. It is not excessive to accept Zhangqiu Jianxiong's bow. Chapter 644. In the War of the Southwest, if not for Wang Chong, the Annam Protectorate would have been completely wiped out. The entire Annan Protectorate would have disappeared, and Zhangqiu Jianxiong's foundation in the court would have been completely obliterated. Not only that, when the Southwest was occupied by Mengshi Yusang, he had been the main person in charge of the Southwest. Even though he had already entered the court and become the Minister of War, no longer managing the Annan Protectorate, this enormous responsibility still meant that he would be removed from office and demoted. It was even possible that he would be implicated and sent to prison. The occupation of the entire Southwest was not something some minor official could handle. It was not an exaggeration to say that Wang Chong had given him and the Annam Protectorate a new lease of life. Young Master, Zhangqiu has already prepared a banquet in the residence. Could young master accompany us, so that Zhangqiu can welcome young master? Zhangqiu Jianxiong spoke extremely humbly and courteously. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a dignified Minister of War, a first-rank official of the court, would be so humble and respectful to a teenager. But now that they understood Wang Chong's monstrous achievements in the Southwest, they didn't think it was too much. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble Milord to lead the way. Wang Chong smiled, and without the slightest hesitation, he readily agreed. Zhangqiu Jianxiong was the Minister of War, and he had personally come out of the city gates to welcome him. His sincerity and etiquette had both reached the pinnacle. No matter what, he should not be refused. Siling, Hongying, Huang Qianer, and everyone else, you can return first. I will go with Lord Zhangqiu to the minister's residence. Yes, young master. Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, Huang Qianer, and the others all nodded. If young master wishes to go, then go. Then we'll invite you another time. Even Guofeng and Chai Zi moved to the side. The Minister of War of the Tang dynasty was in charge of the mobilization of all the armies in the world. Although he was not the only one who had the final say in the Tang dynasty, he was undoubtedly an individual with real authority. If the patriarchs of the Guo family and Chai family were to appear, they might be able to say a few words, but Guofeng and Chai Zi were not qualified. Chong Gongzi, please. Standing by the side of the carriage, Zhangqiu Jianxiong respectfully opened the carriage door and invited Wang Chong up. Everyone, including Guofeng and Chai Zi, had looks of envy on their faces. The ferocious tiger of the Tang dynasty, the Minister of War, waited by the carriage and opened the door for him personally. In the entire capital, among the young generation, perhaps only Wang Chong could receive such treatment. This was a treatment that even many aristocratic families, including nobles, generals, and ministers, could not receive. Rumble, rumble, rumble! The carriage drove all the way through the city gates, heading in the direction of the Minister of War's residence. Wherever the carriage passed, the people in the capital who had already received the news burst into thunderous cheers. Wang Chong! 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 Not since the beginning of the year had the capital been so lively. Countless people excitedly gathered on the two sides of the street, cheering so loudly that their faces were flushed red. The sound of fireworks and firecrackers reached a crescendo at this moment. In the history of the Tang dynasty, ever since the war god of the Tang dynasty, Wang Zongxi, defeated Uzun in Longxi and conquered the plateau, no one had ever received such a spontaneous and enthusiastic welcome from the people of the capital. This was completely a welcome for a hero. Chong Gongzi, after this battle, the Wang clan will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Zhangqiu Jianxiong lightly pushed open the window, and seeing the sea of people outside welcoming him, he quickly retracted his gaze. I hear that the Bureau of Rights is already discussing your reward, and the Imperial Court is also discussing your reward. Once they reach a conclusion, His Majesty will immediately summon you to the palace and formally reward you. In the War of the Southwest, young master has rendered a heaven-shaking service. From now on, you are certain to soar, your future limitless. As Zhangqiu Jianxiong spoke, his expression and voice were extremely respectful, devoid of any jealousy. At present, Wang Chong didn't even have half an official position, not even a minor one, much less anyone else. But all the nobles and nobles of the capital knew that his future was limitless, based on the contributions he had made in defeating Daluan Ruozhen, Huashu Huaitsong, and Duan Gechuan by spending all his wealth and recruiting his subordinates to defeat Daluan Ruozhen in the southwest. There was even a rumor in the capital that he was the 8th great general of the Tang dynasty. In terms of pure strength, even Zhangqiu Jianxiong had to admit that Wang Chong's grasp of the art of war had reached a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's top-class great generals, perhaps even surpassing them. To have such accomplishments at 17, not even Zhangqiu Jianxiong dared to guess what heights he would reach in the future. This was also the deeper reason why Zhangqiu Jianxiong had personally come out to welcome Wang Chong. But at this moment, Wang Chong had no idea what Zhangqiu Jianxiong was thinking. "My lord is too polite." Wang Chong returned the bow. Neither arrogant in victory nor dejected in defeat. The carriage rumbled into the residence of Zhangqiu Jianxiong's minister. The welcoming banquet that Zhangqiu Jianxiong had prepared for Wang Chong was extremely grand. There were grapes from the western regions, guavas, dates, bananas from Cochin, pineapples, coconuts, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, shark fins from the Goguryeo Empire, giant whales captured from overseas, and all sorts of exotic fruits and delicacies. In between the wine, there were also beautiful dancers from the western regions, Arabia and Karak Spazinu, adding to the alluring atmosphere. This welcoming banquet lasted from day to night, with Zhangqiu Jianxiong constantly offering toasts, intending to get Wang Chong drunk and stay the night at the Minister of War's residence. Young Master Chong, words cannot express my gratitude for the Southwest. In the future, if you have any use for me in the capital, just say the word. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate. At the height of his intoxication, Zhangqiu Jianxiong suddenly raised his bronze cup and sat upright, his expression solemn. This was the first time since he had entered the capital that Zhangqiu Jianxiong had revealed such a solemn expression. "Haha, many thanks, my lord. Cheers." Wang Chong stared in a daze at Zhangqiu Jianxiong, and then he suddenly understood. He raised his cup and clinked it against Zhangqiu Jianxiong's cup. "Congratulations to user for obtaining Great General's Appreciation 1 rank. You have been awarded 50 points of Destiny Energy. User's potential has been increased by 1. A voice suddenly resounded in his mind. A hint of surprise flashed through Wang Chong's eyes at the Stone of Destiny's voice. This was the first time he had heard of a reward called Great General's Appreciation. The number of great generals in the world could be counted on one's fingers, and it was not easy to obtain their appreciation. During the regional commander's incident, Zhangqiu Jianxiong had submitted a memorial in support of him, but at the time, Wang Chong had not received any great general's appreciation. But now, after drinking together at the Minister of War's residence, he had received the Stone of Destiny's notification of Great General's Appreciation. Interesting. Hearing the voice in his mind, a smile crept onto Wang Chong's lips. Given the amount of Destiny energy he currently had, 50 points of Destiny energy wasn't much at all. Instead, it was the Stone of Destiny's appreciation that piqued Wang Chong's interest. I wonder what is the use of this appreciation? It had been more than a year since Wang Chong had received the Stone of Destiny, but he had never seen such a unique reward before. He had no idea what this appreciation could be used for. However, even though he couldn't sense an obvious increase in his strength, Wang Chong could still deduce that this was a reward that indirectly raised his fighting prowess. By the time Wang Chong left Zhangqiu Jianxiong's residence, it was already late. Li Sai was waiting outside the minister's residence. "Gongzi, how is it?" Upon seeing Wang Chong walk out, Li Sai hurriedly walked up to him with a concerned expression. At the same time, he draped a fox cloak over Wang Chong's shoulders. "There's no need for that." Wang Chong chuckled as he pushed aside the fox cloak that Li Sai had draped over his shoulders. When he first stepped out of the residence, he was still drunk and his steps were unsteady, but with a blink of his eyes, his entire being seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. All the alcohol in his body was transformed into white steam that was forced out of the top of his head. The current Wang Chong didn't seem the least bit drunk at all. With the rise in his martial arts, Wang Chong was able to use more and more technique. Forcing out the alcohol in his body was a mere trifling matter. "You should return to the residence first. There's no need to wait for me. In a while I'll return on my own," Wang Chong said. "But Gongzi, there are no buts. Sai, you saw what I did in the War of the Southwest. Do you think that anyone can harm me now?" Wang Chong faintly smiled as he glanced at Li Sai. Li Sai hesitated for a moment. Although he was still a little worried, he could sense that volcanic energy in Wang Chong's body that could erupt at any moment, and he was instantly rendered speechless. "Yes, Gongzi." Li Sai turned around, his mountainous figure quickly vanishing into the darkness. "Let's go to the western part of the city." Wang Chong boarded a nearby bronze carriage that his clan had sent and parked on the side of the street. Quietly seated in the carriage, he took out a white chess piece from his sleeve. This seemed like an extremely ordinary chess piece, but Wang Chong had sensed the pulsing energy within it from the very start. In the entire capital, there was only one person who could cause this white chess piece in his hand to undergo this sort of transformation. "Senior," Wang Chong raised his head, a complicated look in his eyes. "Stop here. You don't need to worry about the rest of the journey." A few moments later, they arrived at a place not far from the Ghost Tree District. Wang Chong stopped the carriage, gave a few instructions to the driver, and then disembarked. "It's been a long time since I've been here," Wang Chong exhaled. As he gazed at the city walls, the buildings, the trees, and the thick darkness, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Now that he thought about it, it had probably been more than half a year since he had last been here. To Wang Chong, this place represented a person of special significance even in the Tang dynasty. Whoosh! With a flick of his sleeve, Wang Chong strode toward the plaza in the Ghost Tree district. The plaza that used to be bustling with activity was now completely silent. There was not a single person to be seen, and the surroundings were frighteningly quiet. With great familiarity, Wang Chong walked in the direction of his memories. Turning a corner, Wang Chong saw the massive silhouette of a tree in the distance. In the darkness, it seemed like a primordial beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, a terrifying sight. Beneath the silhouette of the tree was a faint orange light. In the light, an old man and a young man were seated, their bodies slightly bent. In front of them was a chessboard. There were no pieces on the chessboard, but there were 2 full jars on either side. Chapter 645. Senior. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Wang Chong walked over and respectfully bowed in front of the old man, his expression extremely respectful and serious. If the people of the capital knew that Wang Chong, who had just won a major victory in the southwest and was viewed as a triumphant hero by the entire Tang dynasty, would be so respectful to this old man, they would definitely find it inconceivable. But Wang Chong knew that no matter who it was, the old man before him was worthy of such a grand gesture. This was because he was So Yung-sun, the war god of the Tang dynasty, a legendary existence whose name had already spread throughout the world in Taizong's era. Even famed generals like Wang Zongxi and Zhang Shogui paled in comparison to him. "I'm here." So Yung-sun's voice was very soft, like that of an ordinary old man. It was impossible to imagine that he was that famous war god. "Sit." So Yung-sun didn't even raise his head, only pointed at the chessboard across from him. "Ha ha ha, senior brother." A cute little head poked out from under So Yung-sun's ribs, its 2 eyes twinkling in the light. It was none other than the Xiao Jianjian who often accompanied So Yung-sun. "Little fellow," Wang Chong chuckled, extending a hand to lovingly stroke the boy's short hair. "Senior brother, let me tell you, Master has been waiting for you for a very long time." Xiao Jianjian intentionally lowered his voice. "You talk too much." So Yung-sun didn't even raise his head, but he rapped a finger on Xiao Jianjian's head. "It's no fun. Master's angry." Xiao Jianjian cutely stuck out his tongue and quickly retracted his head. Wang Chong glanced at So Yung-sun, a pensive look in his eyes, and then he quickly sat down across from So Yung-sun. "Accompany me for the next round." So Yung-sun finally raised his head and pointed at the chess jar opposite him. The orange-red light shone on his face, changing constantly. "Yes, senior." Chuckling, Wang Chong picked up the chess jar and held it in his hand. However, when Wang Chong saw the chess pieces inside, he was slightly stunned. In the past, when Wang Chong and So Yung-sun played chess, So Yung-sun played the white pieces, Wang Chong played the black pieces, and the white pieces went first. But this time, So Yung-sun gave him only white chess pieces. "In the past, you were only a little clever, so I let you take the black pieces. But now, you are worthy of these white pieces." So Yung-sun's voice came from the air. In an instant, Wang Chong seemed to understand something. The night was slightly cold, but Wang Chong felt warm in his chest, and he was slightly touched. So Yung-sun didn't say anything, but there was no doubt that he had expressed his approval of him in this way. This was something that he had never felt before. "Let's play chess." Before Wang Chong could say anything, So Yung-sun had already picked up the chess piece in his hand. "Yes." Wang Chong smiled calmly and placed a white chess piece first. The game went on from midnight until dawn. In the end, even the lantern next to So Yung-sun was about to be extinguished. "Okay, I lost." At the last moment, So Yung-sun gave up and admitted defeat. Undoubtedly, he lost. But even so, So Yung-sun wasn't the slightest bit upset. Instead, he seemed unusually happy, as if he was the one who won. Scholars don't love wealth, while military officials don't mind death. This is the way for a country to prosper and never decline. Chong-er, you did well in the War of the Southwest. You didn't lose face for the Tang dynasty. So Young-sun stood up and looked at Wang Chong with a gratified expression. Yes, senior. Wang Chong lowered his head, his heart filled with gratitude. So Young-sun's few words were the greatest affirmation he could give. So Young-sun never lightly participated in the politics of the court, much less the border. In the entire empire, very few people could receive this kind of affirmation from him. For the sake of these few words of affirmation, countless people were willing to fight until their heads bled, and they paid an enormous price. Do you still have the white piece I gave you last time? So Young-sun suddenly asked. Yes. Wang Chong hurriedly took the white piece from his bosom. Give it to me. So Young-sun took the white piece from Wang Chong's hand, lightly flicked it, and then returned it to Wang Chong. The blood energy in your body is too fierce. I can't do anything about this problem of your bloodline. I can only temporarily suppress it for you and protect your dantian. Everything else will depend on your own luck. As Wang Chong was examining the white piece in his hand, he suddenly heard a voice at his ear. Before Wang Chong could react, bang! Wang Chong's right shoulder went numb as a palm lightly patted him. A moment later, the palm was withdrawn. But in the blink of an eye, a majestic and unbelievably powerful sword chi surged into Wang Chong's body like a flood. It was different from the sword chi that Wang Chong had felt before. Although this sword chi was extremely powerful and sharp, it contained a strong vitality. As soon as this sword chi rushed into Wang Chong's body, it immediately divided into thousands of pieces and dispersed into Wang Chong's meridians and dantian. Jian-er, it's daybreak. Let's go. A voice sounded at his ear. Wang Chong raised his head and saw a figure with fluttering sleeves and a 7 or 8-year-old child walking into the distance. Senior, when can we meet again? Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but ask. When the time comes, there will be a chance to meet again. So Young-sun's voice floated in the wind. The old man and the child quickly disappeared into the night. Wang Chong looked at the two figures in the distance. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. He knew that after this trip, the two would once again enter that deep mansion and be isolated from the outside world. He didn't know how long he would have to wait to see them again. After calming his mind, Wang Chong quickly returned to his residence. After paying his respects to his mother, Wang Chong quickly went to bed. He had barely closed his eyes during the War of the Southwest. Now that he was back in the capital, he could finally rest. While Wang Chong was resting at home, the imperial palace was in turmoil. The Holy Emperor's decree had already been issued. The Bureau of Rights, the 6 bureaus, and the officials of the imperial court were discussing the issue of rewards for the generals of the Southwest. Whether it was Xianyu Zhongtong, Wang Yan, Wang Fu, or any of the other generals of the Southwest, there were no problems with their rewards. Only Wang Chong's reward was a problem. This is not proper. The youngest son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, doesn't even have half an official position. How can he be rewarded? That's right. Although he was born in a clan of ministers and generals, he's only the son of a commoner. Not even the Annam Protectorate has a record of him, so how can he be rewarded? In the imperial court, several officials from the Bureau of Rights, the Chamberlain of Dependencies, and the imperial censors all spoke up to stop this. A country has its laws and a clan has its rules. Even if we want to reward Wang Chong, we have to follow the rules of the imperial court. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Are we going to throw the rules of the imperial court into disarray because of one person? Imperial Censor Duan had a stern expression as he stood next to the coiling dragon pillar, ready to take on the world by himself. It wasn't that he had a grudge against Wang Chong, but the imperial court's decision to greatly reward Wang Chong would throw the imperial court's rules into disarray. As an imperial censor, He should not fear the nobility and swear to protect the laws of the imperial court to the death. Whether it was the sovereign or the common people, as long as they violated the laws of the imperial court, they had to swear to the death to impeach them and fight to the end. Moreover, ever since the founding of the Tang dynasty, there had never been a precedent of a commoner being rewarded so generously. Nearby, King Qi was inwardly overjoyed as he coldly watched. In the War of the Southwest, he had been too conspicuous and was no longer suitable to jump out. Thus, he had contacted the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and the Bureau of Rights, then found these inflexible and conservative imperial censors, all for the sake of suppressing that most conspicuous Qilin son of the Wang clan. In King Qi's eyes, the entire Wang clan, whether it was Wang Zhen, Wang Yan, Wang Fu, or anyone else, had limited potential. If they were really that formidable, they would have long since been made king or marquis. Only this Wang Chong made him feel an enormous threat. A 17-year-old who was already able to defeat Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wizong had already made King Qi smell the scent of Duke Jiu. When Duke Jiu was still on the throne, his King Qi residence had been almost completely suppressed. No matter what, King Qi could not allow such a formidable opponent to appear in the imperial court. And Wang Chong had no official position, nor was he part of the army. This was his greatest weakness. According to the rules of the imperial court, if Wang Chong was not part of the army, there was no way to record his achievements. No matter how great Wang Chong's achievements in the southwest were, they would have nothing to do with him. Then according to imperial censor Duan's meaning, given that Wang Chong has made such a great contribution, should we also charge him with privately raising an army, forging weapons, and interfering with the command of battle? A strange voice came from the side. Before anyone else could speak, another imperial censor across from imperial censor Duan spoke, his voice brimming with sarcasm. Imperial censor Yang. Duan Qian instantly paled at the sight of this imperial censor. This sarcastic imperial censor had graying temples. It was his former superior, Yang Wei. It would have been fine if someone else had rebuked him, but it just had to be Yang Wei, a fellow imperial censor, and his immediate superior. Duan Qian's face immediately turned red, but he quickly regained his composure. Why not? Duan Qian stiffened his neck. The imperial court had its laws. If one violated the laws, so what if one was his superior? So what you mean is that we should imprison Wang Chong and imprison him. Then you will lead the army to the battlefield and lead the Tang dynasty to defeat Daluan Ruozhen, Huishu Wizong, Duan Gechuan, and those ambitious foreign lords in the surroundings, and then protect the common people of the Tang dynasty? All of a sudden, a voice came from behind him. Before Duan Qian could react, a skinny hand suddenly reached out and pinched his ear fiercely. Then, it started twisting violently. Chapter 646. Third uncle, third great-uncle. Seeing the person behind him, Duan Qian's eyes widened and his entire face paled. Imperial Censor Duan. Duan Zhongqing. Seeing the old imperial censor with grizzled temples walk in, the people on both sides turned solemn and bowed. This old man with grizzled temples and a thin but extremely spirited figure was none other than the old imperial censor, Duan Chao. However, Duan Qian had a completely different feeling. The old imperial censor Duan Chao was not only a renowned figure of virtue and prestige in the Tang dynasty, but also the head of the Duan clan. Moreover, he was an upright and outspoken man who did not fear the powerful. This had been the case since the previous dynasty. From the previous emperor to the dukes and nobles, even the low-level officials, they had all been impeached by him. Even the grandfather of the main character this time, Wang Chong, the esteemed Duke Jiu of the Tang dynasty, had been impeached by him. The status of the imperial censors of the Tang dynasty was inextricably linked to Duan Chao. It was also because of him that the Duan clan of the capital was known as a clan of imperial censors. Duan Qian had chosen to enter politics and become an imperial censor precisely because of his admiration for his third great-uncle. From a certain perspective, Duan Chao was also his teacher. All the laws and regulations of the imperial court were taught by Duan Chao. Duan Chao had a token bestowed by the previous emperor on him. He could enter and leave the imperial court as he pleased and had the right to do as he pleased. This was something that only the old deputy imperial censor could do. Little brat, I knew that you would be used by others. You've only learned a little of the way of the imperial censor, and you're already showing off. I said long ago that you have little talent and little learning and are of no use. This time, young Master Wang Chong made great contributions in the southwest and His Majesty wants to reward him. I knew that you would be used by others, and just as I expected. Duan Chao's rage was unquenchable. His fingers squeezed so hard that Duan Qian's ears were almost like fried dough twists, causing Duan Qian to grimace in pain. But what Duan Qian could not endure the most was that he was being watched by so many people. He had lost all face and was so embarrassed that even his neck turned red. However, Duan Qian couldn't fight back. The elders were respected, and the etiquette of the Tang dynasty was there. No matter how dissatisfied he was, Duan Qian couldn't fight back. Otherwise, a person who disrespected his elders would not be able to stay in the imperial court. Old censor, let go, let go. If you continue twisting, imperial censor Duan's ears will fall off. Let him do whatever he wants. We can't teach him a lesson, but the old censor can. The imperial court was in chaos. There were those who wanted the old censor to let go, and there were also those who watched coldly from the sidelines. The imperial court had its own laws. Duan Chao refused to let Wang Chong go. Although they couldn't do anything to Duan Qian, Duan Chao was different. Duan Chao was already old and highly respected. No one could say anything about him disciplining his descendant. Duan Chao, what are you doing? This is the imperial court. Do you really think this is the Duan clan's ancestral hall? Why are you making a fuss here? Where is your sense of propriety? To the side, King Qi's face was ashen. Seeing Duan Qian being completely dominated, he could no longer hold back. That's right. Hearing King Qi's words, Duan Qian seemed to recall something. He struggled out of Duan Chao's grasp, his face red. Third great-uncle, the imperial court has its own laws. As imperial censors, it is our duty to uphold those laws. The law is merciless. If the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he will be punished the same way as the commoners. From the emperor to the ministers, if anyone violates the laws of the imperial court, we should point them out and correct them. Isn't this what you have always taught us? As he said these words, Duan Qian stared straight at his third great-uncle, his gaze firm and unyielding. The imperial censors had their own principles. Even his third great-uncle would not back down. Before Duan Qian could finish his words, the old censor had already slapped Duan Qian across the face. Old censor! Old censor! The crowd gasped in shock, and even the officials who supported the sage emperor's decision to reward Wang Chong were shocked. Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, who had been standing to the side, was also visibly moved. No one had expected the old censor to take such a drastic action. Third great-uncle, Duan Qian's face reddened as he clutched his cheek. His eyes were filled with incredulity. Duan Chao, you old fogey. Do you think that you can act as you please in the royal court just because you are old and have the iron voucher bestowed by the previous emperor? Men, hurry up and drag him out. King Qi flew into a rage. It hadn't been easy for him to convince Duan Qian to speak up for him. No matter what, he couldn't allow Duan Chao to ruin his plans. Your Highness King Qi, is it wrong for me to teach my own heir a lesson since the Duan clan's heir is disobedient? As an elder, I have the responsibility to guide him. Not even the Holy Emperor would say anything about this. Does your Highness King Qi have any objections? Even when facing King Qi, a member of the royal family, Duan Chao showed no fear. He was someone who had even impeached the previous emperor of the Tang dynasty, so why would he care about a mere King Qi? King Qi was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Do you know why I hit you? Duan Chao ignored King Qi and turned to look at Duan Qian, who was still in shock. Back then, I said that you only know 30% of the way of censors and know nothing at all. Back then, you didn't believe me and didn't listen to my advice, insisting on entering the royal court. Now, let me ask you, why do I impeach all the officials in the royal court, including His Majesty? Because we have to protect the laws of the royal court. Duan Qian covered his face, but he still answered quickly. I can only give you 3 points for this answer. Nobles, and ministers held great power. Their every move was watched by countless people in the world. Any random decision could cause countless people in the world to have no food to eat and no place to stay. Because of this, we have to keep a close eye on them at all times. If they go out of line, we have to impeach them. Even if His Majesty, the Son of Heaven, goes out of line, we have to remonstrate and help His Majesty become a wise Son of Heaven. Upholding the laws of the royal court is only secondary. The true duty of censors is to uphold justice and do things that benefit the country. If you don't understand this, you will never know the way of censors. That youngest son of the Wang clan doesn't have a single title. According to the rules of the royal court, he can't be promoted. When I was still at home, I heard that the royal court was discussing this matter. I knew that this matter would become the weakness of that youngest son of the Wang clan in court. And you have a pedantic personality, so you will definitely be used. The way of censors is to uphold justice. Impeaching that youngest son of the Wang clan has nothing to do with the country. On the contrary, recommending that child is beneficial to the royal court, to the country, and to the Tang dynasty. Why should he be restricted by the laws? At the end of the Sui dynasty, heroes rose up. Why was the ancestor of the Tang dynasty able to stand out from the masses and establish the achievements he has today? What holy emperor His Majesty was able to conquer the south and expel the foreign invaders? Wasn't it because he appointed people based on merit and talent? The words of the old deputy imperial censor were so deafening that everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Duan Qian, who had previously been unconvinced, had his mouth wide open, unable to speak. The duty of censors was to uphold the laws of the royal court. This was a concept deeply ingrained in his mind. But Duan Chao's words had completely overturned Duan Qian's belief in the principles of censors. At this moment, the old censor's eyes were cold, and he no longer paid any attention to his shocked heir. I don't care what all of you think of that child. I, Duan Chao, say that the royal court will reward those who have rendered great service. That child has rendered such great service that no one can think of scheming against him. I recommend that child of the Wang clan with all my might. Even if no one supports that child, even if all of you oppose him, I will definitely support him. The old censor's last words were powerful and resounding, his hair standing on end. Ordinary court struggles and factional struggles were one thing, but that child had spent all of his family's wealth and made such a great contribution. If they still used the fact that he had no scholarly honors and no official position to control him, wouldn't that disappoint the people of the world, the common people of the Southwest? He had been an old censor for so many years that he could not allow sand to be mixed in his eyes. If anyone dared to deceive him on this matter, he would make life difficult for that person. Everyone here is an important official of the court. At a time like this, I believe that no one will be selfish enough to make life difficult for that child. King Qi, what say you? As the old censor spoke, he turned his gaze to King Qi. Even though King Qi was usually arrogant, in the face of the old censor's overbearing and unyielding gaze, he couldn't help but feel a little diffident. He subconsciously turned his head away, not daring to meet the old censor's gaze. Lord Zhao? Lord Sun? Lordly? The old imperial censor's gaze swept over the officials one by one, but none of them dared to meet Duan Chao's gaze. Those who had originally opposed Wang Chang's reward began to mumble, averting their gazes as they involuntarily said, "Yes, yes, yes. Your Majesty, please make your divine judgment." The old censor watched as the officials from the Bureau of Rights and the 6 bureaus dodged. Finally, he turned around, his expression solemn. Gazing into the depths of the hall, at that figure behind the curtains, he respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty, please make your divine judgment." At this moment all the officials in the hall lowered their heads. Even King Qi and Yao Guangyi had no choice but to follow suit. All was quiet behind the curtains. After a few moments, a resounding and dignified voice like the blazing sun came out. "We have already decided. In 3 days, summon Wang Chong to court." The voice rumbled like thunder. Following the Holy Emperor's order, an imperial edict passed through the palace walls and arrived at the Wang clan residence. "You have rendered an enormous service in the southwest. The officials of the court, whether it is King Qi, Yao Guangyi, or Abusi, none of them can make an appearance. Out of fear of arousing suspicion, I and the other officials of the court cannot say anything. Thus, the opinions of those censors are the key. If not for the old censor Duan Chao's appearance in this court debate, who knows how many more problems would have arisen." Chapter 647. In his father's generation, the Wang clan had once been renowned throughout the world. They were known as the Duke Jiu of the Tang dynasty, and even the virtuous prime minister. But Wang Zhen and Wang Yan's generation had declined day by day, completely unable to compare to the glory of his father's generation. This was a source of pain in Wang Zhen's heart. But now, the Wang clan had finally produced a Wang Chong. In the War of the Southwest, not even Wang Zhen dared to look at the dazzling light that had burst forth from Wang Chong's body, much less believe it. After so long, there was finally hope for the Wang clan's resurgence. Imperial Censor Duan, Wang Chong had not expected so many things to happen in the imperial court while he had been asleep. Wang Chong had some impression of that old imperial censor Duan Chao. He was the clan head of the capital's Duan clan. The Duan clan was known as a clan of imperial censors and had an extremely high reputation. But in Wang Chong's memory, Duan Chao had retired very early in his last life and paid no attention to worldly affairs. He had not expected that in this life, he would charge into the imperial court and argue with King Qi and the other officials for his sake. "When the time is right, your nephew will personally pay him a visit to thank him," Wang Chong said. "There's no need." To his surprise, Wang Zhen shook his head, immediately rejecting Wang Chong's proposal. After taking a sip of tea, he calmly placed the tray back on the table and said, "The old imperial censor is a true loyal subject. It is precisely because of this that the Duan clan is known as a clan of imperial censors and was bestowed with an iron certificate and a golden edict by the previous emperor. Moreover, the old imperial censor's way of doing things is based on facts and not on people. The reason why he's helping you isn't because he's particularly fond of you, but because it's beneficial to the country. Thus, he could rebuke and educate his descendant in front of all the officials and strongly recommend and support you. If you go and thank him now, the old imperial censor will probably retract his decision and go before the Holy Emperor to impeach you. And even if you want to see him now, you won't be able to. The old imperial censor has already closed his doors to guests. Unless he wants to come out, no one will be able to." Wang Zhen smiled as he stroked his beard. Wang Chong was startled, and his heart was filled with deep respect. The old imperial censor was a true, honest official. Any kind of thanks would seem unnecessary. The friendship of a lowly person is as sweet as wine, and the friendship of a gentleman is as plain as water. Since the old censor is unwilling to see a guest, I will write a letter to express my gratitude," Wang Chong said. And that works too. Wang Zhen pondered for a moment, but this time, he did not reject it. The old censor argued on the grounds of reason in court. Wang Chong thanked him by writing a letter. This could be considered as an exchange of books and gifts, forming a friendship that forgets the difference in age. Oh, that's right. 3 days later, His Majesty will summon you to the palace to reward you. When it comes to the etiquette of the audience, you must not be negligent. Otherwise, even if you accept the reward, you will be criticized by the officials afterwards and be accused of disrespect. In the future, it will be extremely detrimental to your career. Wang Zhen sternly said. Wang Chang's reward this time was no small matter. This was a reward personally bestowed by the Holy Emperor, and it was completely different from ordinary rewards. This represented the favor of the imperial clan and was an enormous honor. I've already arranged for someone for you. When the time comes, he will tell you all the necessary etiquette. You can't get careless. Haha, there's no need. The King of Song has already made arrangements for me. Wang Chong faintly smiled. In this aspect, the King of Song truly did have foresight. Although he was not in the capital, he had already made arrangements, so there was no need for Wang Chong to worry about it. That's even better. A hint of surprise flashed through Wang Zhen's eyes, and then he smiled and nodded. When it came to the etiquette of the audience, he had not discussed it with the King of Song beforehand. Since the King of Song had made arrangements, nothing could be better. Wang Zhen quickly left the Wang clan residence. Soon after, Wang Chong sent someone to fetch the old official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies that the King of Song had spoken of. In the next few days, Wang Chong remained in the residence and focused on learning the etiquette of the audience and rewards. Although Wang Chong had been back for several days, the celebratory mood in the capital had not lessened in the slightest. On the contrary, it was growing more and more fervent. On the streets, in the restaurants and tea houses, everyone was talking about this young hero of the Tang dynasty. And the disputes in the court, as well as the grudges between the Wang clan, the Yao clan, and King Qi, were also being discussed. Bits and pieces of Wang Chang's past, including how he had once abducted a commoner girl, were all dug up. His past profligacy was also treated as Wang Chang's deliberate concealment of his abilities, and Wang Chang's battles in the southwest against Daluan Ruozhen, Huashu Wuzong, and Mengshi Zhao's generals were also vividly described, becoming the talk of the storytellers on the streets. In the mouths of these storytellers, Wang Chong had become a legend who could single-handedly fend off 1,000, who could turn stone into gold, who possessed the means of an immortal. But in the end, all these legends converged on one point: Wang Chong's rewards. Even the foreign envoys and merchants in the capital had gathered, wanting to know what the Holy Emperor had bestowed upon Wang Chong. In my opinion, that young Master Wang should at least be made a general for his great service. Hey, what's a general? In my opinion, he should be made a noble. Only a noble title can be passed down. But it's been a long time since the imperial court has conferred a noble title, and a general title is hard to come by. The Bureau of Rights has even rejected the conferment of a viscount, let alone anything else. Haha, it's precisely because it's so few that it should be conferred. Young Master Wang's great service isn't something an ordinary person can accomplish. If he isn't conferred a noble title, how can he show His Majesty's favor? Right, if His Majesty were to confer a noble title, what kind of title do you think it would be? In my opinion, it should be a viscount at the very least. How could a viscount be enough? At the very least, it should be a count, equivalent to those ministers in the court. In the restaurants and tea houses, on the streets and in the alleys, everyone was talking. When the Tang dynasty had first been founded, it had lavishly conferred titles, but as time went on, the conferment of noble titles became more and more restricted. By the time the current dynasty was established, it was already extremely cautious. Even many of the first-rank officials in the court were only conferred the title of count. Thus, in the capital, Count had become an invisible dividing line. It was relatively easy to bestow rewards to those below Count, but it was extremely difficult to bestow rewards above Count. Compared to the founding of the dynasty several hundred years ago, the difficulty was incalculable. Everyone speculated that Wang Chong would at least be conferred the title of Count, but anything higher would not be so easy. The Bureau of Rights would probably be the first to object. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the arrival of Wang Chong's audience with the Holy Emperor, the festive atmosphere of the capital reached its peak. Boom! When the gate opened and Wang Chong walked out of the Wang family residence, dressed in a crimson ceremonial robe and a ceremonial hat, he was immediately greeted by a wave of cheers. Wang Chong! Wang Chong! Wang Chong! Countless people of the capital had gathered outside the gate of the Wang family residence, men and women, young and old, merchants and servants. All of them were shouting, their faces red and their voices rising in waves. Even the servants and maids of the Wang family residence were excited by the clamor outside. But unlike the servants and maids of the Wang family residence, Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, and Huang Qian'er were all focused on Wang Chong. Wang Chong had returned victorious from the southwest and was now being conferred the title of the Holy Emperor. As his friends, Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, and Huang Qian'er had come to the Wang family residence early in the morning to see him off. Although this was not their first day meeting, when they saw Wang Chong's sword-like brows, starry eyes, upright posture, and his red ceremonial robe, they couldn't help but have their eyes brighten, a strange light flickering in their beautiful eyes. The red-robed Wang Chong and the Wang Chong on the battlefield gave off a completely different feeling. If the Wang Chong on the battlefield was an invincible war god, then the Wang Chong before them had restrained his heroic spirit and hidden his edge, instantly exuding a completely different and refined aura of a scholar. The different feeling only made him more and more attractive. Don't randomly look at girls on the side of the road. Be careful that you don't gouge out your eyes. Bai Siling glared fiercely at Wang Chong and rudely said, "Bang." On the side, Zhao Yadong said nothing. With a cold face, she turned the red-tasseled spear in her hand so that the tip was pointing down and the handle was pointing up. With a thump, the hard ground in front of the Wang family residence's gate cracked and splintered in a show of force. Behind him, Huang Qian'er said nothing, her face expressionless. However, the silver sword on her back seemed to hum threateningly in its sheath. "With all of you here, I wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Wang Chong laughed. "Okay, Chong'er, it's about time to leave. The meeting with His Majesty can't be delayed." Madame Wang watched from the back, inwardly laughing. She had also been a young girl, so how could she not understand the thoughts of these 3 girls? Rumble! An ornate carriage inlaid with golden threads stopped on the side of the street. This was a carriage sent by the Bureau of Rights to receive Wang Chong. Wang Chong boarded the carriage and set off for the imperial palace. After around 15 minutes, Wang Chong finally entered the imperial palace. This was not Wang Chong's first time in the imperial palace, but the feeling this time was particularly different. The golden palace walls were grand and magnificent, and beneath them were countless imperial soldiers and palace guards in shining armor, exuding a solemn and dignified aura. But unlike usual, they were wearing festive red ribbons on their left and right shoulders. Moreover, there were many officials from the Bureau of Rights among the imperial soldiers and palace guards. This audience was no small matter. Everyone knew that the Holy Emperor would assuredly reward Wang Chong handsomely. This could be seen from the solemnity of the ceremony this time. The ornate carriage inlaid with golden threads stopped in front of the inner 9 gate. As Wang Chong stepped off the carriage, he was greeted by a massive golden palace gate. 2 officials from the Bureau of Rights, dressed in crimson ceremonial robes, stood on either side of the gate, their heads slightly lowered. Although they seemed absent-minded, Wang Chong could clearly sense that their gazes were constantly on him. The King of Song was right. Wang Chong smiled, but he didn't expose them. During the process of the Holy Emperor's bestowal and audience, every step and every moment was watched by many eyes. The slightest bit of disrespect would be noted down by the onlookers, and it would become the reason for one's impeachment in the future. Many of the scholars who were receiving the audience for the first time didn't know about this, and the Bureau of Rights had a handle on them, causing their efforts to go to waste. Chapter 648. The Holy Emperor has decreed that Wang Chong has an audience. Suddenly, a shrill voice like that of a duck's throat came from within the palace gates. Rumble! The gates opened and banners fluttered in the wind. Rows of imperial guards, dressed in red tasseled armor and armed with weapons, lined up from the gates to the depths of the imperial palace. With a glance, Wang Chong actually could not see the end of the line. Crack! A whip cracked, and a white-haired eunuch dressed in embroidered robes, standing far away on the white jade steps, let out a shrill voice. Summon Wang Chong for an audience. His voice echoed from the gates to the depths of the imperial palace, lingering for a long time. Wang Chong straightened his crimson ceremonial robe and hat, then strode forward, passing between the two rows of imperial guards. His steps were very slow, each step neither too wide nor too narrow. His expression was neither hurried nor impatient. His back was straight, and he leisurely walked forward step by step. Whether it was expression, bearing, or behavior, the current Wang Chong was impeccable. This kid clearly has someone guiding him. In a place where Wang Chong could not see, several officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, dressed in crimson ceremonial robes, stood on the high palace walls, the corners of their eyes twitching. From the moment Wang Chong left the palace, they had people watching him. In private, there were even painting experts depicting his every movement, expression, and behavior. Unfortunately, regardless of whether or not there were people around, Wang Chong's behavior was impeccable, and no fault could be found. If there was no one guiding him, then it would truly be strange. Don't worry. At the final stage, he will definitely run into problems. Everything has already been arranged, another official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies said with a cold smile. An official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies sneered. As he spoke, he turned his head and gazed at the distant end of Taiji Palace. The imperial palace was solemn and dignified. Wang Chong walked along the passageway formed by the two rows of imperial guards. After a full hour, Wang Chong finally reached the coiling dragon pool at the end of the passageway. Turning his head, what appeared before Wang Chong was a long stairway made of white jade, several thousand steps long. On both sides of the stairway were golden guards of insignia in golden armor, each of them exuding an incredibly powerful aura. Their hands were pressed against the golden sabers at their waists, their gazes focused forward as if they would draw their sabers at any moment and cleave the person before them in two. The chamberlains of imperial insignia were the cream of the crop in the royal palace, and their spirit and aura were incomparably strong. If one didn't possess a strong will, it would be easy for one to be intimidated by the sight before them. Wang Chong had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the southwest, and had been tempered by cruel wars. Not only did these golden guards have no effect on him, they were even affected by his indistinct aura, causing them to lose their grip on the golden sabers in their hands. Wang Chong had experienced the mountains of corpses and seas of blood of the southwest, and had been tempered through cruel wars. These golden guards of insignia not only had no effect on him, they were actually affected by his indistinct aura, causing them to almost lose their grip on their golden sabers. Going up the white jade stairs, every few hundred steps, there would be a platform that was more than 200 feet long. As they went up, the platform was filled with civil and military officials who were here to observe the ceremony. Their ranks were arranged from the lowest to the highest. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces. This is the Qilin's son of the Wang clan? On the grandstand, the officials dressed in red robes looked over one after another. Many people had heard of Wang Chong's name during the regional commander's incident, but this was the first time they had seen him in person. No matter what, to be able to defeat Daluan Ruozan and Huishu Huaitsong. He truly is a dragon among men. Just based on this admirable spirit and bearing, he's not someone the scions of the capital can compare to. Countless gazes were focused on Wang Chong. Whether they liked Wang Chong or not, they all had to admit that Wang Chong's demeanor was not something a normal person could compare to. He was truly a dragon among men. Chonger, big uncle is truly happy for you. In the crowd, Wang Zhen stroked his beard and smiled, a gratified expression on his face. He had set out early in the morning, not to the Wang clan, but to the imperial palace to observe the ceremony. Wang Chong had returned victorious and received an audience with the Holy Emperor in the depths of the palace. This was a great honor, and he wanted to personally witness it. Some people liked it while others hated it. High up on the imperial stairway of white jade, two eyes brimming with hostility were staring at Wang Chong as he slowly walked down the steps. So it's you. Don't get happy too early. At the highest point of the observation platform, Tongluo Great General Abusi stood like a mountain, his eyes fixed on the blazing Wang Chong on the step. In his eyes, a biting cold snowstorm was brewing. In the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains, although Abus did not wield great authority like Geshu Han or Gao Xianji, as the leader of the Tongluo elite cavalry, Abus still carried an extraordinary weight. At the very least, in terms of martial arts, Abus was a veteran great general, not one bit inferior to Geshu Han or Gao Xianji. In the regional commander's incident, Wang Chong had written a memorial pointing the spear at the Hu of the world. As a Hu great general, Abus had been forced to kneel before all the officials in the hall in order to show his loyalty. Abus's youngest son, Abutong, had challenged Wang Chong and ended up being hung on the banner of deflecting blade manner by Wang Chong, losing all face in the process. With these two incidents, how could Abus not hate Wang Chong? Just like Abus, he was not the only one who hated Wang Chong and viewed him as a thorn in their side. On another viewing platform, King Qi was dressed in a crimson robe embroidered with golden threads, his eyes cold and sinister. From the moment Wang Chong appeared on the imperial stairway of white jade, King Qi had been viciously glaring at him. This was the first time King Qi had seen Wang Chong's true appearance, but this one time was enough to make King Qi hate Wang Chong to the bone. King Qi and the King of Song were the two main relatives of the Tang dynasty and the two major factions of the imperial court. King Qi had laid down many plans to deal with the King of Song, but Wang Chong and the Wang clan had foiled all of them. Vast Crane Pavilion was one, Consort Taizhen was another, and now, in the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had once more displayed his brilliance, defeating powerful foes like Daluan Ruozan and Huishu Wizong. This made King Qi feel like there was a dagger at his back, making him unable to eat or sleep in peace. If not for the fact that Wang Chong was currently in the limelight, with his every move targeted at him being watched and magnified by countless people, King Qi would have done everything in his power to kill him. "Brat, I'll let you be smug for a while longer, but I won't let you be smug for too long," King Qi viciously said to himself. No matter what the crowd thought, whether they liked or disliked him, it meant nothing to Wang Chong. Today, he was the undisputed main character. The entire imperial palace, the capital, the entire world, and even the foreign vassal states bordering the Tang dynasty were all watching him. Wang Chong quickly ascended several hundred steps, quickly arriving at the center of the observation platform. Glancing at his big uncle and the other officials of the King of Song's faction, Wang Chong leisurely continued to ascend. That should be King Qi. As he passed by the middle-aged man dressed in a crimson robe embroidered with golden embroidery, Wang Chong could clearly sense a sharp gaze fixed on him. This gaze was both disdainful and brimming with intense hostility, as if it wanted nothing more than to skin Wang Chong alive. As a member of the imperial household, Wang Chong could only think of one person who could wear the noble and magnificent robes of a prince and act so fearlessly on the observation platform: King Qi. Although the Wang clan and King Qi's lineage could be considered a feud due to their relationship with the King of Song, this was the first time that Wang Chong had seen this illustrious King Qi of the Tang dynasty at such a close distance. Yet even under the gaze of this illustrious member of the imperial household, Wang Chong remained calm and unafraid, calmly walking over. Bastard! Seeing Wang Chong disregard him, King Qi could not help but be enraged, the killing intent in his heart flourishing. Along the way, Wang Chong passed by all sorts of hostile gazes. Tongluo Great General Abusi, King Qi's faction, various imperial censors. Wang Chong quickly brushed past them. Step by step, he slowly approached the top of the imperial stairway. A few steps away from the imperial stairway, several officials from the Bureau of Rights and the Chamberlain of Dependencies, dressed in crimson ceremonial robes, stood in a row, silently waiting. Wang Chong stepped forward to receive the edict. One of the officials from the Bureau of Rights, dressed in crimson ceremonial robes and trimmed with gold, unfurled a true dragon edict and announced in a loud voice. To the left and right, no one noticed that two officials from the Chamberlain of Dependencies and the Bureau of Rights glanced down at Wang Chong, a cold light flashing through their eyes. This lowly subject receives the edict. Wang Chong straightened his robes, stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Wang Chong, kneel and receive the edict, an official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies said. To the side, an official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies said. Wang Chong nodded. Unlike the time when he had been summoned by the Holy Emperor in the side hall, this formal audience to receive a reward was extremely complex. This was especially true for the commoners, who did not have any scholarly titles or official rank. During the entire audience, there would be at least 2 or 3 imperial edicts, and in the process of receiving an imperial edict, one needed to kneel and pay their respects. On this point, the senior official that the King of Song had arranged for him had already made it clear. If he disobeyed, he would be suspected of looking down on the might of the heavens and be charged with the crime of disrespect. At the very least, his career would be ruined, and at the very worst, his entire clan would be exterminated. This was no trifling matter. Wang Chong naturally would not forget something like this. Swish! Wang Chong's crimson robes fluttered as he prepared to kneel. In an instant, several imperceptible gazes fell on Wang Chong. Even King Qi, who was watching from the back of the imperial stairway, revealed a hint of smugness and ridicule in his eyes. So what if he was the son of the 9th young master? So what if he was the hero of the Southwest? It was all because he was young and frivolous, lacking in experience. He had easily fallen into his trap with such a small scheme. In the end, he's still too young. King Qi gazed at Wang Chong's back, the corners of his mouth twitching into a disdainful smile. Even if he was a young genius who had defeated Daluan Ruozhen and Huoshu Wizong, so what? The day the Holy Emperor bestowed his reward would also be the day he would fall, the day he would no longer be valued. At this moment, not a single one of the civil and military officials had noticed. Time seemed to slow down countless times. It seemed like Wang Chong was about to kneel. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Although he could see nothing and everything seemed normal, Wang Chong felt an intense sense of unease. Unknowingly, the atmosphere around him had subtly changed. Something's wrong.